multiple industries, acting in film and television, owning bars and restaurants, flipping condos, and managing Airbnbs. In my 30s, I found my true passion working in health and the wellness industry. I was given an opportunity to help launch an American brand of health tonics called Holy Water, a job that would involve moving to the United States. I was granted my trade work visa, which allows Canadian and Mexican citizens to work in the United States in specified professional occupations. I got it on my second attempt. It goes without saying then that I have no criminal record. I also love the United States and consider myself to be a kind, hardworking person. I started working in California and traveled back and forth between Canada and the U.S. multiple times without any complications until one day, upon returning to the United States, a border officer questioned me about my initial visa denial and subsequent visa approval. He asked why I had gone to San Diego border the second time to apply. I explained that that was where my lawyer's offices were and that he had wanted to accompany me to ensure there were no issues. After a long interrogation, the officer told me that it seemed, quote, shady, and that my visa hadn't been properly processed. He claimed I couldn't work for a company in the U.S. that made use of hemp, one of the beverage ingredients. He revoked my visa and told me I could still work for the company from Canada, but if I wanted to return to the U.S., I would need to apply. I was devastated. I had just started building a life in California. I stayed in California for the next few months and was eventually offered a similar position, but with a different health and wellness brand. I started the visa processes and returned to the same immigration office in San Diego at the border. Since they had processed my visa before and I was familiar with it, hours passed with many confused opinions about my case. The officer I spoke to was kind, but told me that due to my previous issues, I needed to apply for my visa through the consulate. I told her I hadn't been aware I needed to apply that way, but I had no problem doing it. Then she said something strange. You didn't do anything wrong. You were not in trouble. You were not a criminal. I remember thinking, why would she say that? Of course I'm not a criminal. Then she told me they had to send me back to Canada. That didn't concern me. I assumed I would simply book a flight home. But as I sat searching for flights, a man approached me and said, come with me. There was no explanation, no nothing. He took me to a room, took my belongings from my hands, and ordered me to put my hands against the wall. A woman immediately began patting me down. The commands came rapid fire, one after another, too fast to process. They took my shoes and pulled out my shoelaces. What are you doing? What's happening? I asked. You are being detained. I don't understand. What does that mean? For how long? I don't know. That would be the response to nearly every question I would ask over the next 2 weeks. I don't know. They brought me downstairs for a series of interviews and medical questions. They searched my bags and told me I had to get rid of half my belongings because I couldn't take everything with me. Take everything with me where? I asked. A woman asked me for the name of someone they could contact on my behalf. In moments like this, you realize you don't actually know anyone's phone number anymore. By some miracle, I had recently memorized my best friend Britt's number because I had been putting my grocery points on her account. I gave them her phone number. They handed me a mat and a folded up sheet of aluminum foil. What's this? Your blanket. I don't understand. I was taken to a tiny freezing cement cell with bright fluorescent lights and a toilet. There were 5 other women lying on their mats with aluminum sheets wrapped around them looking like dead bodies. The guard locked the door behind me. For 2 days, we remained in the cell, only leaving briefly for food. The lights never turned off. We never knew what time it was, and no one answered our questions. No one in the cell spoke English, so I either tried to sleep or meditate to keep from having a breakdown. I didn't trust the food, so I fasted, assuming I wouldn't be there long. On the 3rd day, I was finally allowed to make a phone call. I called Britt and told her that I didn't understand what was happening. No one would tell me when I was going home, and that she was my only contact. They gave me a stack of paperwork to sign and told me I was being given a 5-year ban unless I applied for re-entry through the consulate. The officer also said it didn't matter whether I signed the papers or not. It was happening regardless. I was so delirious, I just signed. I told them I would pay for my flight home and asked when I could leave. No answer. They then moved me to another cell, this time with no mats or blanket. I sat freezing on the cement floor for hours. That's when I realized they were processing me into real jail, the Otay Mesa Detention Center. I was told to shower, given a jail uniform, fingerprinted and interviewed. I begged for information. How long will I be here? I don't know your case, the man said. Could be days, could be weeks, but I'm telling you right now, you need to mentally prepare yourself for months. Months? I felt like I was going to throw up. I was taken to the nurse's office for a medical check. She asked what happened to me. She had never seen a Canadian there before. When I told her my story, she grabbed my hand and said, "Do you believe in God?" I told her I had only recently found God, but now I believed in God more than anything. And she said, "I believe God brought you here for a reason. I know it feels like your life is in a million pieces, but you will be okay through this. I think you're going to find a way to help others." At the time, I didn't know what that meant. She asked if she could pray for me. I held her hands and wept. I felt like I had been sent a guardian angel. I was then placed in a real jail unit. 2 levels of cells surrounding a common area, just like in the movies. I was put in a tiny cell alone with a bunk bed and a toilet. The best part, there were blankets. After 3 days without one, I wrapped myself in mine and finally felt some comfort. For the first day, I didn't leave my cell. I continued fasting, terrified that the food might make me sick. The only available water came from the tap attached to the toilet in our cells or a sink in the common area, neither of which felt safe to drink. Eventually, I forced myself to step out, meet the guards, and learn the rules. One of them told me, "No fighting." I joked, "I'm a lover, not a fighter." He laughed. I asked if there had ever been a fight in there. "In this unit? No," he said. "No one in this unit has a criminal record." That's when I started meeting other women. That's when I started hearing their stories. And that's when I made a decision. I would never allow myself to feel sorry for my situation again. No matter how hard this was, I had to be grateful because every woman I met was in an even more difficult position than mine. There were around 140 of us in our unit. Many women had lived and worked in the U.S. legally for years, but had overstayed their visas, often after reapplying and being denied. They had all been detained without warning. If someone is a criminal, I agree they should be taken off the streets. But not one of these women had a criminal record. These women acknowledged that they shouldn't have overstayed and took responsibility for their actions, but their frustration wasn't about being held accountable. It was about the endless bureaucratic limbo they had been trapped in. The real issue was how long it took to get out of the system with no clear answers, no timeline, and no way to move forward. Once deported, many have no choice but to abandon everything they own because the cost of shipping their belongings back is too high. I met a woman who had been on a road trip with her husband. She said they had 10-year work visas. While driving near the San Diego border, they mistakenly got into a lane leading to Mexico. They stopped and told the agent they didn't have their passports on them, expecting to be redirected. Instead, they were detained. They were both pastors. I met a family of 3 who had been living in the U.S. for 11 years with work authorizations. They paid taxes and were waiting for green cards. Every year, the mother had to undergo a background check, but this time she was told to bring her whole family. When they arrived, they were taken into custody and told their status would now be processed from within the detention center. Another woman from Canada had been living in the U.S. with her husband, who was detained after a traffic stop. She admitted she had overstayed her visa and accepted that she would be deported, but she had been stuck in the system for almost 6 weeks because she had her passport. Who runs casual errands without their passport? One woman had a 10-year visa. When it expired, she moved back to her home country, Venezuela. She admitted she had overstayed by 1 month before leaving. Later, she returned from a vacation and entered the U.S. without issue. But when she took a domestic flight from Miami to Los Angeles, she was picked up by ICE and detained. She couldn't be deported because Venezuela wasn't accepting deportees. She didn't know where she was getting out. She didn't know when she was getting out. There was a girl from India who had overstayed her student visa for 3 days before heading back home. She then came back to the U.S. on a new visa to finish her master's degree and was handed over to ICE due to the 3 days she had overstayed on her previous visa. There were women who had been picked up off the streets from outside their workplaces, from their homes. All of these women told me that they had been detained from time spans ranging from a few weeks to 10 months. One woman's daughter was outside the detention center protesting for her release. That night, the pastor invited me into a service she was holding. A girl who spoke English translated for me as the woman took turns sharing their prayers for their sick parents, for their children they hadn't seen in weeks, for the loved ones that they had been torn away from. Then, unexpectedly, they asked if they could pray for me. I was new here, and they wanted to welcome me. They formed a prayer circle around me, took my hands, and prayed. I had never felt so much love, energy, and compassion from a group of strangers in my life. Everyone was crying. At 3 a.m. the next day, I was woken up in my cell. Pack your bag, you're leaving. I jolted upright. I get to go home? The officer shrugged. I don't know where you're going. Of course, no one knew anything. I grabbed my things and went downstairs, where 10 other women stood in silence, tears streaming down their faces, but these weren't happy tears. That was the moment I learned the term transferred. For many of these women, detention centers had become a twisted version of home. They had formed bonds, established routines, and found slivers of comfort in friendships they hadn't built. Now, without warning, they were being torn apart and sent somewhere new. Watching them say goodbye, clinging to each other was gut-wrenching. I had no idea what was waiting for me next. In hindsight, that was probably for the best. Our next stop was Arizona, the San Luis Regional Detention Center. The transfer process had lasted for 24 hours, a sleepless, grueling ordeal. This time, men were transported with us, roughly 50 of us crammed into a prison bus for the next 5 hours, packed together, women in the front, men in the back. We were bound in chains that wrapped tightly around our waists, with our cuffed hands secured to our bodies and shackles restraining our feet, forcing every moment into a slow, clinking struggle. When we arrived at our next destination, we were forced to go through the entire intake process all over again with medical exams, fingerprinting, and pregnancy tests. They linked us up in a filthy cell, squatting over a communal toilet, holding Dixie cups of urine while the nurses dropped pregnancy tests in each of our cups. It was disgusting. We sat in freezing cold jail cells for hours, waiting for everyone to be processed. Across the room, one of the women suddenly spotted her husband. They had both been detained and were now seeing each other for the first time in weeks. The look in their faces, pure love, relief, and longing, was something I'll never forget. We were beyond exhausted. I felt like I was hallucinating. The guard tossed us each a blanket and said, "Find a bed." There were no pillows. The room was cold as ice, and one blanket wasn't enough. Around me, women lay curled into themselves, heads covered, looking like a room full of corpses. This place made the last jail feel like the Four Seasons. I kept telling myself, do not let this break you. 30 of us shared one room. We were given one styrofoam cup for water and one plastic spoon that we had to reuse for every meal. I eventually had to start trying to eat. Sure enough, I got sick. None of the uniforms fit, and everyone had men's shoes on. The towels they gave us to shower with were hand towels. They wouldn't give us more blankets. The fluorescent lights shined on us 24/7. Everything felt like it was meant to break you. Nothing was explained to us. I wasn't given a phone call. We were locked in a room, no daylight, with no idea when we would get out. I tried to stay calm as every fiber of my being raged toward panic mode. I didn't know how I would tell Britt where I was. Then, as if sent from God, one of the women showed me a tablet attached to the wall where I could send emails. I only remembered my CEO's email from memory. I typed out a message praying he would see it. He responded. Through him, I was able to connect with Britt. She told me that they were working around the clock trying to get me out, but no one had any answers. The system made it next to impossible. I told her about the conditions in this new place, and that was when we decided to go to the media. She started working with a reporter and asked whether I would be able to call her so she could loop him in. The international phone account that Britt had previously tried to set up for me wasn't working, so one of the other women offered to let me use her phone account to make a call. In that cell, we were all in this together. With nothing to do in my cell but talk, I made new friends. Women had risked everything for their chance at a better life for themselves and their families. Through them, I learned the harsh reality of seeking asylum. Showing me their physical scars, they explained how they had paid smugglers anywhere from $20,000 to $60,000 to reach the U.S. border, enduring brutal jungles and horrendous conditions. One woman had been offered asylum in Mexico within 2 weeks, but had been encouraged to keep going to the U.S. Now she was stuck, living in a nightmare, separated from her young children for months. She sobbed, telling me how she felt like the worst mother in the world. Many of these women were highly educated and spoke multiple languages. Yet they had been advised to pretend they didn't speak English because it would supposedly increase their chances of asylum. Some believed they were being used as examples, as warnings to others not to come. Women were starting to panic in this new facility, and knowing I was most likely the first person to get out, they wrote letters and messages for me to send to their families. I felt like we all had been kidnapped, thrown in some sort of sick psychological experiment meant to strip us of every ounce of our strength and dignity. We were from different countries, spoke different languages, and practiced different religions, yet in this place, none of that mattered. Everyone took care of each other, everyone shared food, everyone held each other when someone broke down. Everyone fought to keep each other's hope alive. I got a message from Britt. My story had started to blow up in the media almost immediately after I was told I was being released. My ICE agent, who had never spoken before, told my lawyer I could have left sooner if I had signed a withdrawal form, and that they hadn't known I would pay for my own flight home. From the moment I arrived, I begged every officer I saw to let me pay for my own ticket home. Not a single one of them ever spoke to me about my case. To put things into perspective, I had a Canadian passport, lawyers, resources, media attention, friends, family, and even politicians advocating for me, yet I was still detained for nearly 2 weeks. Imagine what this system is like for every other person in there. A small group of us were transferred back to San Diego at 2 a.m. One last road trip, once again shackled in chains. I was then taken to the airport where 2 officers were waiting for me. The media was there, so the officers snuck me through a side door, trying to avoid anyone seeing me in my restraints. I was beyond grateful that at the very least I didn't have to walk through the airport in chains. To my surprise, the officers escorting me were incredibly kind and even funny. It was the first time I had laughed in weeks. I asked if I could put my shoelaces back on. Yes, one of them said with a grin, but you better not run. Yeah, the other one added, or we'll have to tackle you in the airport. That'll really make headlines. I laughed and then told them I spent a lot of time observing the guards during my detention, and I couldn't believe how often I saw humans treating other humans with such disregard. But don't worry, I joked. You two get 5 stars. When I finally landed in Canada, my mom and 2 best friends were waiting for me. So was the media. I spoke to them briefly, numb and delusional from exhaustion. It was surreal listening to my friends recount everything they had done to get me out, working with lawyers, reaching out to the media, making endless calls to detention centers, desperately trying to get through to ICE or anyone who could help. They said the entire system felt rigged, designed to make it nearly impossible for anyone to get out. The reality became clear. ICE detention isn't just a bureaucratic nightmare, it's a business. These facilities are privately owned and run for profit. Companies like Core Civic and Geo Group receive government funding based on the number of people they detain, which is why they lobby for stricter immigration policies. It's a lucrative business. Core Civic made over $560 million from ICE contracts in a single year. In 2024, Geo Group more than $763 million from ICE contracts. The more detainees, the more money they make. It stands to reason that these companies have no incentive to release people quickly. What I had experienced was finally starting to make sense. This is not just my story. It is a story of thousands and thousands of people still strapped in a system that profits from their suffering. I am writing in hopes that someone out there, someone with power to change any of this, can help do something. The strength I witnessed in those women, the love they gave despite their suffering, is what gives me faith. Faith that no matter how flawed the system is, how cruel the circumstances, humanity will always shine through. Even in the darkest places, within the most broken systems, humanity persists. Sometimes it reveals itself in the smallest unexpected acts of kindness, a shared meal, a whispered prayer, a hand reaching out in the dark. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend, by the courage we summon, and the truths we are willing to tell. It's the end of the article. The stories continue. A 10-year-old citizen in Texas recovering from brain cancer was detained at a Border Patrol checkpoint, and eventually the American citizen was deported to Mexico with her undocumented parents, even though they were in need of medical attention for their brain cancer. Here's the article from NBC. U.S. citizen child recovering from brain cancer removed to Mexico with undocumented parents. A family that was deported to Mexico hopes they can find a way to return to the U.S. and ensure their 10-year-old daughter, my fellow American, who is a U.S. citizen, can continue her brain cancer treatment. Immigration authorities removed the girl and 4 of her American siblings from Texas on May 4th. 5 Americans in total. When they deported their undocumented parents, the family's ordeal last month when they were rushing from the Rio Grande City where they live to Houston, where their daughter's specialist doctors are based for emergency medical checkup. The parents had done the trip at least 5 other times in the past, passing through an immigration checkpoint every time without any issues, according to attorney Danny Woodward from Texas Civil Rights Project, a legal advocacy and litigation organization representing the family. In previous occasions, the parents showed letters from their doctors and lawyers to the officers at the checkpoint to get through, but in early February, the letters weren't enough. They were stopped at the checkpoint. They were arrested after the parents were unable to show legal immigration documentation. The mother, who spoke exclusively to NBC News, said she tried to explain her daughter's circumstances to the officers, but they weren't interested in hearing that. Other than lacking valid immigration status in the U.S., the parents have no criminal history, Woodward said. Protection, which detained and deported the family, according to the lawyer, said in an email Wednesday, for privacy reasons, we do not comment on individual cases. On Thursday, a CBP spokesperson said via email that the reports of the family's situation are inaccurate because when someone is given expelled removal orders and chooses to disregard them, they will face the consequences of the process. They reiterated that they couldn't speak about the specifics of the case for privacy reasons. The 10-year-old girl was diagnosed with brain cancer last year and underwent surgery to remove a tumor. The doctors practically gave me no hope for life for her, but thank God she's a miracle, the mother said. An American citizen is a miracle. The swelling on the girl's brain is still not fully gone, the mother said, causing difficulties with speech and mobility of the right side of her body. Before the family was removed from the U.S., the girl was routinely checked in with doctors monitoring her recovery, attending rehabilitation therapies, and taking medication to prevent convulsions. It's a very difficult thing, the mother said. I don't wish anyone to go through this situation. What is happening to this family is an absolute tragedy and is something that is not isolated to just them, said Rochelle Garcia, president of the Texas Civil Rights Project. This is part of a pattern and practice that we've seen in the Trump administration, Garza said, adding that she has heard of multiple other cases concerning mixed status families. But for now, this is the only case of this nature the organization has taken on. The Trump administration's border czar, Tom Homan, has said families can be deported together regardless of status. Homan said it would be up to the parents to decide whether to depart the U.S. together or leave their children behind. But undocumented parents of U.S.-born children, if picked up by immigration authorities, face the risk of losing custody of their children without the power of attorney document or a guardianship outlining who will take care of their children left behind. The children go into the U.S. foster care system, making it harder for the parents to regain custody of their children in the future. According to the girl's mother, she recalled feeling like she could not do anything. She said in Spanish, "You're between a rock and a hard place." NBC News is withholding the name of the mother and the rest of the family members since they were deported to an area in Mexico that is known for kidnapping U.S. citizens. In addition to the parents and their 10-year-old sick American daughter, 4 of their other American children, ages 15, 13, 8, and 6, were also in the car when they were detained. 4 of the 5 children born in the U.S. According to the mother, the family was taken to a detention center following their arrest, where their mom and daughters were separated from her husband and sons, and she realized she wouldn't be taking her daughter to the doctors. The fear is horrible. I can't explain it, but it's something frustrating, very tough, something you wouldn't wish on anyone. She said, adding that her sick daughter was laying on a cold floor beneath incandescent lights. Hours later, the family was placed in a van and dropped on the Mexico side of the Texas bridge. From there, they sought refuge in a nearby shelter for a week. Mom said the safety concerns keep coming up at night, and the children haven't been able to go to school. The 10-year-old daughter and 15-year-old son, who lives with a heart disorder known as long QT syndrome, which causes irregular heartbeats and can be life-threatening if not treated well, have not received the health care they need in Mexico. The teen wears a monitor that tracks his heart rate. The authorities have my children's lives in the hands, she said in tears. The authorities have my children's lives in their hands. Both parents arrived to the U.S. from Mexico in 2013 and settled in Texas, hoping for a better life for their family, the mother said. She and her husband both worked for a string of different jobs to support their 6 children. The couple also has a 17-year-old son that they left behind in Texas following their deportation. Just 2 weeks ago, another undocumented mother in California, caring for her 20-year-old daughter, a U.S. citizen undergoing treatment for bone cancer, was detained by immigration authorities and later released under humanitarian parole. We are calling on the government, Garza said, to parole the family, to correct the harm, and to not do this to anyone else.
Gentleman yield.
I think I need to. I'll yield to a question. I'll yield to a question while retaining the floor, and I thank my brother, I thank my friend, who's now stood with me for almost 11 hours.
Those are hard stories to read, Senator Booker, but I appreciate you showing the coldness of this current administration's immigration policy. You know, the tragedy to me is that there's an opportunity to fix what is undoubtedly a broken immigration system. And yet we're into day 71, and Donald Trump has not proposed to us any proposals to fix the broken system. Instead, what he is doing is spending like a drunken sailor on an enforcement system that wastes tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. You described this harrowing experience that this Canadian woman had. And as I was listening to this 2-week ordeal that she went through, being transported from site to site, being processed and reprocessed, as the top Democrat on the Homeland Security Subcommittee of Appropriations, I'm just cataloging in my brain how much money that cost us. Ultimately, this was somebody working in the United States. This was somebody that posed no threat to United States citizens. But we probably spent several $1 million on that 2-week ordeal. overall, the Trump administration is going to blow through all of the money allocated to Border Patrol. They are going to have to come back to Congress for a massive additional appropriation, all at the same time that they are shuttering medical research in this country. They are closing down Social Security offices. There are measles outbreaks all across the country. Planes seem to be falling out of the sky as the FAA is enduring layoffs. There are consequences to these spending decisions. The amount of money that's being spent at the border, much of it wasted in a showy, ineffective response. The consequence of that is that the services that average everyday Americans need, like help on their Social Security claims, are being impacted. But we need to fix the broken immigration system. And we had an opportunity to do that last year when Republicans and Democrats came together and wrote a bipartisan border security bill that frankly would have allocated tens of billions of additional dollars, that would have fixed our broken asylum system, would have given the president new authorities. And Donald Trump instructed all the Republicans in this chamber to oppose it. In the end, I think 4 senators, including the author, Senator Langford, supported it, but every other Republican here opposed it. And the reason Donald Trump told them to oppose it was that he would fix it when he became president. But we are now in day 72, and there has not been a single proposal from Donald Trump to fix the broken immigration system. Just a whole bunch of spending, essentially money down the drain because the system itself needs to be reformed. And so it speaks to, my confident belief that Donald Trump does not want to fix our immigration system. He wants to keep this issue open as a sore in our politics. If I was wrong, he would have proposed legislation here to deal with the underlying inefficiency of the system instead of just throwing money at the problem. And so we will see what the result of this campaign is. We were told that immigrants to this country represented a very specific national security threat, that we needed to crack down on immigration, including expelling from this country legitimate asylum seekers, because that was what was necessary to protect the nation. Well, we'll see what the crime data tells us for the first few months of this administration. I have a feeling I already know what the story is. Crime is not going to have gone down. Why? Because, in fact, whether people want to acknowledge this or not, natural-born American citizens commit crimes at rates higher than first-generation immigrants or people born outside of the United States of America. But Senator Booker, I guess the question I want to ask you is this. I think you and I agree that Americans, right, left, and center, acknowledge that the immigration system is broken. I mean, they didn't love it when, they saw thousands of people crossing on an average day. And they know that when it takes 10 years to process an asylum claim, something's wrong, and that it, then just provides an incentive for people to come here without documentation. But my impression is that cross-section of Americans that believes that the existing immigration system is broken also believes 3 other things. One, that the way to fix it is to change the laws, and that they believe that we have not done our job until we have changed the laws. For instance, building a better asylum system. And once again, not a single proposal from the Trump administration on how to fix our broken immigration system. Not a single proposal. Second, I believe that they understand that immigration is a core strength of this nation, not a liability. And that if we want to thrive as an economy, we are going to have to bring people to this country legally. But to turn our backs on immigration as a mechanism to grow economically, that's not in line with what Americans believe, even those that think the existing system is broken. And then lastly, I just don't believe this country is as mean as Donald Trump thinks it is. Like, I get it that everybody wants this nation to be a nation of laws, but when an American citizen looks at a child with a medical condition, when an American citizen looks at an individual who will face certain death from a drug gang if they stay in their home country, when they look at individuals in war-torn nations overseas, they believe that America is strong enough, is big enough, is generous enough to be able to protect those people from harm. Why? Because that's what America always has been. And so this idea that President Trump has that Americans are mean and spiteful and don't want to help people just because they were born outside of the United States or their parents were born outside of the United States, I just don't think that's right. It obviously betrays the best traditions of this nation, but I think it also fundamentally misreads the American people. So I think people want our immigration to be fixed, system to be fixed, but I think they want us to do it. They understand the laws are broken. They do not want to abandon America's tradition of bringing people here from all around the world. They understand that our economy and our economic prosperity is linked to our ability to bring hardworking immigrants to this country, and they're just not as mean as Donald Trump thinks they are.
Senator, I appreciate your question, but I just have to say this to you. You worked so hard with Senator Lankford. And one of the things I have to say, and I hope I don't hurt his politics by telling people how much I love Senator Lankford, we disagree fundamentally on a lot of issues. Maybe that will help him. We both are people, though, of faith. We just recently were together at a massive, I think there must have been like 1,000 people there, maybe 500 at least, at a national prayer breakfast event. He's such a man of character. And what I like about him is I know his values because he every day tries to be a good Christian. And this idea of love thy neighbor, or you were a stranger in a strange land, I just kind of took a lot of pleasure watching you, my friend, who I know for the last 12 years, and him sit down in this honest, sincere negotiation. And let's be real, everybody on your side of the aisle didn't agree with you. And everybody before Trump's involvement on his side of the aisle didn't agree, but you guys had the makings of a comprehensive bill that would have passed. Now, I'll tell you also that I came here in 2013 right after a Gang of Eight had done the same thing. They actually got the bill out and it died in the House. There are people in America, despite Lankford and you, who many people would put on opposite sides of a political spectrum, that on these issues they agree. And why do they agree, Senator Murphy? Why? Because our economy is dependent upon immigration. You want to talk about a conservative-leaning group, center moderate Republicans, the Chamber of Commerce will tell you, the National Chamber of Commerce will tell you, our economy will be crippled if we don't find a way to bring more people in legally to work on work visas. When I go to the tech community or the biotech community or the AI community or the community is trying to go forward in quantum computing, all of them are saying this is crazy that we are not allowing this brightest minds on the planet, when they get here and get PhDs in half of Congress can't spell, that we kick them out of the country. There are so many points of agreement, like take Dreamers, who people on both sides of the aisle have held up as a group of people that are Americans in every way except for the piece of paper. They have no memory of another country. I could keep going through all the things in the immigration world we agree on, including the need to secure our southern border. And so I listen to you on this section, and I look at you, and I remember your frustrations. You're standing up in front of our caucus saying, we're so close.
Senator, yield?
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I just want to drill down on this for a moment, because it gets back to a theme that you've been hitting on throughout the evening and early morning. And that is, not everything has to be zero-sum politics, right? I mean, this is part of what is so exhausting about the last 71 days. For many, many Americans, I think it's part of why Donald Trump's approval ratings are sinking by the day, because, listen, you and I are pugilists when we need to be, right? I mean, we fight when we think that there's a worthy fight. That's what this is today. It's a fight. We understand it's a fight for our values. But we don't think everything has to be a fight. We see our jobs as standing up for our convictions, but then finding that common ground. I did not expect to be in that room with Senator Lankford. I was surprised pleasantly when we came to an agreement. You spent months and months hammering out really difficult criminal justice reform with a colleague of yours that you have equal numbers of disagreements with, because we feel like we have a call from our constituents to fight, but then find the common ground. But this administration has zero interest in common ground. Every single day, they wake up thinking only about conflict, thinking only about defeat of their opposition. And they have been frustrated because they've been trying to do a lot of illegal things, and the courts have been telling them no. They're now talking about extraordinary measures like impeaching judges or defunding the courts. Instead, they could reach out to Democrats. They could decide to do what every previous president has tried to do, which is, instead of ramming through a one-side-only policy on immigration, for instance, come to people of goodwill on the opposing party and try to work out a compromise. This is what exhausts the American people, is this administration's complete, total unwillingness to find common ground on anything. That is not where the center of this country is. And on the issue of immigration, we found common ground last year. It was hard. It did not satisfy everyone. But we have proven that on this issue, that is hot, that is difficult for even family members to talk about sometimes, that even on this issue of immigration, we can find that common ground. And so we are here, you are here, because there's a fight to be waged. But I think we both wish, on a litany of these topics, we were instead sitting down with our colleagues. But that is just not in the DNA of this administration. And that is part of why this president is becoming more and more unpopular by the day, is because they expect any president, to make at least a minimalist effort to try to reach out and find compromise. And that never happens from the Trump administration.
For the question I see in there, and I again, great presidents have great ideas they bring to Congress, and they fight to pull together and cobble together legislation that will last. The problem we have right now is this whiplash between Trump's executive orders and Biden's executive orders and Trump's executive orders, and it's not solving the problems. And we've shown that there's enough common ground to do something on them. But I don't want to stick with common ground now, actually, because there's some things in here that are not common ground, like private prisons. You know, I'm one of these folks that doesn't want to criticize. I've flown out to a private prison down south to get a tour, met really kind and nice people, but there is something problematic to me about a profit motive for imprisoning, shackling, detaining, and holding people. And this combination of that and a corporate reality where you are giving campaign contributions to people that will then turn around and give you government contracts to restrict the liberties of human beings. And the story that I read about this woman feeling like they lied to her lawyer and said if she had only said she could pay for her own flight home, but they were keeping her, and every day they were keeping her, they were getting more money from American taxpayers. This wasn't a system designed for justice. This isn't a system that's designed for the rights of human beings in our country. This is a system that has every day an incentive to deny the liberty, to hold people It's wrong. It's wrong. It's broken. And with a president that doesn't care about these things, that is giving greater latitude so that more stories like the Canadian woman's story, it's stunning. I want to keep moving, though. And I just want to talk about children and the way this system is extended to children. Last week, the government canceled a contract to provide legal services to 26,000 unaccompanied immigrant children. Remember what Anton Scalia said about due process in his strict interpretations of the literal writings of our founders. But 26,000 unaccompanied migrant children no longer have legal representation. We started on that idea. The 5th and the 14th Amendment. No one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. And our country has now rolled back. Trump got rid of a policy that prevented ICE from arresting kids at schools and people from their places of worship. Now, every day, families face the impossible choice of whether to send a kid to school and risk permanent separation from their families. Here's a story from New Jersey. And I quote, "Recently, when I was home in Newark, New Jersey, a woman in my neighborhood came up to me to tell me a heartbreaking story. One morning, she was on her way to walk to school, the mom of another child's children. I won't make this anonymous. One of my closest friends, she's like a sister to me. She lives in the Ironbound in Newark. And it was very emotional because her neighbors were so terrified that they came to her and asked her to walk their children to school. They're American children. There's so many teachers and school administrators who are speaking out now that they've been ordered that they must allow ICE to enter their schools. Trump has plans to revoke temporary protected status protection for hundreds of thousands of people from various countries, from Venezuela to Haiti, paving the way for those deportations. We know who they are. He's done this despite the State Department maintaining a level 4 do not travel warning to Haiti and Venezuela due to widespread violence, danger, sexual assaults, kidnappings, and more. He claims that he's tough on crime because he wants to go after child sexual abusers, but when you're sending children running into schools and churches and sending them back to environments that are known for sexual assaults on young girls. The Department of Justice, Office of Civil Rights, recently dropped its case it had filed against Southwest Key, the nation's largest provider of housing for migrant children, in which the DOJ alleged sexual abuse and neglect perpetrated against undocumented children in federal custody. It was a case that the DOJ brought against this company who houses migrant children because of alleged sexual abuse. And what did our government do under Trump? They dropped charges. They dropped charges. Why? Why? Children being sexually assaulted? It's not worth an investigation? Is it because the administration thinks that pursuing the lawsuit and holding perpetrators accountable will somehow interfere with their immigration agenda? They literally let alleged sex abusers go free with no explanation. The hypocrisy. The family detentions are restarted. They failed in the past to meet basic child welfare standards and exposed children to trauma. The President's own Department of Homeland Security concluded in 2018 that family detention centers posed a high risk of harm to children and families, and despite his own Department of Homeland Security back in 2018 saying that, they've restarted it. One of the points I want to make is crime. I was a mayor. The number one issue my residents were concerned about was fighting crime, fighting crime, fighting crime. I went back to New York recently for a horrible, tragic death of a police officer by a 14-year-old with a ghost gun. It was horrible to send off hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of police officers from all over our state, from New York. This police officer was murdered by a 14-year-old. I still pray for their family, his mom. And as I was standing there looking at this parade of police officers who were waiting for the casket, I had police officers come to me and complain that they're having harder and harder time in New Jersey solving crimes because now victims of crime, victims of sexual assault, victims of robbery who happen to be undocumented are afraid to go and talk to local police because of all this rhetoric that's creating the fear that they'll be turned over to ICE. Imagine in our country there are people out there that are sexually assaulting people but are getting away with it because they're targeting immigrants. And if you don't think that hurts American safety, you're wrong. Afraid to go and talk to police officers to report crimes. They're subverting people's constitutional rights. They're incarcerating people in foreign prisons who have no criminal records. The harms to children. We've talked about all of this, but diverting law enforcement resources away from investigating national security threats, terrorism, drug smuggling, human trafficking, illegal arms exports, financial crimes, and sex crimes, taking law enforcement away from investigating those crimes and forcing all federal law enforcement agencies to enforce low-level immigration crimes, or I should say undocumented people with no criminal activity beyond their being in our country. Reuters wrote about this misguided redirection of federal resources. I read their article. Federal agents who usually hunt down child abusers are now cracking down on immigrants who live in the U.S. illegally. Homeland Security investigators who specialize in money laundering are raiding restaurants and other small businesses looking for immigrants who aren't authorized to work. Agents who pursue drug traffickers and tax fraud are being reassigned to enforce immigration law. As U.S. President Donald Trump pledges to deport millions and millions of quote-unquote criminal aliens, thousands of federal law enforcement officers from multiple federal agencies are being enlisted to take on new work as immigration enforcers, pulling crime-fighting resources away from other areas, from drug trafficking and terrorism and sexual abuse and fraud. The account of Trump's push to reorganize federal law enforcement, the most significant since September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, is based on interviews with more than 20 current and former federal agents, attorneys, and other federal officials. Most had firsthand knowledge of the changes. Nearly all spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss. In quotes, I do not recall ever seeing this wide spectrum of a federal government resources all being turned towards immigration enforcement, said Teresa Cardinal Brown, a former Homeland Security officer who has been served in both Republican and Democratic administrations. When you're telling agencies to stop what you're doing and do this now, whatever else they were doing takes a back seat. In response to questions from Reuters, Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said the U.S. government is mobilizing federal and state law enforcement to find, arrest, and deport illegal aliens. The FBI declined to respond to questions about its staffing. In a statement, the FBI said it is protecting the U.S. from many threats. The Trump administration has offered no comprehensive accounting of the revamp, but it echoes the aftermath of 2001 attacks when Congress created the Department of Homeland Security and pulled together 169,000 federal employees from other agencies and refocused the FBI on battling terrorism. Trump's hardline approach to deporting immigrants has intensified America's already stark partisan divide. The U.S. Senate's number 2 Democrat, Dick Durbin, describes the crackdown as wasteful, misguided diversion of resources. It's making Americans less safe by drawing agents and officials away from fighting corporate fraud, terrorism, child sexual exploitation, and other crimes. The focus of immigration is drawing significant resources from other crime-fighting departments, according to the more 20 sources who spoke. Until January, pursuing immigrants living in the country illegally was largely the part of 2 agencies: ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Customs and Border Protection, with a combined staff of 80,000 other departments spent on crime. In Detroit, where immigration prosecutions have been rare, the number of people charged with immigration offenses rose from 2 in February to 19 last month. Case managements from the Justice Department show that fewer than 1% of the cases brought by prosecutors by the DEA-ATF over the past decade involved allegations that someone had violated immigration law. Since January, however, DEA agents have been ordered to reopen cases involving arrests up to 5 years old where prosecutors had declined to bring charges. As Trump and billionaire Elon Musk flash the size of the federal government bureaucracy, jobs that deal with immigration enforcement appear largely exempt. In January 31st email to ICE employees, a human resource official told them they wouldn't be eligible for retirement buyouts offered to some 2.3 million federal workers. All ICE positions are excluded, it said recently in a previously underreported email.
Madam President, will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. Senator, I have been listening to many of your hours of the speech, and you're talking about immigration now, and I have another question about the immigration policy. You know, I think all of us understand that it's absolutely essential that our country secure its borders. And from time to time, the country forgets that. But I think we've had this debate about immigration that's been going on for several years. And I don't know if the senator had an opportunity to address the opportunity we had in the Senate when last year there was a realization on the part of both the Republicans and Democrats that the only way we were going to get a secure border in a sensible, beneficial immigration policy was to work together. I know the senator was watching that very carefully. And we had the terrific work of Senator Langford from Oklahoma, Senator Murphy from Connecticut, and Senator Sinema, of course, from Arizona. And despite the enormous political tension that surrounds the immigration issue, and for understandable reasons, the three of them worked very hard and came together for a tripartisan proposal, in effect. Senator Sinema, of course, being the independent, who always played a constructive role in trying to bring the parties together. And what was included in that legislation was a major commitment embraced by Senator Murphy on behalf of the Democrats for border security. There was an acknowledgement we can't just we have to control our borders. It's really that simple. But when you control your borders, you also have the opportunity to have an immigration policy that the Congress and the President think will benefit the American people. And it benefits us, of course, if there's security at the border. But it also benefits us if we have legal immigration that is controlled by the American people. And, of course, you know, I've noticed that Elon Musk, who is against immigration, and he's for everything that the President Trump is for, he likes having very highly educated computer people that can help him go from very rich to even richer. So he carves out an exception for people that will be beneficial and helpful to him in his various enterprises. But, you know, we've got in Vermont a lot of dairy farms, and we have a tourist industry, and we have a real hard time filling those jobs. So legal immigration can really be helpful and constructive and beneficial to the people of the state of Vermont. And I know talking to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, many of us in our states have tourist industries and we have agricultural enterprises, just to mention two, where the reality is we don't have the number of people we need to fill those jobs. And, you know, it's not just a matter of paying more, because I do think we have to be very mindful that we want to do every single thing we can to help elevate the wages of American workers, which, by the way, this is a little bit of an aside. Why in the world haven't we raised the minimum wage? I mean, I know, Senator, you're for that, and I certainly am. But it astonishes me that we still have, what, is it $7, $7.50? I mean, it's unbelievable with the minimum wages. A lot of the states have raised it. Vermont certainly has. But we, on immigration, had the opportunity and the bill and the will to make enormous progress so that we'd have an immigration policy that secured the border, had the validation of bipartisan majorities in the House and in the Senate, would have also addressed issues about legal immigration that would help us strengthen our economy, and also would have included a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, folks who were brought here by their parents when they were 4 or 5 or 6 years old, and whose the only country they know is the United States itself. And, you know, my understanding from talking to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that there's an enormous amount of respect for many of these dreamers, many of whom have been heroes for us in the military. So this is not in my view, it's not a Republican-Democratic situation. It is a desire on the part of almost everyone in this body to accommodate a reality of a child being brought here by his parents, going to school, getting an education, serving their country, firefighters, Marines, teachers, doing all these things that are really helpful to our country and where they're here through absolutely no fault of their own. And if we were to require them to be deported, and that's That's an effort that the current administration is making. You'd literally be taking people who might be 30 or 40 years old now, have families, and send them back to the country from which their parents brought them, and they don't even speak the language. And, that obviously makes no sense. And when I talk to Vermonters who have very, very strong views about of having a strong border, and I ask them, what about this situation? They think, wait a minute, well, that's different. That's a person who lives here. That's like my neighbor. So I was so disappointed when we were on the cusp of being able to get this legislation passed, when then candidate Trump, in his candid way, said, kill it. And he was candid about why. It would, quote, give, quote, the Democrats a win. I never saw this as a win for Democrats. I saw this as a win for America. And, the reality is that when we have to do really hard things here, and we're not doing hard things these days, but when we're trying to do hard things that are really important for the American people, my experience is you really do have to get to a bipartisan place. Because, we've lost elections, and we lost the last one. And that is on us. It's not on the voters. They made a decision. That's their right to do. And we have to learn, and we have to listen. But when we were listening and hearing loud and clear from the American people that we want a secure border, and then we worked with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to get a secure border, why in the world would the leader of the party kill it? Why? I mean, we know the reason. He thought it was good politics. But this is not about what's good partisan politics. It's about what's good policy that's going to help the American people. So I'm really, among the many things you're focusing on, of course, is this question of immigration. And this is incredibly important, but I want it to be clear that I, as one member of the United States Senate, am absolutely all in for the immigration reform that we need, and that is a secure border. That is legal immigration as we determine the type of immigration that will be beneficial to the American people and sustainable. And it also includes a pathway to citizenship for these children, in many cases, who were brought here by their parents, who had no agency, no involvement whatsoever in the decision to come here, how they got here. Pardon me. For those of us who don't stay up all night, some of us use alarms to wake up. So pardon me for being here earlier than I thought I'd be here, and you're here later than maybe than you thought. But it's such a privilege for you, and it's such a privilege for me. It's such a privilege for the other 98 citizens of this country who serve with us in the United States Senate, that any chance we get to do something that's helpful to the people we represent, don't we want to grab it? Don't we want to do it? And does it matter if our name lives in memory that we were here? It doesn't. What matters is what we do here. And whether, when we leave, we can look back and have the satisfaction of knowing we gave it our best. And I hope, there's enormous pressure on folks in this job from the cross currents of the political world that we live in. And all of us are fallible, and all of us have plenty of opportunity to get it wrong, and we do. But what I've seen in the people I've admired on both sides of the aisle, and I think of Senator McCain, who Senator Murphy worked with so much, there was a heart and soul to that man. And it was the heart and soul in his spirit that guided him. And when I think about immigration and we're talking about how tough it is, he worked together with the so-called Gang of Eight to come up with a reform that the Senate passed years ago. I was in the House then, and I remember being so excited when I heard that the Senate had actually come up with a proposal that just made sense. It wasn't perfect. What is? You know, Senate to earth. What's perfect? We do the best we can. That's about it. But you know what? When I say that's about it, that's what life is. Do your best. And then move on. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why I think, Senator, the bipartisanship, which we don't have now at all, but why it has to ultimately, we have to have enough humility to understand that neither side has the answers. And where we try in earnest to come up with the best solution we can at the moment, where we listen to each other, what happens is that if we didn't get it fully right, and we never will, we understand that we have an opportunity to fix it and make it better based on that experience. And when there's just our way or the highway, there's no resolution and no progress. Number one, you don't get the bill passed, as we saw with the immigration bill. And then number two, if you get it passed, the other side just tries to tear it apart and repeal it, as opposed to improve it. Now, every single one of us knows that the American people want progress. But when what we're talking about was something as hard, it truly is hard, the issue of immigration. We're talking something that's hard politically. That spirit of wanting to get to a solution that was what animated the work of Senator Lankford, Senator Murphy, and Senator Sinema. They wanted to get to a solution, even though they had significantly different points of view going in on what was the right outcome. But they wanted to get to a solution, and where they represented the points of view of the disparate views of our caucus. And they came up with a compromise that by all accounts would be such a better place for us to be now than what we're in. No progress. We haven't been able to act on that immigration bill since the Senate acted with the leadership of Senator McCain and others. And I was mentioning how excited I was. I was in the House at the time, and I was so excited that this bill came over. And, you know, Vermonters were asking me all the time, Peter, we've got to do something about our borders. We've got to do something to make sure our farmers don't fear having their farms raided and them not being able to milk their cows. It's that essential, right? And I'm talking a lot of pretty conservative people, right, who politically sometimes agree with me, sometimes don't. But what was so exciting to me was that on the cusp of this coming to the House, I was thinking, I'm going to have a chance to vote for secure immigration, for securing our borders, a rational immigration plan, and I'm going to be able to give a fairness to the dreamers. I was so excited about that. And then what happened is it was announced that the House would not even take up the bill. And why? It was the same reason the then candidate Trump proposed to his colleagues, or to his party members in the House, or pardon me, in the Senate, kill it. And why was that? really, in all candor, it's the most cynical of all reasons. Sometimes people in politics prefer to have the issue that they can fight about rather than use the responsibility and opportunity they have to solve the problem. And that's pretty much what happened with that. And here we are, and we're seeing it again. You know, there's another thing that's happening with the immigration policies of the current administration. There's a lot of cruelty that's part of it. You know, yes, we have to have a secure border. Yes, criminals who came here illegally should be deported. But should the consensus that we have about a secure border, about the legitimacy of deporting criminals who are here illegally, be used to justify a wholesale roundup where the people who are rounded up are almost randomly picked up? You know, some may be on the basis of good information, but it's clear in this roundup where so many people were flown to the jails in El Salvador that the minimal amount of due process, which is inquiry into who is this person, where are they from, does that tattoo mean they're in a gang, or is that a tattoo of mob? Are we a society where we don't provide that minimal inquiry? It's called due process. Our country was founded on it. And it appears in many cases we haven't done that. You know, and then what we're seeing also is that a number of people are being rounded up who are here legally. They're here on a student visa. And they published an opinion in a school newspaper expressing their point of view about the suffering in the Middle East. And this country, of course, is founded, among other things, on the First Amendment right to free speech. And it's a pretty astonishing thing that people who express that, who are here legally, by the way, legally, I want to emphasize that, are suddenly confronted by people who are essentially wearing masks, put in handcuffs, taken away, and then put in a jail at some unknown place until maybe days later you find out where they are. How does that solve the border crisis? How does that protect the liberties that have been the hallmark of the United States of America since the Constitution? It is cruel. You have a person who essentially disappears, and that's a term I know Senator Murphy used once, and I think, unfortunately, accurately. So, you know, we have a challenge, you know, and it's really not who wins this vote and who wins that vote. And it's not even who's in the majority and who's in the minority. Because this country only works, and this Senate only works, when whatever your political views are, you approach the problems that America has from the perspective of your obligation as a United States Senator to make progress, to make it better. And you know, I was in the state Senate for 13 years. I'm not going to say my life's been downhill since then. But what I so appreciated about the Vermont Senate, and I learned working with other people there, bipartisan doesn't have a meaning almost now, because it's like you've got to be on one side or the other. But I remember when I first went to the state Senate, Senator Booker, I won an election that was an upset. So I was feeling pretty good about myself. And when I got there, it was a majority in the Republican Party. And I was ready to cause trouble. And not necessarily in the John Lewis good way, all right? It might have been more of a Peter Welch ego way. So I had a lot to learn. And what I remember was showing up in these two Republican senators who were just really icons for me in my life, as it turns out. They and the lieutenant governor made decisions about who would be on what committees. And I really wanted to be on the finance committee. But that's not a committee you get on when you just show up and you've won an election and you're acting like you're more important than you are. And they put me on the finance committee. And I said, I'm doomed. And the reason is I knew I had to cooperate. They've been so good to me and so generous. They gave me a seat at the table. And it was such a thrill for me to be able to actually sit at the table with these people that I held in such high regard and who knew so much more than me. But they invited me in. They didn't push me aside just because I had different points of view and was from a different party. You know, a few years later, I became Senate president, so I had a lot to do with who was on what committees. And I remember I started then the process that we still do in Vermont, and I appointed a number of Republicans to chair committees. And I was in the Senate a second time with the now governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, and he became the chair of the Institutions Committee, which is kind of that's a big deal in Vermont. And when I tell folks we did that in Vermont, where sometimes you'd appoint somebody who's on the other party, they want me to have a mental status exam around here. You know, you just don't do that kind of thing. But, you know, what I do know and what I do see is that there are a lot of people here who do have that, I'll call it the Murphy-Langford cinema attitude. Let's solve the problem. Let's make progress. Let's find a way where we can move ahead. And, you know, you're talking about immigration, which, because we've been going round and round on this for so long without making progress, it's almost creating this cul-de-sac or this sinkhole where people think it's pointless. Why even talk about it? Why try to solve it? Can't be done. Well, we know it can be done because we are the people here, 100 of us, that actually have the ability to do it. And I would say we have the responsibility to do it because it's a serious issue that faces the American people. And they're entitled to the safety of a secure border. The Dreamers are entitled to some justice and respect for the commitment they've made to being fully participating citizens here in the United States. So I just applaud the efforts of my colleagues who, despite all of the outside noise, do want to make some progress. When we don't make progress, we descend into a bad place. You know, yes, deport a criminal. Our people are entitled to safety. People are not entitled to come here illegally, and people who are illegally certainly are not entitled to commit any crimes. But when we go round and round and just use the challenge of immigration reform as a political cudgel, we end up going into some pretty dark places, and that's where we're heading now, where a person gets rounded up who's legally here because the administration doesn't like the opinion they expressed. It's not that they're opinion was necessarily subversive. But it's not even wrong. It's debatable. You and I would have a free opportunity to debate. What should be our policy in the Middle East? What should be our policy on immigration? But the administration decides that speech I don't like. Arrest that person. Disappear that person. And then we get into debates that are really not about making progress, but mutual recrimination. So I'm, just very delighted that you're focusing a good part of your effort here on the vital question of immigration. I do hope, I haven't been watching everything, but if it's okay, I just want to direct your attention to these tariffs that are happening a little bit, and I know you're going to have an opportunity to talk about a fair number of things. You already have. But I've never seen anything so dumb and reckless as these tariffs on Canada. We have a library in Newport, Vermont, Derby Line, actually, the Haskell Free Library. Half of it is in Vermont, half of it is in Canada. Is that cool or what? Canadians come in what I call the back door, but they call the front door, and we come in the front door, which they call the back door. And we read books together. We've had this library for decades. And I was with we had a round table up in the Canadian border, Canadian-Vermont border. And the member of parliament from Stansfield, which is the town next to Newport, Madame Bibeau, was with us. And when we were with some folks who ran businesses on the Vermont side and on the Canadian side, and some of whom had operations on both sides, most of these were family businesses. Some were very large, some were small. And it ranged from like farmers, and they on the Vermont side who got their a lot of their fertilizer from Canada, and that's true, by the way, all across the northern border. So it can be Minnesota, it can be Idaho. So many of our farmers all along the Canadian-American border have cross relationships with Canada. They get their fertilizer. It's going to cost 25% more. And we all know how hard our farmers work. Nobody works harder. The margins of what they make is tiny. And you add a 25% tariff. I mean, these people are just, they don't know what's going to happen. And our maple syrup makers, back and forth, we get a lot of syrup from Canada and blend it and make it into products with Vermont syrup. Canada's the biggest producer of maples, the second best maple syrup in the world. Vermont is the biggest producer of the best maple syrup in the world in the United States. But the equipment is largely made in, that our sugar makers use, is largely manufactured in Canada. 25% tariff on that. That's going to hammer the Vermont maple producers. Again, they operate on a small margin. And a lot of these farms, as you know, and the sugar producers, or we've got a family company up there, second generation, that makes high quality furniture. These are family businesses, and they have tight margins. They're competing. They're really working hard. The Northeast Kingdom is really a pretty low-income part of Vermont, with wonderful, incredibly hardworking people who are very proud of where they live and who they are and who their neighbors are. They're asking really tough questions about how they can make it and whether they can stay in business. And this is not the same as immigration, but there's an element here that is the same as immigration. shouldn't any policy that we pursue start with the premise that will do no harm? So, Madam President, it might be a policy you're advocating, and I know when you served in your previous job, you'd be wanting to make certain that what you did no harm. In fact, you'd be insisting that it did some good. And my question with the tariffs is whether the administration is starting out from the premise that I think all of us should start with. Yeah, we may have an idea. We hope it might work. But we got to make sure it does no harm.
I'm sorry, I was going to answer that question, but
yeah, go ahead.
Did the senator finish his question?
Yeah, well, that's a long question, and I'm waiting for a long answer.
Okay. I want to first start by saying that the senator has a reputation around this place, that there's a deep, penetrating goodness that's in you. I love to watch my Senate colleagues when the other people are not. It's a habit of mine because I think what you do when no one is watching is really telling. There's a belief I have that someone who is nice to you but not nice to the waiter is not a nice person. And we have a body full of people that show some deep, decent goodness. You are one of those people, and what I love about watching you is that it could be the farthest ideological person away from you, and you just have this, like you look at people like you see their divinity. Whether it's the person at the highest position, a leader of the Senate on either side, or someone who holds the door. What I love about you is when I watch you, you're one of the senators. Some people just keep to their side of the aisle. I always look up and I find you over there talking to somebody. And I just rely on that decency in you as a friend. And I've come to love you like a brother. And I want to thank you for being here before your alarm in the morning goes off. It really touches me. And I don't know if you remember this, but about 12 hours ago, you sat right here and you embraced me in a hug. And I leaned on that hug because I wasn't sure that I would even make it 12 hours. I take strength from you, my friend. And I take strength from you to hold to my kindness, to look for it everywhere. This is a story I don't think I've ever shared with you, but it speaks to how we get things done and how we should get things done. But when I first got to the United States Senate, my mentor, Bill Bradley, gave me 3 real lessons for me to learn. I think I've obeyed 2 out of the 3. One was to know the rules of procedure really well. That's the one I've probably failed. I'm still learning things 13 years into this about the rules of procedure. The second one was become a specialist in some areas. Don't be a mile wide and an inch deep, and I feel like I've done a pretty good job on that. But the one that he called me that was most fruitful, I've already mentioned one of the benefits I had in doing this with John McCain earlier in this 12 hours. But he commanded me to go and meet with all your Republican colleagues, take them out to dinner, sit with them for lunch, whoever they are. I went out to dinner with Ted Cruz. It was hard to find a restaurant because I'm a vegan and Ted Cruz is from Texas. But I still remember that we went out and how people were sort of shocked just to see 2 human beings breaking bread. But the story I want to tell my friend about is when I went to see Jim Inhofe, Republican from the same state as Lankford. And I couldn't get him to meet with me. Couldn't get on his schedule. And I found out that he had Bible study in his hideaway. And so I go up to his hideaway for Bible study. Thune was there. And we all have implicit biases. We all have implicit biases. My implicit bias was that I did not expect this older, conservative man that I would walk in and see on his mantle this beautiful picture centered of him hugging a little black girl. I'm embarrassed by that. that it so surprised me. And I, especially in those days, I didn't talk to the senior giants in the Senate. I didn't call them by their first names. I still have a problem calling Senator Durbin by his first name, for example. He is a lion of the Senate, in my opinion, and one of the kindest people to me since I've been here. But so I go to him, I go to Jim Inhofe, I go, "Mr. Chairman, sir?" And I look at the picture and I go, "Who dat?" And he smiles and chuckles. And then he tells me the most beautiful story of his family adopting this little black girl out of some of the most terrible circumstances. And I was so moved. And thinking about my friend Bill Bradley, I would have never known this incredibly beautiful thing about somebody who ideologically we disagreed on so many things, but knowing this personal moment, it created this thread between us. Not a rope, not a cord, but a thread that connected me to him and had created a deeper affection. So fast forward many months in this body, and there's a big education bill, which Chris Murphy referenced earlier. A big education bill was going through the Senate because No Child Left Behind, we were going back the other way. And Senator Durbin has told me about this. Pendulum sometimes swings and swings back in this place. And it was a deal. Lamar Alexander was in the well of the Senate. He was the manager of the bill, and there was no amendments allowed. No amendments allowed. And of course, I'm sitting back here. This is where I sat. And you talk about egos. My ego think I had this great amendment, and I was frustrated that they were having this rule, no amendments. But I got a great amendment to do something about homeless and foster children that have the worst educational outcomes. And I thought I had a modest amendment to try to make a difference for American children that are in foster care or that were homeless. And I'm frustrated. I'm sitting back here, something that I dream of doing again one day, sitting, and just kind of upset. And then I see walking through those doors Senator Jim Inhofe, and he walks to the well, kind of talking, and I remember the story he told me about this little black girl and his family, and something tells me to get up, and I walk into the well, down these steps, and I say to him, "Mr. Chairman, sir, I know how much you care for children in tough circumstances. I have an amendment," and I explained my amendment to him, and he looked at me and he gave me the Senate version of no, which is, "I'll think about it." And I got frustrated, and I said, "Thank you, sir, for considering it." And I walked back, and I sat down right here. And then when I picked my head up, he's marching into our side like you do on the other side. Like his GPS coordinates were off, marches up to me, and just sort of grunts at me, "I'm in." And then turns around and starts walking away from me, and I step up. I go, "Wait, excuse me, what do you mean?" He goes, "Cory, I'm going to co-sponsor your amendment." And I was so happy. And now I go over to Senator Grassley. You say the same thing to him, a relationship that, thanks to Dick Durbin, I really bonded. I have this sweet relationship with him, even though, again, we disagree on so much. And he doesn't even make me wait. He looks at me and he goes, "You got Inhofe?" And he signs on my... By the time I go to Lamar Alexander, I look at him and I'm like, I got a full house. I'm sorry, I got no other Democrats, but I got all these Republicans. And he looks at me, he laughs, and he goes, "Really?" And he puts the amendment on the bill. It's the law of the land now. And so what you said in the beginning of your long wind-up question, my dear friend, my dear brother, is how real change is made. That man, Dick Durbin, when I first got to the Senate, he knew how much I cared about criminal justice reform. He brought me to the table. I started working. As I presided, I started working in conversations with Mike Lee and conversations with Chuck Grassley. We cobbled together a bill. It wasn't done by executive fiat. It was done in the Senate. 87 votes. It's the law of the land. Thousands have been liberated from unjust incarceration. And so my point to the senator is his spirit is so right, is so true about what it takes to make real change. But the president we have right now doesn't seem to be coming to this body with any kind of bold bipartisan legislation to solve the problems of our nation, to cobble together the common ground of this country on immigration. No, he is not acting like that. He is using language like presidential primacy. He's defending his corrupt practices in immigration by saying things like presidential primacy. He's invoking the Alien Enemies Act. He's evoking the Alien Enemies Act, an act from the 1700s to deny due process, which Anton Scalia, a textualist, says that whether you're born in this country or not, you have due process here. The Constitution states only one thing twice. Both the 5th and the 14th Amendments say that no one, not no citizen, no one shall be deprived of liberty or property without due process of law, and yet this president is disappearing people. And as we documented here, disappearing the wrong people. As we documented here, detaining unjustly Americans, separating families, all while pushing his agenda and doing things that the values of people on both sides of this aisle don't believe in, like stopping the investigation of children for alleged sexual molestation. This is wrong. And I sat down with some of the advocates who were telling me and who were trying to fight to stop the law from being broken, and they scared me, Dick Durbin. Because they said what I said on this floor: if someone is willing to violate the Constitution for some, it endangers the constitutional rights for us all. Do not think this is, those people. If they are violating rights of some, it is a threat to the rights of all. I am standing here because of a national crisis that is growing. We talked about Social Security. We talked about health care. We talked about education. This is a crisis for us. And this is what the person said. They talked about the Insurrection Act. They've been hearing people in the administration talk about the Insurrection Act. Every person in this Congress and across the country wants a safe and secure border, but scapegoating immigrants to erode basic constitutional freedoms does not make America safer, does not make our community safer, does not reform our immigration system like we should be doing in a bipartisan manner like Lankford and Murphy. It does not stand our long-standing problems from our agricultural industry to our tech industry. History has shown that when due process and basic constitutional rights are eroded for some people, it does not stop. It continues to erode. The shoreline that kept you safe will shrink until it reaches you. I am reminded of German pastor Martin Niemöller's quote about fascism in Germany. They came for the socialists, and I did not speak up because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. And no one was left to speak. Well, everything that has happened in the last few months contradicts American values, shared values. I am most concerned about what this signals for the future and the potential invocation of this president of the Insurrection Act. Some of our country's most prominent lawyers have warned that the invocation of these two antiquated laws, the Alien Enemies Act and the Insurrection Act, may result in the true erosion of our constitutional rights. Trump's recent invocation of the Alien Enemies Act is the first step. Disappearing people without due process, as Justice Scalia says is wrong. And then on the first day in office, Trump directed the Secretaries of Defense and Homeland Secretary, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretaries of Homeland Security, Trump directed them to initiate a 90-day review to determine whether the president should invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807. That 90-day review, when do those 90 days come up, folks? This month, in 19 days, April 20th. The President of the United States, who's already invoked a 1780-something law, also asked his immigration folks, his Homeland Security folks, to do a 90-day review about the Insurrection Act of 1807. Now, there's people probably watching and say, what is the Insurrection Act? I bet a lot of folks, I had to look up what the Alien Enemies Act was. So let me tell folks what the Insurrection Act, that our president, on his first day in office, of all the things a president has to do, he turned to the Secretaries of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security to initiate a 90-day review of the Insurrection Act. America, what is the Insurrection Act of 1807? It's among the president's most powerful authorities that he can deploy the U.S. armed forces and militia during a national emergency. He can declare a national emergency. This president has already wrongfully declared a national emergencies. He declared a national emergency on energy. Senator Kaine talked about the outrageousness of somebody declaring a national emergency on energy when we were at the highest level of petrochemical extraction in our country's history. And until he started rolling back what we were doing on wind and solar, we had an all-of-the-above strategy. Nobody drilled more than Joe Biden. The Insurrection Act gives the ability of the president to declare a national emergency to suppress insurrections, to quell civil unrest or domestic violence, and enforce the law when he believes it's being instructed. When can the president invoke the Insurrection Act? Well, nothing in the text of the law defines insurrection, rebellion, or domestic violence. Those are the prerequisites for deployment, but they don't define those things. One of Trump's first executive orders, signed the evening he took office on January 20th, was titled, Declaring a National Emergency at the Southern Border of the United States. In that order, he said American sovereignty is under attack. He has already declared a national emergency. Neither Congress nor the courts played a role in deciding what constitutes an obstruction or a rebellion. If Trump does unlawfully invoke the Insurrection Act, he can conceivably use our military to carry out his deportation agenda within our country's borders. All while any due process or opportunity to prove that their presence in the U.S. is lawful, or even that they are a citizen. Trump himself said he wants to deport American citizens to foreign countries. Trump himself has said, I want to deport American citizens to foreign countries. On February 4th, he said, and I quote, I'm just saying, if we had a legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if we do or not. We're looking at it right now. This is what he has asked his Secretary of Defense and his Secretary of Homeland Security to say, can I invoke the Insurrection Act? So don't be mistaken. This is not just about immigrants. This is not just denying immigrants the due process that Anton Scalia said that immigrants have a right to, so you don't disappear the wrong people like the Trump administration has done. That you don't wildly disagree with what a citizen is saying and use that as a pretext to disappear them. He is creating the pretext to invoke that 1807 law, the Insurrection Act. And if he does that when they came for the immigrants and denied them due process, he is trying to get us to surrender our commitment to the constitutional guarantees that Americans have. He has said he would deport Americans if he could. When the president denies due process to some in America, it threatens the due process of all. Let's see what happens on April 20th if this president, who's already invoked the Alien Enemies Act, follows through and invokes the Insurrection Act. But why wait till April 20th? Raise your voice now, stand up now, do something now, cause some good trouble now. Let this president know that if he does ever do that, there will be a rising up of people's voices, a rising up of good trouble, as John Lewis would say, to say, not in my country, this is unacceptable.
Will the senator yield for a question?
To Senator Dick Durbin, somebody who's been my mentor and friend, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. I first want to acknowledge this extraordinary moment in the history of the Senate. I believe you've been holding the floor now for more than 10 hours, and perhaps we'll go on it even longer. And you've been joined by your colleague and friend, Senator Murphy of Connecticut. And I'm sorry to take the early morning shift, but I didn't want to miss this moment in history, not just for the historic nature of it, but for the substance of it as well. I just remind my colleague and fellow member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, it was only 3, maybe 4 weeks ago that we had witnesses before the Judiciary Committee, and I asked a question, and one of them is pending on the calendar, the executive calendar on the floor. His name is Dean Sauer of Missouri, and he's seeking the position of Solicitor General of the United States. Along with him was the lady aspiring to be the Assistant Deputy Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, and Aaron Reitz, who has been approved by the Senate for a legal policy position. And the questioning went to the basics of our Constitution, which you have noted here today. And that is, what is the check and balance on a president? What is the accountability of a president under the Constitution? As I read it, and I don't profess to be expert, I'm still learning. As I read it, the accountability of the president is in Article 2, and Article 3, Article 3, the judiciary. Ultimately, the president can be held accountable by impeachment in Congress or by decision of court that some of the orders that he is promulgating are inconsistent with law and the Constitution. And the question that was asked of the witnesses who are seeking positions in the Department of Justice, can a public official defy a court order? It seems so fundamental and basic. The answer is no, of course, but these 3 witnesses all equivocated in their own ways, which raises a question: if this president is not held accountable by a court order, what then can control a president who misuses their office to the detriment of the nation or the people who live here? And that, I thought, was a fundamental question. It was interesting to note, you may remember, that one of our Republican colleagues on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, after hearing these witnesses equivocate on whether a public official can defy a court order, came to the committee and basically said, "What are you saying?" The answer is obvious. You can criticize a decision of the court within the bounds of propriety as a member of the bar. You can appeal a decision of the court, but if that doesn't satisfy you, your recourse is to quit, resign, leave. The Constitution has the last word. The courts have the last word. And I think that's a question that you're raising today. Where is the accountability of the President of the United States when he misuses the power of office? In the cases that you've mentioned, the Alien Enemies Act, it's a law that's been around since, I think, 1807 or somewhere that time. I think it's clear, unless you have declared a war or unless you are invaded, you cannot invoke the Alien Enemies Act as this president has done. And he's being challenged in that regard. Yesterday, our friend, Senator Grassley, who chairs the Judiciary Committee, and I say friend, some people back home say, don't say that anymore. We don't talk to those people. They're wrong. This is a body where we do talk to one another, and we should. for good reason. Well, he raised a question yesterday, why is President Trump being challenged so often in court? Well, he has issued 102 executive orders. I don't know if that's a record, but I'll bet it is. 102 executive orders questioning something as basic as birthright sovereignty, birthright citizenship. And so the point that I'm getting to is, in obvious situations here where President Trump has gone too far, where is the accountability? It's not going to be an impeachment. We're realists. We know that the Republican House of Representatives is not likely to ever consider that. It could be in the courts. And if it goes to the courts, the question is, will this president follow a court order if it goes against his policy? And if he won't follow that court order, where is the accountability? Where is the check and balance? Where is the constitutional framework, which is supposed to be at the foundation of this democracy? I think you're raising important questions. In the Insurrection Act, the use of our military for political purposes is a frightening prospect. It's something we have avoided throughout our history and should continue to. And I just commend you for raising this point because I believe it's timely. It's as timely as the questions that we asked of these Department of Justice nominees about the enforceability of court orders. And the question is now, will the American people speak up? I'm counting on some of our Republican friends to speak up too. Throughout history, there have been moments when the party other than the president's party showed extreme courage, political courage, and spoke up. We need that kind of voice now. I thank you for raising that on the floor this morning. My question to you is, at this moment in time, as we ask these nominees whether they would follow a court order or defy a court order, doesn't that get to the basics of our constitutional democracy?
Yes, it does. I mean, you put forth this litany that where we have to ask ourselves is, at what point do my colleagues in the House or the Senate and the Republican Party say, enough? God bless John Kennedy for calling out the absolute absurd. I was in that hearing where you have nominees for some of the highest positions in the administration failing to say that they will abide by a court order. I mean, that is something we haven't heard people on either side of nominees just say so bluntly now, not yes, I will follow the orders of a court. They're equivocating. And God bless one of my colleagues, John Kennedy, who said that's absurd. You either obey the order or you resign because we have a constitution. And so when is it enough? When is it enough? This is the month of Passover, and there's a wonderful song I love singing when I'm at a Pesach, the Dayenu. It would have been enough, is the song, if God just delivered us from Egypt. It would have been enough if he parted the seas. It would have been enough. Dayenu, Dayenu, Dayenu. This is a kind of a twisted version of that. When is it enough? When the President of the United States starts a meme coin on his first day, violating the emoluments clause immediately and enriching himself. When is it enough? When he takes an agency that is on the front lines of stopping infectious diseases like Ebola or tuberculosis-resistant, drug-resistant tuberculosis from coming here. Is that enough? When we created that in Congress and he has no right to stop that agency, would that have been enough? When is it enough for him to issue executive orders that trample on the highest ideals of this land? When he mocks members of the court so badly that even the current Chief Justice admonishes him? When is it enough? When Elon Musk is indiscriminately firing people and then realizing, oops, we need the FAA safety folks. Oops, we need the nuclear folks who are helping us keep our regulation. When is it enough that you will say, okay, I'll call them in and have a hearing to create some transparency in what he's doing? When is it enough when he activates the Alien Enemies Acts and starts disappearing human beings without due process? When is it enough? Well, it's enough for me. It's enough for me. 12 hours now I'm standing and I'm still going strong because this president is wrong. And he's violating principles that we hold dear and principles in this document that are so clear and plain. The powers of the Article 1 branch are spelled out, and he is violating them. Don't take my word for it. Republican appointed judges, Democrat appointed judges are saying it and stopping him, and then he maligns the judge that did that. When is it enough for people to speak out and not just fall in line, to put patriotism over a person that's in the White House? So to your question, sir, to my friend, and I'm sorry to get a little animated at this early morning hour, but I am so frustrated. And not just because of that, but I'm reading the stories. We're going into the next section, which is national security, and I'm reading the stories of our citizens of this country. Not just New Jerseyans. There's a lot we've read in these 12 hours, but there are people from all over the country are reaching out to my office, and I know they are yours. You're the second highest ranking Democrat in here. I know they're reaching out to you because you're a man that stands for justice. I know they reach out to your office too because you're one of these outposts for sanity in a Congress that is being too complicit to an executive that is overstepping his authority and violating the Constitution and hurting people who rely on health care and Social Security. I'm reading these stories, sir, because the voices of the Americans that don't have the privilege that the 100 of us don't get to stand here, but I believe the power of the people is greater than the people in power. That's the ideals of our democracy and our Constitution. So I'm rip-roaring and ready. I'm wide awake. I'm going to stand here for as many hours as I can, 12 hours, and I recognize that my other friend, another person I consider more than a friend, like a sister to me, from the state of New York, my neighbor.
Senator Booker, would you yield for a question?
My sister, for you, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Senator Booker, I've been listening to this debate all night, and I got to say, you're on fire. And you're on fire because the American people are very, very angry about what is happening. They are not happy with what this administration has done. It's contrary to what was promised. It's contrary to what was expected. And I know we're going to talk about national security in a few minutes, but can I ask a question about one of the topics you talked about last night? Because it was exactly what my constituents were talking to me about yesterday. So I was in New York yesterday, and we talked about these cuts to Social Security. I have to say, I was stopped by the gentleman who worked at Amtrak and said, Madam Senator, I just want to thank you for protecting my Social Security. That has never happened to me before. Never happened at Amtrak to be stopped by someone who worked there to thank me for one thing I had done that day. But I'm telling you, Senator Booker, when Elon Musk starts firing people at Social Security and tells the Social Security Administration, you cannot answer the phone, what are our mothers and fathers and grandmothers and grandfathers supposed to do? Many of them are not readily available to be on a computer. Many of them can't ask their question online. And worse, Elon Musk is expecting them to show up in person at a Social Security office. How many of our older Americans are not able to drive anymore or are uncomfortable driving? How many of our older Americans feel uncomfortable getting in the subway to get to a Social Security Administration because there's stairs or because the lighting's not good enough? These are the challenges that our older Americans have. And so I just want to talk about the things you told us last night about the risk to Social Security. Social Security is our seniors' money. It's not the government's money. It's their money. So what happens when you make it hard for a senior to call and make sure their check's on the way, or their check never showed up and they can't find it? For a lot of older Americans, that Social Security check is the only money they have for that month. It pays for food, right? It pays for heating bills. It pays for their medicine. It pays for their rent. It pays for everything they need to survive. And Elon Musk's office doesn't believe anybody should be answering the phones. Who is he to tell America how to run its Social Security Administration when our seniors need those checks? They've crippled the phone service, even though, get this one, can't answer the phone, crippled the phone service, you can only make an appointment on the phone. So how are you supposed to make an appointment if you are going to go in? I mean, that's absurd. They plan to cut 7,000 staff. That's a lot of staff. 7,000 staff, even though the Social Security Administration staffing is already at a 50-year low. So they are lying when they are saying this is about efficiency. They just want the money. And what do they want the money for? Tax cuts for billionaire buddies of Elon Musk. It is an obscenity. It is an absurdity. It is an outrage. And everyone in America should be concerned. Hands off our Social Security, Elon Musk and President Trump. Hands off. They are rallying all across the country to say, hands off my Social Security, hands off my Medicare, hands off my Medicaid. It's an outrage, and I don't think people should stand for it. Because your Social Security check is your hard-earned money. It is not for Elon Musk to play with, to shift around, or send it to tax breaks for his billionaire friends. Now, I have to say, my office has been working closely with one senior. Now, she's a New Yorker with a disability, and she was told that she had to call a specific representative's extension by the end of March. Well, that was yesterday. And if she didn't get this person, her application could be denied. She's called every day, sometimes more than once a day. She has been on hold for 4 to 5 hours just to reach this representative. As of yesterday, when we reached out to her, she had still not reached the representative. So Americans across the country are panicked. They are stressed. They are worried that they won't get their hard-earned money back, their retirement, to pay for the things that they need. Now, this is the money they've spent their entire careers paying into. You know, every time you get a paycheck, Senator Booker, there's a line that says Social Security because that money's been taken out of your paycheck and put into Social Security, so it's there for you when you retire. It's your retirement. The page is sitting here right here. You are paying into your Social Security. Now imagine this is your first paycheck, isn't it? I bet it is your first paycheck. Your first paycheck, you're putting in dollars that, you know, you want saved so that when you can't even imagine what it's going to be like to be 65. But the day you're working here, the fact that you spent all night here supporting Senator Booker, that's your retirement. Wouldn't you be pissed off if Elon Musk took your retirement money? You should be. He doesn't have any right to it. And what he's doing is he's doing it by cutting staff. So if you need help because your Social Security didn't arrive, then how are you supposed to get that check? They can't issue you a new one unless they know that it didn't show up in the mail like it's supposed to. Ultimately, cutting individuals from Social Security doesn't just affect them, it affects the entire economy. So you can imagine if all our seniors are getting this Social Security benefit, you can't go then buy your groceries. You're not going to be able to then go buy whatever you need for your home. Those stores will get less money, and that means there'll be less resources in the economy. Social Security, if you didn't know it, it's our country's largest anti-poverty program. It keeps people out of poverty. That's what it does. When we designed Social Security, however many decades ago, it was so that our seniors don't die in poverty, because they were dying. About half of seniors at that time were dying in poverty. They didn't have enough food to live. And so we created Social Security. It's one of the most popular programs. It's one of the most effective programs. So reducing access to this key program, Senator Booker, is an outrage. It's harmful, it's cruel, it's hurtful. So I know that this is something that you've really spent a lot of time on last night, but don't you think it's cruel to not allow phone service? Don't you think it's wrong to make it harder for people to get access to their hard-earned money? Don't you think this is something that America did not sign up for in this election?
I read last night, thank you for the question, my friend. I read last night some of the most painful letters of people over and over again from throughout my state and through other states who are living in fear, who used words like terrified and told stories that they couldn't sleep because of the rhetoric of this president, the rhetoric of Elon Musk calling it a Ponzi scheme, telling lies during a joint address. And then I read stories from people that work in Social Security. They're telling about not having desks and the waiting lines and the inefficiencies that this has created and the horrible, deteriorating customer service. Yeah. And I've been trying as much as I can during this last 12 hours to read the stories of Republicans.
Yeah, this affects everyone.
Yes. To read editorials from the Wall Street Journal, to just show that this isn't a partisan thing. This isn't about left or right. It's about right or wrong. It's about, will we as a country honor our commitments that we made? And then I read independent folks that are saying this is crazy, that this program is even in jeopardy.
I have another question for you, because I know you want to move on to some national security issues this morning.
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you, Senator Booker. So the other thing that stressed out my constituents that I talked to about this weekend is air safety. They're very, very stressed out about these cuts to the FAA. You know, there was a plane crash not too far from here, helicopter crash. Everyone on the helicopter perished. We've been reading about stories across the country about flight safety and the fact that there are near collisions all the time. We had a horrible crash in New York, in Buffalo, the Colgan Air crash. I've gotten to know the families over the last several years because they've worked together for legislation to make sure we have pilot safety. But what I've been watching in terms of this administration is they don't seem to care. They just have made up this idea that cuts across the board are necessary to get rid of fraud and waste in the budget. And I agree, we can make government more efficient, but the way you do that is at least learn what each of these agencies do, study what's happening in them and how to make them more efficient. Make sure the right number of personnel are hired. Make sure the right training is offered. Make sure there's no wasteful programs. That's good government. That is not what Elon Musk and his Doge boys are doing. That is nothing like what they are doing. They're just cutting everything because they want to make space for these tax cuts for their billionaire buddies. It's really disgraceful. It's something that I don't quite understand. So over the past 2 months, just the past two months, we've seen horrifying accidents and near misses at airports all across the country. And there was another close call just this past Friday, again at DCA. Many of these accidents have been a result of chronic understaffing and antiquated technologies at the FAA. But instead of fixing those problems, the first thing the Trump administration did when it came to power was fire people. I think he's kind of stuck in the loop of The Apprentice. You're fired, you're fired, you're fired. I don't get it. Like, good government is important, and I support efficiency. That's not what they're doing. It's like they're on a power trip, and they just want to fire everybody across the board. Just fire them all. So while a court forced the FAA to rehire workers, thank God for the courts. Thank God for the judges that are doing their jobs and looking at these lawsuits appropriately. Many federal workers have simply moved on and found new jobs because these are highly skilled, highly sought after employees, people that we really want working in the federal government to keep our country safe. Now, just weeks after the horrific plane crash here with 67 people getting killed in Washington, The administration fired hundreds of Federal Aviation Administration employees, jeopardizing the public safety and threatening our national security. So that made no sense. Like, it was right on the heels of some horrific accident that we all witnessed. Now, over 90% of U.S. airport terminal towers don't have enough air traffic controllers. Critical shortages remain for other aviation safety personnel as well, such as safety inspectors and mechanics, because to make sure when we get on that plane, the plane's ready to go. In New York, nearly 40% of positions are unfilled at 2 facilities on Long Island that direct air traffic for Newark, our shared airport, JFK, and LaGuardia. As a result, over these past few years, the U.S. has experienced a substantial and alarming increase in the number of near misses. According to an analysis from the New York Times, in 2023, close calls involving commercial airlines occurred on average multiple times each week. And a number of significant air traffic control lapses increased 65% over the previous year. What did they cite as the major reason behind the increase? A shortage of air traffic controllers. While the Trump administration claims no air traffic controllers or critical safety personnel were fired, we know that many of those who were let go played an essential role in maintaining our air traffic control infrastructure. Others were responsible for maintaining navigational, landing, and radar systems. We also know that safety inspectors, systems specialists, maintenance mechanics are among workers who are affected, and at least one of the employees fired worked for FAA's National Defense Program, which protects our airspace from enemy drones, missiles, aircraft, and used as weapons. I want to talk about those missiles and drones as well. I really want to talk to you about what your thinking is here, that we don't have a plan. You had the incursions in New Jersey, incursions in New York at the same time, and we don't have assurance that those drones aren't being operated by China or Russia or Iran or another adversary for a nefarious purpose. We have to get to the bottom of this, and that's something that Senator Booker, you and I have been at the forefront on when questioning the administration about what they're doing on this issue. So the question I have is, why did the administration fire these workers and so easily part with them? Who will perform these duties going forward? What risk analysis was performed to ensure this won't make flying less safe? Now, I asked these questions of the Secretary of Transportation in a letter on February 20th, over a month ago. And what was their response? We don't know. They haven't answered my letter. They're not willing to engage the Senate in actually policy and decisions that keep our state safe. What's worse is that we don't know if this is where it ends, or if more reductions are coming and more reductions that allow for safety for our FAA. Now, DOGE's so-called workforce optimization initiative, it's BS. They don't do the analysis first. They just make the cuts. We need the Secretary and the acting FAA administrator to be responsive to Congress's questions and oversight. The American people deserve to have a federal aviation agency that is dedicated to actually doing the job of protecting us, protecting this country. The Trump administration needs to take immediate steps to address FAA staffing shortages across the entire agency, not just air traffic controllers. So, Senator Booker, the question I really want to ask you is, for your state, for New Jerseyans, what are they thinking? Like, how do they receive this information? What do they say when they read about drone incursions over one of your arsenals, over one of your sensitive military bases? What do they think about cutting staff to the FAA when they watch all this information about crashes? I know my constituents are pretty stressed out about it. They don't understand why someone's making these cuts. Again, the why is the most important question. It's not for efficiency. It's not to get rid of the fat. It's not to get rid of the fraud. Never heard an allegation there's fraud in the FAA. Never heard an allegation there's fat in the FAA. They've been understaffed forever. So they're lying about the purpose. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose? What are they going to do with that money, Senator Booker? I'd like to know.
So I appreciate this more than you know, and there's a line threaded throughout your entire question about the way they're going about doing this from so many agencies. First, they're trying to kill certain agencies, the Department of Education, which they can't legally do. The USAID, they can't legally do. We created that. It's the Article I branch of government. But on some of these other agencies, like Social Security, where you started, we know it's ready, fire, aim, and actually the aim part never happens. They're savagely cutting personnel, and organization after organization, seniors, thousands of them, are already writing in about the undermining of service. The Wall Street Journal article we read last night said that the customer service at Social Security is going from bad to worse, and painted horrific pictures that are putting seniors in crisis. Not to mention the closing of Social Security centers in rural areas where people have to now drive hours and hours and hours. And so the FAA, it was one of the early outrages that they hired people that they then realized they needed and tried to find some way to pull some of them back. And you and I both know that the way they talk about government workers, a large percentage of them are our veterans, the way they demean and degrade them, the way they accuse them of being parts of corruption, fraud, or fat, when the stories we've been reading of what some of these folks do is extraordinary. And so your question, though, brings up a lot of national security issues. I'm going to bridge to that because you and I both were really, really incensed that we weren't getting enough information when we had these incursions. And I want to start what I've been doing in other sections. It's just reading, elevating on this floor the voices of people from our country, trying to elevate more of the voices to let people know we see you, we hear you, your outrage, your hurt, your fears. They have value.
I have another question before you start your letters, Senator Booker, if you'd like to entertain another question, if you'll yield.
I will yield a question while retaining the floor.
Okay. So, because you're going into the national security section, and I want to give you a couple of questions to pepper your answers, because I sit on the Special Committee on Intelligence in the Senate. I also sit on the Armed Services Committee. And so national security is an area where New Yorkers care a deep amount about. And I've been spending the last 15 years focused on how we keep this country safe and what we should be doing. And so I get a lot of questions from New Yorkers about this issue. So I want you to address the drone issue for sure, because that is something you and I have been working on continuously since we've seen these incursions. And just to give a little more context for New Yorkers who might be listening to this debate, we've had drone incursions over sensitive military sites for quite some time now. And it's something that I've been working on a bipartisan basis through the Intelligence Committee. And some of these incursions are every night, over and over again, over sensitive military bases. There was one over Langley. We've had them over arsenals in New Jersey, over sensitive sites in New York. We've had them over military bases across the country. And, you know, I don't like it when the answer is, oh, we know where most of this is. This is mostly FAA traffic. And I don't like it when I hear it from this administration or any administration, because it's not true. Some of the drone sightings are planes in the air, helicopters, maybe weather balloons, maybe enthusiasts, but they do not know if all are. And in these specific incursions, they do not know the origin of them. They do not know whose they are. They do not know who is operating them. They do not know the purpose of these drones. These drones could easily be spying. They could be planning attacks. They could be doing anything nefarious. We have no basis to say it is all known and we are not concerned. And so this is something we are going to get to the bottom of. I am very incensed about it. It does not leave our personnel as safe and does not leave our secrets safe. So drones is one issue. The second issue, if you could address on the national security side, is cybersecurity. I think that, and election security, one of the cuts that the Doge boys made, which I literally cannot understand why they would ever do this. This is making us weaker. It is making us less safe. It is not good for America. And it shows how ill-advised this process is and how uninformed this process is and how we can see through these cuts how insincere this process is. This is not about waste. This is not about fraud. This is not about good government. This is about making massive cuts for tax breaks for billionaires because that is where they want to spend your tax dollars. New Yorkers' tax dollars and New Jerseyans' tax dollars. They want to take it and give it to tax breaks to the billionaires. Okay, so this is the question. These cuts, they have cut all the personnel or the main personnel at an organization called CISA that were supposed to be doing election security. So the people who actually were working with the states to make sure our election system can't be hacked, they fired those people. They fired the senior personnel at the Department of Defense, our most experienced generals, across the board, members from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just fired them. For what reason? I don't know. No substantive reason was ever given. But these are the senior personnel who actually keep us from wars, who have the judgment and the experience to advise the president, to advise Congress, to advise us on how to keep us safe. And then the last group they cut were the lawyers. Do you remember that Shakespeare play, The First Thing We Do is Kill All the Lawyers? Well, the context in which that was given was in order to have a coup. So Shakespeare, hundreds of years ago, said, if you want to have a coup, the first thing you do is kill all the lawyers. Well, they fired all the lawyers, the senior lawyers at the Department of Defense. They fired the generals who actually know how to keep us safe. And then they fired the personnel at CISA who are responsible for election interference. They fired the people at the FBI who are also responsible for election interference. So again, these firings make no sense. I don't think they're making us more safe. I think they are making us less safe. When you fire the people who know what they're doing and are dedicated to keeping us safe, doesn't make us safer. What do you think, Senator Booker, about any of the topics that I raised, specifically the drones, the firing of the election protection personnel at CISA, the firing of the generals, the firing of the senior lawyers at the Department of Defense, firing of the FBI personnel, also expert at election interfering? These are the smartest, most capable, the most sophisticated senior personnel that are there to help us keep this country safe. I really want to hear what you're hearing for your state and what you're thinking about this reckless approach to national security.
I'm so grateful for the questions from my colleague, from my friend. I want folks to know that probably the best dinner I had when I came here was with the senator from New York, who really gave me a quick rundown on how to get things done in this body. I've watched her work on both sides of the aisle relentlessly to get things over the finish line, to help people in our region, from 9/11 folks who were our first responders, to get their health care, to fight, to support the military, empower the military, but to fight against sexual assault in the military. She is one of these phenomenal people. And a lot of her questions we're going to get to, including that question that was obviously painful about national security, is that, like, hey, one of the strategies of Russia, we know this, is to attack elections of other democracies, to try to sow discord, to try to undermine the very voting process. And the Trump administration pulled away a lot of the people in the DOJ and elsewhere that their sole purpose was to fight against foreign election interference. And so how can we have a nation where the president that's in charge of national security is not doing things to address the issues that were in your questions? And I want to start by reading a couple constituent letters. I know we want to step back and talk a little bit about immigration because my colleague and my friend and my partner in leadership in the Senate, Tina Smith, is here. But I want to get into some of these letters because I said over 12 hours ago that we were going to continue to elevate the voices of people out there. And so this is coming from someone from New Jersey. And they're writing, "Dear Senator Booker, I'm writing to express my deep concern regarding the current state of our nation and the lack of response to the looming constitutional crisis. It is becoming increasingly difficult to ignore the actions of a president who routinely lies and makes outrageous proposals such as annexing Greenland, Mexico, and Panama, or even renaming the Gulf of Mexico. Those proposals not only undermine our international standing, but also disrespect the foundations of our country. Furthermore, I'm alarmed by the growing threat to press freedom. Recently, for example, the Associated Press was barred from the White House press room simply for referring to the Gulf of Mexico rather than the Gulf of America, a clear sign that the president's disregard for free speech and free press's role in holding power to account. The president is actively trampling on the Constitution and blatantly ignoring the rule of law, as Senator Gillibrand was saying. He has taken steps to slash vital federal agencies and disaster relief programs, undermining our nation's capacity to respond to crises. His decision to appoint unqualified individuals to high positions for the purpose of following his will is another example of how our democratic systems are being systematically weakened. Additionally, his reckless and irresponsible approach to foreign policy is making the world more dangerous. His insistence on blaming Ukraine for Russia's invasion and ongoing war is not only historically inaccurate, but also deeply damaging to our allies and global stability. Even worse, his administration has entertained so-called, in quotes, peace settlements that exclude Ukraine from the process entirely, effectively allowing Russia to dictate terms without any Ukrainian input. Such actions betray our commitments to sovereignty and democracy and embolden authoritarian regimes worldwide. Domestically, his agenda is destructive. His administration has pursued the withdrawal from USAID, the gutting of critical global humanitarian and development efforts that have long served U.S. interests abroad. At home, he is enabling tech billionaires like Elon Musk to take a chainsaw to government agencies, arbitrarily dismantling institutions that provide essential public services. His attacks on the NIH and its funding jeopardize critical medical research and public health initiatives, undermining scientific progress for purely ideological reasons. Beyond these threats, his treatment of our closest allies is both reckless and embarrassing. His taunting of Canada, whether through inflammatory rhetoric or deliberate policy snubs, weakens our diplomatic ties and disregards the importance of maintaining strong relationships with our neighbors. This petty, short-sighted approach to international relations is isolating the U.S. at a time when global cooperation is more critical than ever. My greatest frustration, however, is the lack of action from our representatives and governors. Too many are cowering in fear of the president's authoritarian tactics. I am troubled by the absence of pushback. We are witnessing the erosion of checks and balances, and the consequences could be dire. I was heartened by Governor Janet Mills of Maine standing up to the president's orders. Unfortunately, his response was a threat to her political future, further evidence of the intimidation tactics being employed. I implore you, Senator Booker, to show some moral courage and take meaningful action to stand up to this growing threat to our democracy. Please let me know how you are responding to this situation and what steps you, Senator Booker, are taking to defend our Constitution and the rule of law. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you soon. I hope at this early morning hour at almost 8 o'clock that maybe you are listening, because I hear you, I see you, and I'm standing here because, in part, of letters like yours. This is not normal. These are not normal times. We must begin to do as John Lewis says, get in good trouble, get in necessary trouble. I want to read another constituent. I just want to see where this person's from. I'm not trying to violate the privacy as my staff doesn't want me to do. What's that? We know Wisconsin's getting a lot of love here. I know my colleague, I kept seeing folks from two towns, and one in your state and one in the great state of Pennsylvania. But this person, alas, is from Jersey. I wrote to ask you to do all you can to resolve funding for the National Institute of Health and USAID. I work in information technology at Princeton University, and I've seen firsthand the destructive termination of funds is causing research and education. We are losing the momentum of research and causing deep and lasting loss of educational resources. The NIH and the National Science Foundation provide funds for basic research as well as applied topics. The benefits of this research will be long-lasting, and the cost of disruption will be very high. Similarly, the disruption of USAID is tragic. My daughter works for an organization working with USAID on climate mitigation and adaptation. She has lost job security as a result of the Trump administration's actions. Work she has built on in Ethiopia, Kenya, and elsewhere will be disrupted due to lack of funding. Thank you for your leadership as our senator. I am proud to be represented by you as well as our new senator, Andy Kim. The promise of our country is great, but we must redefine our purpose and imagine a new future. Your experience and knowledge will be critical to our country's success. Let me go with two more and then turn to my colleague. This is a short one. I am writing to express my concerns about the chaos and lawlessness coming out of the White House. USAID must be restored. Please use powers to restore democracy to the United States of America. This is not what democracy looks like. Thank you. Somebody from New Jersey. And one more voice. As a parent of a USAID Foreign Service officer recently in Ukraine, now in Kenya, I am outraged and horrified by the coup now being staged by Elon Musk under the authority from the president. To be called criminal after putting your life at risk in the service of America's interest is itself to be a victim of criminal-like behavior. I have seen the beautiful roads and railroads in Africa built by Chinese. In one fell swoop, Trump has given that continent to the Chinese and the Russians. He did the same thing years ago by canceling participation in the Pacific Free Trade Pact, forfeiting our power and our goodwill, making China the largest player in the region. I saw the goodwill in the eyes of passersby from the Philippines to Georgia to Tajikistan. Now I hear it turned to hostility. Think of sports fans in Canada booing our national anthem. Think also of the infants that will now die from AIDS because of USAID's treatment program was abruptly stopped, along with vaccination programs and programs for stopping diseases such as Ebola, monkeypox, hemorrhagic fever. These diseases will come home. With even a 90-day pause in workers in these programs, we will lose jobs and rent, and some never will return. Refrigeration of medicines will be at risk. Clinics and offices will become unavailable. Humpty Dumpty will not be quickly put back together again. Some of what Trump wants to do will ultimately need approval of Congress. I urge you to fight every one of his proposals and appointments. Slow the legislative process as much as you can. Please. I hope Trump will lose his majority. Thank you for your attention. I will be of service in any way possible to right these wrongs. I love when constituents don't only point out what's wrong, but stand up and say, I will be in service. Let me know how I can help. Your voice is helping tonight, speaking to these issues is helping tonight. I know my Senate colleague is here. If she has a question, I will yield while retaining the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from New Jersey for yielding for a question. And I want to just start by thanking my colleague for one of my dearest friends in the Senate for using his voice in such a powerful way over the many, many hours that you've been holding the Senate floor. And I know you well enough to know that you are not doing this because of your belief in the power of your voice. You are doing this because of your belief in the power of all of the voices that you've been amplifying all through the night, and your belief of the importance that the millions of Americans who are so frightened and concerned and horrified by what they see this administration doing, and wanting to feel like there is somebody here that is fighting for them and that is listening to them. And the way in which you are reading these letters today and all through the night, Senator Booker, I think, is a tribute to your respect for all of those Americans. And so I'm so grateful for that. And I wanted to take a moment, if I could, to ask you to yield for a question related to what you've been talking about. And I certainly agree with you that these are not normal times in our nation, and as elected officials, it is our duty to speak up and to fight back against the abuses and the overreach of this administration, and to raise up our voices, raise up the voices of our constituents who, as I said, are both frightened and furious about what's happening. So my question to you, Senator Booker, is about some of the Trump administration's recent actions regarding immigration. And my question is in three parts. First, I think that we can all agree that our current immigration system in this country is broken. It is not working well for anyone. It's not working well for American businesses that depend on a global talent pool. It is not working well for families who want to reunite with their loved ones. And it is not working well at all for those who seek refuge from persecution and believe in the promises that are carved into the Statue of Liberty. And to my colleague, I ask these questions and I think about these issues, about the shortcomings of our immigration system as a senator from Minnesota, where our meat processing sector relies so much on immigrant labor, where the University of Minnesota is a beacon for international students studying science and technology and agriculture, where the resorts in Minnesota rely on folks from all over the country to come and make them work, the little mom and pop 12-cabin operations up on lakes in northern Minnesota. And the manufacturers who rely on, as I said, the best and the brightest from all over the world coming to serve in our state and serving our economy. And I think we know, my colleague from New Jersey, that there have been real and serious bipartisan attempts at comprehensive immigration reform debated in this body. And while I might not have agreed with everything in these proposals, I suspect you might not as well, I think we both, I'm sure, strongly believe that immigration is an issue that merits real debate and real policy solutions. Our colleague who is here on the floor with us this morning, Senator Murphy from Connecticut, has worked so hard to find real bipartisan solutions. And I believe that comprehensive immigration reform needs to ensure our national security. It needs to provide a fair and workable path for immigrants who want to come and contribute to the American dream, which is what truly makes this country great. But here's the rub. The Trump administration's recent actions show that they are not interested in serious policy reforms that would make Americans safer or make our immigration system work more efficiently and fairly. Instead, what I think we can see This president has prioritized using our immigration system as a tool to restrict First Amendment freedoms, to subvert due process, and to further weaken America's global standing with our allies and our regional partners as he seeks to emulate the authoritarian regimes that he so openly admires. There's just one example. In recent weeks, we've seen a number of international students targeted for arrest and deportation merely on the basis of their pro-Palestinian advocacy. Now, these are young people who played by all the rules. They've entered this country with permission in order to further their educations and have not been accused of or charged of any criminal activity. Their views on the war in Gaza may differ sharply from mine or others, but I believe that the First Amendment guarantees them the right to express those views without facing punishment or reprisal from our government. Nonetheless, the Trump administration has admitted that they are doing exactly that, seeking to punish lawfully present immigrants, in some cases even green card holders, because of the political views that they've expressed. The Secretary of State has invoked a rarely used section of statute that allows him to unilaterally designate for removal any alien who may cause, and I quote, potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. And if that's not enough, many of these arrests have been carried out in a manner that seems calculated to maximize fear and intimidation in immigrant and activist communities. Here's an example to my colleague for him to respond to. I want to take the case of the recent arrest of Rümeysa Özerkök, a Turkish graduate student at Tufts University, who was studying the relationship between child development and our social media saturated, globally connected world. She is here on a valid student visa. She is not accused of any crime. And by all accounts, she is a loved and valued member of the Tufts community. Her only purported offense was being one of 4 co-authors of an op-ed in the student newspaper that urged the administration of Tufts to engage with student calls to divest from businesses with ties to Israel and the IDF. And for that offense, her visa was revoked with no notice, and she was arrested on the street and spirited more than 1,500 miles away, which is likely a violation of a judge's order to await her probable deportation. And I'm sure many of my colleagues, including my colleague from New Jersey, has seen the video of her arrest, which was captured by a neighbor's security camera, and it is utterly chilling. She is surrounded by officers in plain clothes with no visible insignia, no markings at all on their clothing. She is handled roughly. Her belongings are taken away from her. Her hands are cuffed before being loaded into an unmarked car. I mean, it is no exaggeration that her arrest looks like a kidnapping, one that you might expect to see in Moscow rather than in the streets of Boston. And of course, the terror of what she experienced is horrible to think about, but I also think about the thousands and thousands and thousands of other students here with a student visa or other lawful means who see this and think to themselves, this could happen to me. This could be something that happens to my roommate or my student or anybody. It seems like such a breakdown in the rule of law and the way that our country should operate. So I would like to ask my colleague, does this seem normal or appropriate for federal law enforcement officers of the United States to conduct routine arrests in plain clothes with unmarked cars and with this overwhelming show of force for individuals who pose no obvious physical threat to those law enforcement? And I mean, furthermore, is this not exactly the sort of operation that you would order if your goal is to intimidate and dissuade immigrant and activist communities from exercising their constitutional rights to free speech? Does punishing people for their political speech seem consistent with American democratic values? I can't believe that we would think that it would be consistent. And I wonder if my colleague from New Jersey would like to respond in any way to this.
I want to respond deeply. I first want to thank my colleague for being here in the morning. She's one of my colleagues I confided in when I told her sort of I was enough for me. I needed to do something different, and she readily encouraged me to be here on the floor for what is now about 13 hours. And she has encouraged me. She has encouraged my heart, and is just one of my dear friends, and I'm just so grateful to see her this morning. I want to say something before I begin answering her question. In my home county, the one I grew up in Bergen County, there's a family, the Alexanders, whose son, Elon, is an American who is being held by Hamas, and he is being likely tortured and in trauma and in pain. He's a U.S. citizen. He's an American. I had a friend give me this recently, a young man who was driving me around, this ribbon that I will often use to keep in my pocket and remind me of him and our determination to bring him home. To bring him home. I want his family to know that stays center in my thoughts. And I also feel, because of so many New Jerseyans who are affected by this crisis, who have lost family members in that region, that we must bring peace. And then my friend, Senator Smith, asked this question about, which is a real test, because when you disagree with someone's statements so much, but the very nature of the First Amendment, what makes this document so precious is that it says that no matter how reprehensible your speech is, this document says you have the right to say it. I remember the controversy over an NFL player who kneeled. And one of the voices that just sticks into my hand is a man who was a white guy from the military who just said, I fought battles, I think it was Afghanistan, and I am offended by his staking a knee. But the very reason I fought was so that he would have the freedom to do it. And so I came back. I was there on October 7th, and I have very hurt, strong feelings about what's going on over there, and urgent desires to end the nightmare, to bring people like Elon home, to end the nightmare for so many Israelis and Palestinians. And I find some of the things people are saying so unhelpful to the crisis and to the moral truths that I believe in. But I will fight for people's rights. And so here is a situation where you see video and it just doesn't seem like who we are. If you're revoking somebody's visa, make a phone call, tell them that you have 30 days to leave. But there should be due process. You should have to prove your claims in court. If this person is somehow lying with some kind of enemy, prove it. But what I saw there doesn't reflect the highest ideals. God, if this Constitution was easy, it wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on. And so I love my friend because she wades into some difficult waters, but she's guided by the oath that she took to defend the Constitution. And in these complex and difficult times, she's standing up. And I tell you, when we were in the immigration section last night, or earlier, I should say, we read the most painful stories. My brother over on the other side of me, I've got some of my really dear friends on the floor right now, Senator Murphy, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith. My brother, Senator Warnock, knows that we are a nation that is paying hundreds of millions of dollars over the years of the Trump administration to fund private prisons that are being paid, incentivized to take away people's liberties. We read stories in the immigration section about people that got trapped in those systems that should never be there. Horrible stories, painful voices I've read about folks who were caught up in a system. And I just loved that one article from that Canadian that was for weeks put in a private prison. And suddenly, when she heard the lies of the people who found ways to keep her there, the aha moment that she realized that these people, every day I'm there, they get profit. They're not incentivized by justice, they're incentivized by profit. I read stories, Senator Smith, of people that were sent to that horrible jail in El Salvador that the government admitted they made a mistake. They disappeared someone who has American family members. Story after story I read that just are such a betrayal, not of democratic values, but of American values. Because we all in this body know we need to do more to protect our borders, to keep us safe, to arrest criminals, be they undocumented or documented. That's an urgency we all feel. But when you sacrifice your core values and you sacrifice them to a demagogue who says, this is all about your safety, when you sacrifice your core principles for your safety, you will achieve neither. You will neither be safe nor morally strong. The true leaders on both sides of the aisle that I've heard over the years talk on these issues say, we can do both. We can make our country safe and we can abide by our values. And in a complex world where country after country disappears people, when authoritarian countries disappear their political enemies, their political adversaries, disappear people who say things they politically disagree with, those countries are looking to us. Did you know when Donald Trump started using that phrase, fake news, fake news, fake news, that in Turkey, Erdogan started arresting people on charges of fake news? Because we are looked to. I believe, like Reagan said, we could be that city on a hill, but we are up high and folks are going to look to us for what is the world order going to be? What is democracy globally going to look like? Are we going to defend democracy and democratic principles, or will we behave like the authoritarians that we should be against? So this is a fundamental question you ask, and it has been resonating all these 13 hours. We keep coming back to the Constitution because so many of the things the Trump administration are doing, from the separation of powers to violating the very first words of our Constitution, the very first words, this commitment we make when we swear our oaths, all of us, we the people of the United States of America, this is our mandate, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice. It comes really quick. It comes really quick. Is it just to disappear a human being with no due process? I quoted Anton Scalia, this conservative that was sitting on a stage where somebody had a lot of affection for, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and the moderator asked them, does somebody in our country have the rights of this document? And he said, yes, especially the 14th Amendment that doesn't say any citizen, it says no person, no body. And so where do we stand when our founders, those imperfect geniuses, say, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. What nation are we turning over to the next president, to the next Congress, when this Congress is sacrificing the powers that are given right underneath that preamble? It's Article 1, which spells out All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in the Congress of the United States, which shall consist of the Senate and the House of Representatives. And then it goes on to talk about what we have the power to do. We set the laws. This president is invoking emergency powers like the Alien Insurrection Act, a 1780-something law that the last time was used in World War II to detain Japanese Americans, something so shameful, to put them in concentration camps here in America. He wants to take power from our Congress. And the thing that is killing me, that is actually breaking my heart, Brother Warnock, the thing that's actually breaking my heart is that we're letting them. That we're letting him take our power. If Elon Musk was a Democrat and Joe Biden said, hey, go after the spending power of Congress, all the things that they approved. It's hard to do bipartisan things here. God bless Patty Murray and Susan Collins coming together and getting spending bills, hard worked, hard done. Lord knows, I sometimes play a little Motown in here, ain't too proud to beg. I go to the appropriations leader and say, hey, my New Jerseyans in this county need this, and this county. We work on all this. I fight for programs with Lindsey Graham and USAID, with the now Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, programs that he approved. The Department of Education, I've worked with Republicans to put things in the Department of Education. There are people here that work in a bipartisan way to try to simplify the FAFSA forms. I could go through all the work we've done that now this body, the Article 1 branch of Constitution, right under the mandate of the United States of America, as Tina Smith is telling us, right after we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, as the senator, my friend. And so that's why we're here. That's why now the Senate is filling up. It's friends galore. We got Amy Klobuchar now on the floor. That's why we're here. No business as usual. No business as usual. We're not doing the usual order. We're talking about these things. We're making the case. We talked about immigration. We talked about Medicaid. We talked about Medicare. We talked about health care. We talked about medical research. We talked about Social Security. We're marching through. 13 hours. I got more in the tank. And so I thank you for that question. It brings up very emotional things for me, I'll be honest. It brings up pain and frustration and hurt. It brings up me the pain of so many New Jerseyans that have reached out, the Palestinian doctors in my state who've worked with my office to get Palestinian babies into America for care. It brings up the hurt of being there and seeing the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. So many things are painful, but if we sacrifice our values, it reminds me of the mosque being built, 9/11. It reminds me of all these difficult points, the marchers in Skokie, of the KKK, all these difficult points where the values of this Constitution were tested, where we were being measured. But I have to say, what this president is doing with the Alien Insurrection Act, what this president is doing with no due process, what this president is doing with flushing the Department of Education, with getting rid of the USAID, with attacking thousands of people that serve our veterans, that serve our Social Security, those things should be obvious to this institution, to the Senate, that's wrong. That they have unelected, the biggest campaign donor, unelected, who's getting our personal information, and there's no transparency. Nobody in this body can say they know what information, confidential information Elon Musk has, and knows what they do to, because they never brought him here to answer for it. So I thank my colleague for the question, and I know Reverend Warnock is going to ask me one. I just want to take a couple pages into this for a second. The American people alone, our approach to foreign policy practiced by the president, what the president has done is left our allies feeling abandoned, feeling degraded and insulted. He's left our adversaries feeling emboldened. and has done things that has hurt our national security, that has made Americans less safe. In the short time President Trump has been in office for his second term, Americans have already been put in harm's way because of the reckless approach of the administration. It all begins, in fact, with his extremely poor judgment. This administration has prioritized the obsequiousness to Donald Trump over the expertise when it comes to some of the most important national security jobs, and it has sidelined dedicated professionals who've devoted their lives to keeping our country safe. This administration has also demonstrated an inability to distinguish between America's adversaries and America's allies, and a disturbing failure to understand how America's partnerships and investments abroad protect and benefit communities here. I'm reminded of General Mattis to say, if you're cutting things like the USAID or the State Department, buy me more bullets. But this is something that folks on the floor have talked about. I see one of my friends and somebody I really look up to. I see Tim Kaine, who sits a little bit higher up on the dais than me on the Foreign Relations Committee, somebody I've turned to many times. And he was astonished by this. And I know he, like me, has had private conversations with our Republican colleagues about this. But this body has not called for one hearing or one investigation, no accountability. What am I talking about? It's when last week we learned Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, Director of the CIA John Ratcliffe, Trump's National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Special Envoy for the Middle East Steve Witkoff, and several other high-ranking officials in the Trump administration discussed attack plans against the Houthis in Yemen in a group chat over the commercial messaging app Signal. We learned of this because the president's national security advisor mistakenly invited the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, on the text chain. And after Jeffrey Goldberg published a story describing this jaw-dropping national security failure where they could have broken at least 2 laws that I'm aware of, just by doing that, from the preservation of public records all the way to disclosing national security, highly classified information. The president and his cabinet members didn't step up and say we made mistakes, didn't step up and say this is clearly, abjectly wrong, didn't step up and say there will be accountability, didn't step up and say we'll take actions. No, what they decided to do when they were exposed is actually target the reporter with a barrage of insults and not acknowledging any wrongdoing. Unsurprisingly, the Trump team's response led Jeffrey Goldberg to publish the rest of the Signal chat messages, which exposed more administration lies. We're going to go into that, but I really want to turn to my brother. And I said earlier about Senator Murphy's speech, one of my favorite I've ever heard when I was in the Senate. Brother Warnock gave a speech that was one of my favorite in the Senate too, when he talked about the difference between January 5th America and then that fateful day, January 6th. He has been a friend of mine for a long time, and I think he might be the only person in this body. I started this talk 13 hours ago by talking about getting into good trouble. I think you might be the only person in this body that was arrested in this building for protesting before you came to serve in this building as a United States Senator. I'm going to stick to what I'm told to say. If you ask me that you'd like to speak, you have to say that I'd like to ask you a question. I think that's how this goes.
Will the senator from New Jersey yield for a question?
Why, yes, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, good morning, and let me just say, Cory Booker, how very, very proud I am of you. It's a real honor to serve in this body. I know that all of my colleagues who are here agree that it's an honor for the people of your state to say that when we take stock of all the issues that we wrestle with, as we look into the eyes of our children and consider what we want for them, and in the eyes of our aging parents as they deal with the blessings and the burdens of getting older. That since all of us can't go to Washington, we're going to send you. And we're going to trust that in rooms of power, where decisions are being made, that you're going to center the people and not yourself. You're going to be thinking about ordinary people. And so, Cory Booker, I want to thank you for holding vigil. As I prepare to ask you a question, I just want to thank you for holding vigil for this country all night. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel said that when he marched without the king, he felt like his legs were praying. And so in a very real sense, your legs have been praying as you've been standing on this floor all night. And thank you for praying not just with your lips, but with your legs for a nation in need of healing. I just got off a prayer call that I do every Tuesday morning at 7:14 a.m., 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, if they would seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, I will forgive their sins and heal the land. The nation needs healing. And we need spiritual healing, we need moral healing, but literally there are people all across our country who need healing, who need health care. And so that's why I was so proud to come to this Senate after being arrested in the Rotunda a few years before that. Proud to join you in the Senate. Proud that we were able to pass, just a couple months after I got here, the American Rescue Plan, which did so much incredible work. In that American Rescue Plan, there was the expanded child tax credit, which literally cut child poverty more than 40% in our country. I wish we could get it extended. But one of the other things we did was we lowered Georgians and Americans' health care premiums by hundreds of dollars on average. We passed a tax cut, and that's so relevant in this moment because that's what this body is prepared to do right now, I guess, in the next few days. Pass a tax cut, but that tax cut is literally going to be for the richest of the rich, the wealthiest among us. But we passed a tax cut that brought health care into reach for tens of thousands of Georgians and millions of Americans in the American Rescue Plan. These tax credits are so critical that the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said that the number of Americans without health care would grow by 3.8 million people in just 1 year if the premium subsidies were allowed to expire. Forgive me for my phone ringing. My 8-year-old and 6-year-old are calling me. They're not impressed with what I'm doing.
That's an important call.
They're not impressed. But we know that this would impact thousands of Georgians who've only recently been able to receive health care. So we passed in that American Rescue Plan these tax credits which put health care in reach. And now they're set to expire if we don't do our work. And that's why what you're doing, Cory Booker, is holy work. It's within a political context, but this is holy work. If these tax credits are allowed to expire, a 45-year-old in Georgia with $62,000 annual income would see premiums go up by $1,414 a year. A 60-year-old couple in Georgia with an $82,000 annual income would see premiums go up by a staggering $18,157 a year. Think about that. Nearly 1/3 of Americans have less than $500 in savings in their bank account. Imagine the health care costs for a 60-year-old couple going up by more than $18,000. A health insurance premium hike like this would be more than an inconvenience. It wouldn't just be a nuisance. It's literally the difference between having health care coverage and not having health care coverage. And so I'm thinking about people like that. And I'm thinking about my constituent, Cassie Cox from Bainbridge, Georgia. She wasn't able to afford health care on the Affordable Care Act marketplace until the premium tax credit brought health care into reach. And shortly after she became insured, she severely cut her hand, which landed her in the emergency room with 35 stitches. And with insurance, it still cost her about $300. Had it not been for the tax credits that allowed her to get health care, she could have been in financial ruin. She's one of the hundreds of thousands of Georgians at risk of losing their coverage if these tax credits are allowed to expire, if we don't do our work. If we're more focused on the wealthiest of the wealthy rather than the concerns of ordinary people. Senator Booker, should Democrats and Republicans come together to extend the premium tax credit for hardworking folk in New Jersey and in Georgia? What do you think?
My easiest colleague question I've gotten over these 13 hours, yes, they should. I was talking in the healthcare section about while there's these big issues that we should be concerned about, $880 billion from Medicaid, cutting all of that out to give the wealthiest, as you said, God bless them, they don't need our help. They don't need more tax cuts, to give them tax cuts and explode the deficit. This is literally taking from working Americans, the letters we read, the voices of Americans, the fear, the anguish, the hurt, the worry, people who were suffering from Parkinson's, who had children with disabilities, who had elder parents living with them. So many people telling them, not $880 billion they were saying, that their whole financial well-being was hanging on a thread and just cutting the transportation programs involved. But I said, while all that was going on, the Trump administration was still doing other things to attack ACA enrollment, to attack the tax credits that people are relying on, doing other things to drive up costs. I know some of my colleagues are on the floor, like Amy Klobuchar. We've centered the lowering of prescription drug costs, and he is doing things to drive out-of-pocket costs up. There's a cruelty in that. And I tend to still be standing at noon when we have to pause in the Senate for the pledge and the prayer. And Pastor, I want to talk to you in the way that you talked to me last night. I called my brother, called my friend, and told him I was doing this. And Warnock shifts gears a lot in my life. Sometimes he's my colleague, sometimes he's my brother. Sometimes we talk about the state of two unmarried guys in the Senate. I don't mean to put you on blast, sir. But the bald-headed caucus. But the one time you shift those gears into being my pastor and my friend, we prayed together last night. And most Americans identify in our faith, Christian faith. And you and I know, I would yield for you to ask a question, but I'm yielding just to have you talk about Matthew 25.
Right. I'm a Matthew 25 Christian.
You and I both. That's what we hold in common.
And it's a long chapter, but the section we're talking about,
yes,
in Matthew 25, Jesus says, I was hungry and you fed me. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was sick.
What were you?
I was in prison, and you came to visit me, and someone asked, Lord, when were you sick? When were you in prison? When were you an undocumented immigrant?
Yes, yes.
And the answer comes, inasmuch as you've done it to the least of these, you've done it also unto me. Another part of that text says, and when you don't do it for the least of these, you don't do it for me. The scripture says that the one who gives to the poor lendeth to the Lord. This is holy work.
Sir, my friend, I don't understand how a nation could allow a president to be so cruel that he would take away health care from people struggling with children that are facing the worst of health challenges, people who have a spouse, like the person who wrote me. No, it wasn't a spouse. She wrote me herself. She had Parkinson's. I got upset because that's how my father died, and I watched for year after year after year how it affected my family, how it demanded from my mother, how it cost thousands of dollars for his care. And thank God we had the privilege, but this person was writing because they were afraid and they didn't, of what the costs would be. How can our country say that kind of cruelty? How can a nation with a majority of its people are people of faith, be they Muslims or Jain or Baha'i or Hindu or Jewish? How can the central precept of our country, founded on principles that are reflected in the good book, how could we say that we should cut health care from the sick and the needy to give bigger tax cuts to Elon Musk? I will yield to you, my brother, while retaining the floor.
You know, this is the reason why every Sunday and every weekend when I leave here, I return not only to Georgia, but I return to my pulpit. And some folk ask, well, why do you continue to lead Ebenezer Church? I return to my pulpit every Sunday because, notwithstanding wonderful people like you, I don't want to spend all my time talking to politicians. I'm afraid I might accidentally become one. So I want to connect and check in with ordinary folks because I was focused on this health care issue long before I came to the Congress. Dr. King said that of all the injustices, inequality in health care, he said, is the most shocking and the most inhumane.
I read that last night, Pastor. I read that last night.
The most shocking and the most inhumane. And it's the reason why, as a pastor, inspired by Dr. King, leading the congregation that Dr. King led, way back in 2014, when the Affordable Care Act was passed, were you here? You came after.
I came after.
You came right after that. I got arrested in the governor's office in Georgia fighting for health care.
I didn't know you were a two-time arrestee, man.
I got a long record, brother. But all for good trouble.
For good trouble.
Good trouble.
Good trouble.
And we had a 1960 sit-in in the governor's office. Waves of us got arrested. They arrested one wave, and then another wave came, and another wave came. And we were trying to get Georgia to expand Medicaid.
Yes, I remember that.
We had passed the Affordable Care Act here, but Georgia was digging in its heels and saying, no, we're not going to expand Medicaid. And so when I got here, Senator Klobuchar, I made it a priority of mine to get incentives for Georgia to expand Medicaid. And you remember, I went to our caucus.
Yes.
And I said, look, Georgia and about 9, then 10 other states have not expanded. They should have done it a long time ago. Let's see if we can make it even easier for them. And as a freshman senator, I was able to convince our caucus to give $14.5 billion for non-expansion states, which includes $2 billion just for Georgia, to incentivize Medicaid expansion. Why? So that working people in the gap, people who literally go to work every day, can get health care. Georgia has left that $2 billion sitting on the table and almost 600,000 Georgians in the gap. The governor's plan has literally enrolled a whopping 6,500 people in health care. But we've got nearly 600,000 people in the gap. And this is not theoretical stuff. Every time I talk about this, I have to talk about Heather Payne. Because Heather Payne is a resident of Dalton, Georgia. She spent her career taking care of others. She's a traveling nurse. Heather worked throughout COVID as an ER and labor and delivery nurse, yet often she did not have health care coverage herself because she fell into the health care coverage gap. Sometimes she had health insurance coverage, sometimes she didn't. She made too much money to qualify for Medicaid, but the only coverage options available to her were unaffordable, costing anywhere between $500 and $1,000 a month. And so about 2.5 years ago, Heather Payne, a traveling nurse, noticed that something was wrong in her body. And even though she noticed that something was wrong, Senator Klobuchar, she literally had to wait for months before she could see a doctor to save up the money. And then she finally went and saw a neurologist who said, you know what, you've actually had a series of small strokes. And even after getting that diagnosis, she had to put off serious medical procedures because she cannot work as an ER nurse anymore and is still waiting to get approved for disability so she can get Medicaid coverage. And so this nurse who has spent her whole life healing other people can't get health care. I think it's wrong that in the richest country on earth, we don't want to lower the cost of health care for people who are working hard in our communities every day, literally keeping us healthy. I'm going to ask you another softball question, Senator Booker. Should people like my friend Heather Payne have access to affordable health care?
Yes.
In the first few months of the Trump administration, it's been clear that this administration is not working for ordinary people.
Just to try to stay in the parliamentary loan, I yield for a question while retaining the floor. I yield for another question while retaining the floor.
The administration is working for billionaires. They're working for people like Elon Musk. Healthcare is a human right. Healthcare is basic. And while we're speaking about health, we've got to cheer on our federal workers who are keeping us healthy. And there are folks in this administration who say that they want to make them the villains. That's what Russell Vogt said, that when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not go to work. Our federal workers, because they are increasingly viewed, he said, as villains. I got news for Russell Vogt. The people who staff our VA hospitals are not villains. The people who keep our food safe and our water clean are not villains. The people who keep our military bases operating are not villains. And so we stand with them in this moment because they are indeed keeping all of us healthy. And so in closing, and nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says in closing, let me say that, again, you're doing holy work here, brother, by holding this floor. You are literally holding vigil for our nation. We are beset by the politics of fear. The scripture tells us that perfect love casts out all fear. We are witnessing again this ugly game, the politics of us and them. And there are a lot of folk who, because so much of what has been going on in our nation across Republican and Democratic administrations, let's be honest, has not been working for ordinary people. And the gap between the haves and the have-nots has gotten larger and larger. And when people are vulnerable, sometimes they give in to the politics of fear, somebody telling them that they've got all the answers. And so we saw this in this last cycle. We're seeing it in this moment in our country, the politics of us and them. And sadly, hardworking, working-class people are waking up this morning and they're discovering that they thought they were in the us. And they're discovering that they're in the them, that the them is larger than they thought. And so we've got to hold vigil for each other, for workers, for women, for immigrants, for immigrant families, for our sisters and our brothers, red, yellow, brown, black, and white, for the aging who need Social Security, for the working poor who need Medicaid, for those who are seeking asylum and they just need a dignified path, for those who've been working here for years and they need a dignified path to citizenship. We've got a whole vigil for each other. And so thank you for this work. This is not the end, but the beginning. The struggle continues. Dr. King said that the true measure of a person is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in moments of challenge and controversy. So thank you for praying for this nation with your lips and with your legs. And I'm going to ask you one last question. Do you intend to keep praying?
Amen. Hallelujah. Yes, I do. Thank you for that question. I know there's going to be a question coming to me. I just want to say, pray Isaiah 40:31 for me. I think you know what that is.
Got it. I'm going to ordain this man.
All right. The article I was going to start reading.
Senator Booker.
I yield for a question while retaining the floor. If the senator has a question, I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
So you'll yield for a question?
Yes, while retaining the floor, yes.
Very good. I want to, first of all, thank you. Thank you for waking us up this morning, literally. All night, as Reverend Warnock would tell you, I know you were in here doing your work, but it was raining, there was thunder, it was really bad. And then when we woke up this morning, you were still talking. You were still talking and the sun was out and you're giving people hope. When I think about what you're doing, you're like an alarm clock right now for this country. And slowly but surely, we've seen people realize this isn't just a bunch of campaign rhetoric that's going on. This is actually happening. And people are stepping up. They're fighting it in the courts. They're fighting it in Congress with what you're doing today, with what, as you know, last week when we got the horrible news that the Defense Secretary of the United States was using an unauthorized line to just talk with his friends like he was spiking a football about putting the lives of our service members at risk. People stood up. Democrats stood up. They asked the tough questions. And one of the things that bothers me is that it is so hard to see your way out of it. A lot of people feel like we're just wallowing right now. But what you're telling us today is there is another way. Because if we just wallow, these guys are going to continue to cut kids' cancer treatment. If we just wallow, they're going to cut Medicaid when 1 out of 2 seniors in my state who are in assisted living are on Medicaid. Or they're going to continue to mess around with these tariffs, which really are national sales tax, something like $2,500 for every single family. They are going to continue to be callous. I had someone say to me last night, do they care? Do they care when those U.S. aid workers who devoted their lives to feeding the hungry around the world, when they have to stand outside their building and watch them literally take the name of their life work off the brick on that building? Do they care? And one of the things that we have done, the Democrats have done, have stood up. And what is coming upon us in these next few weeks is this tax bill that basically will give billionaires tax cuts on the backs of regular people, ransacking the government, firing veterans, messing around with Social Security. I had a guy tell me that he spent 3 days after his wife died in Minnesota, Reverend, 3 days just trying to figure out how he gets the death benefit. Why did this check show up at his door? He's trying to do the right thing. He calls, he gets put on hold. He sends an email, no one writes him back. He drives into Brainerd, Minnesota, 30-mile drive He's like 80 years old. He drives in there, and then they finally help him. Then he gets back, then something else goes wrong. Then he tries to call again. He finally ends up at our door, at our office, and we figure it out for him. There's 70-some million people that's going to happen to. These guys don't get their act together. So it's a real good question, do they care? But when we have this tax bill coming up in front of us in these next few weeks, I think people got to understand what's going on. They have to understand that even in the House budget that came out that'll be the subject of this, it's over $2 trillion tax cuts for people making over $400,000 a year, like Elon Musk, that don't need it. And so there's actually a way to stop it that's in the hands of the Republicans right now. If just 2 or 3 of them stood up on the House floor and did what you did, Senator Booker, who they said no, and if 4 of them in the United States Senate, 4 of them stood up, 4 senators stood up, then we could have the discussion about, okay, let's make government work better, we're all in, but let's not do it on the backs of regular people. Let's not do it on the backs of kids that are in cancer research or veterans who are trying to simply get their well-earned benefits because they put their lives on the line in the battlefield. Or let's not do it on the backs of farmers in Minnesota and Georgia who are simply have these small farms and they're trying to get by, and then suddenly, wham, Donald Trump decides, shock and awe, let's do a tariff and let's get mad at all our allies across the country like Canada. Oh, that's a good idea. Those are the things that they're doing. So my question of you is, how many people need to stand up in the U.S. Senate to make this happen? Because I know Democrats are united. I know we're all standing up. But tell me how many people can stand up on the other side. If they stood up and joined you, what a difference it would make.
So I want to thank the Senator for the question. And when I think of people who stand in adversity, I still see you standing in a snowstorm and the strength that you've had as you stood up to fight for affordable health care, stood up and fought for affordable prescription drugs, stood up and fought for farmers and for police officers and for communities. You are that kind of person that gives me strength that I've learned so much from. And you have brought this issue up. What you just said on the floor to let you know this is not performative for her. She has brought this up in our small meetings with Chuck Schumer. She has brought this up in our caucus meetings. I've seen her talk about it in her own state. This question of what will it take? And here's something that pains me to hear. That Elon Musk is calling Republicans up and saying, if you take this stand, I'm going to put $100 million in a primary against you. That they are bullying people who dare to stand up and say, maybe this appointee is not the most qualified person you could find to lead this cabinet position, or maybe it's wrong to cut this agency that we together created in Congress. There are people who are asking those questions, but we have seen them get dragged through X, mob attacked when it comes to their virtual presence, and threatened to be primaried. But we know, because you're somebody that works on both sides of the aisle, that there are really good people of conscience on both sides of the aisle. And as the great pastor said, there are enough sins in this body to go around for all of us. But this is not a partisan moment. It is a moral moment. This is not a left or right moment. It is a right or wrong moment. We have a president that is shredding the very agencies that Americans who are struggling are relying on. Working people that over the last 71 days are finding higher prices, that are finding housing prices going up. Farmers in my state too, it's our 4th largest industry. I've had farmers who come to me as far away as Texas and tell me that they're clawing back these contracts that we've already relied on to buy things already, and now you're putting me in a situation where I might lose my farm. You see veterans who come to our offices. I know they come to your office, Senator Klobuchar. You're a senator from Minnesota, but you are a national figure, so I know they're coming to your office. And they're saying things to me like, I'm a veteran. I could go do other jobs. I wanted to work on suicide prevention and mental health issues, and I'm being fired? And you said it right. I've heard you say it in private. I've heard you say it in public. I know it irks you. Because you're one of these sort of balanced people. Okay, we have a big deficit. That is a real problem. Maybe they're trying to lower the deficit. But they're not. That's the irony. They're not. They're about to explode trillions of dollars, most of which disproportionately will go to the wealthiest people, as you've been pointing out in our private phone calls over and over again, Senator Klobuchar. And so your question to me is spot on. It's spot on. And it's why I am standing here right now at the top of another hour, because of what you are saying relentlessly, persistently, and unyieldingly. Why are we hurting Americans from our farmers? We just talked about rural hospitals here for about 20, 30 minutes and what the threats are to them. We talked about rural social security centers and the threats that are to them. We talked about communities all over our country who are being hurt. And your question, why? To give tax breaks that will disproportionately go to the wealthiest Americans who you and I are not those people that demonize wealth. We don't demonize success. I want more people to start businesses. I want more people to dream of moving on up like the Jeffersons. I want more people to have that vision. I am not one of those people that are going to be mad at you because you're very successful. I'm going to be one of those people that says, you don't need more tax cuts. And we as a society have an obligation to each other, to those farmers, to those rural folks, to the cops I stood with at the funeral of one of their colleagues in Newark 2 weeks ago. We have an obligation to them to help them get equipment, to protect themselves. This country cannot do something that is so monumentally, fiscally irresponsible. Who was the one person in the House that voted, a Republican that voted against it, a guy named Massey? And I watched it. I had to smile and laugh because he said the quiet part out loud. He's sitting there looking at something. I saw him in an interview, and he says, by their own numbers, this doesn't add up. They're adding to our deficit by the trillions. He stayed true to his principles. What happened to all those mighty deficit hawks in the House of Representatives on the Republican side that caved to the pressure of a president? I'm so happy you asked it in the right fashion, as I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Very good. That was perfect. So I think one of the things you talked about was just this deficit and what's happening and what we're seeing with their proposal right now that's going to come right before us. By some estimates, it's going to add $37 trillion, $37 trillion in 30 years as we go ahead. I mean, I literally cannot believe that, when in fact we could step back now and we could say, what things can we do? What things can we do on the tax code? Because there's a whole lot of things we can do to strengthen Social Security, strengthen what we have in our government. And what really, when you step back and look at the economy, and I heard this the other day on a business channel, just about a month or two ago, man, we were coming out strong. We are a country that came out of the pandemic in a stronger way than so many other countries did around the world. We're ready. Inflation was at least steady, and it was starting to come down here. And now all of a sudden, we see chaos is up, corruption is up, and yes, costs are up. Ask anyone at the grocery store. And one of the problems when you look at what we could be doing to address the debt is that the proposals out there are just going to make it worse. That means more interest payments. That means more interest payments on the backs of regular people, and that means less we can do to help them as we look at what's happening right now. And one of the things you raised, Senator Booker, which I appreciate how much you know about this, is just this prescription drug negotiation and Medicare. So what do we finally do? So decades before you or Senator Murphy or Senator Warnock got here, before I got to this place, they made a sweetheart deal with the pharmaceutical companies, and they actually baked in so that they didn't have to negotiate prices for 73 million people. And anything. They could just charge whatever they wanted for these prescription drugs. What happens? Well, guess what happens? Suddenly, the drugs for our seniors are 2 to 1 what they are in places like Canada, our neighbor, our friend. 2 to 1 what they are over there. You got people driving up to Canada from Minnesota because we can see Canada from our porch. And they are like going up there trying to get less expensive drugs. And then they figured, what's going on? So a whole bunch of people started to say, let's look at this. It took years to get this done. Finally, we passed a bill it said they've got to negotiate. And we took the first 10 drugs. And the last administration got to pick those drugs, and they picked blockbuster drugs. Drugs like Eliquis, drugs like Xarelto, drugs like Januvia, Jardiance. I memorized them because I can always find people that take them. I don't make them raise their hand, say they take them. But these are blockbuster drugs. And they reduced the price by like 70% for our seniors. That's going to kick in soon, but not if this administration messes it up. And we have seen from everything from, giving signal lines about secret battle plans to reporters to deciding they're going to shut down the people that worked on protecting our nuclear facilities, and oops, we made a mistake. Or how about when they said, okay, we want to do something about avian flu, but we're going to fire all the people that work at, oh, no, we're going to fire them back. We're going to hire them back. That's what's been going on right now. So when I look at this really complicated prescription drug negotiation where you're taking on some of the biggest companies in the world, I say to myself, okay, so our Secretary of Health, Kennedy, he won't even agree, and when he's asked under oath if he's going to keep this up, they fired a bunch of people that would work on it. They haven't shown they're going to keep this negotiation going. Meanwhile, we've got put in place a $2,000 cap for our seniors out of pocket on drug costs under Medicare. That's really good. We put in place that insulin limit on $35 a month, and we thank Reverend Warnock, and we thank you, Senator Booker, Senator Murphy, everyone that worked on that. We got that in place. So now we got the big thing, which is the negotiation of all these drugs, because 15 more drugs are coming their way for negotiation. Again, blockbuster drugs, Ozempic, blockbuster drugs. Those drugs are coming their way for negotiation, but they have not committed to do that. They have not committed to do that. And even if they did commit to do it, do they even have the people to negotiate to take on these major companies? So my question of you, Senator Booker, after being up all night, after getting us through the storm of last night and into the bright sunshine of today, after holding the floor all this time, I can't even imagine how much your feet must hurt, but those feet hurting is nothing compared, which is why you're doing it, to how the rest of the people in this country right now feel and how they're hurting. My question is, how can they move forward without trying to save money for the people of this country? Because what I see happening, and there's so many signs, you see it every single day, when they are getting rid of some of these people that work on it, then you're not going to be able to get the Social Security for my friend that I met from Cross Lake, Minnesota. Then you're not going to be able to get that stuff done. But I think as we look at those cuts, it's not just the word cuts. What effect does it have on real people when they can't get their services? When our veterans, who also have complex ways that they've got to deal with the government, when they have no one answering the phone, when they've gotten rid of veterans who've actually done the work. So my question here is, for people to translate this into the real world, is what is all this going to mean for people in the real world, what they're doing right now?
I love. Thank you for the question, Senator Klobuchar. I love that you're bringing back to real people and what effect it's having. And what you're spelling out is something that's really important. There's a strategy that they have expressly said they want to overwhelm you, not us. They want to overwhelm the American people. They want to flood the zone. And so I see a whole bunch of doing things to distract us. Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, Greenland, all these things to try to whip us up and not pay attention to what most Americans are concerned with, is can they make ends meet? Even the big reconciliation bill that they're going to try to do, that we have to find a way to appeal to a small group of Republican Congress people to stop, of cutting $880 million out of Medicaid. We went through in great detail at length last night why that's bad, but you are pointing to something even more insidious. As that big thing is going on, they actually are cutting the support to get more people signed up with the ACA. Already happened. Make it harder to sign up for the ACA. They've already cut the tax credits that are helping people that are in the ACA get resources to help with their health care costs. They're going after these things. Here's one that you know really well. They're going after, as we talk about all of these parents struggling with children and family members with chronic diseases, we know one of the things that help people with chronic diseases is having access to fresh, healthy foods, but they're cutting access to that for our kids going to school. This administration has not only overseen in 71 days a rise in inflation, a rise in the cost of groceries, a lowering of people's 401ks with the stock market going down. It's not only bringing economic chaos, but they are already hurting people on their basic delivery of their services, from taking thousands of jobs out of Social Security, making it harder for people who have some problem to get it solved, to the VA, to the ACA. I will definitely yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I was thinking as you talked about the Affordable Care Act and all the work that went into it and what came out of it, I was remembering the constant attempts to repeal that bill. I was remembering when Senator John McCain, I think you were here for this, came in and kind of did the unexpected, right? He went in here, he bucked his party, and he said no. He didn't agree with Donald Trump about this. He didn't agree with his leaders on this. He did what he thought was right. And my issue is that we all have those moments where we have to make decisions about what we think is right. And I think about Donald Trump, and that's just this week, he said he wanted to violate the Constitution, which he says practically every single hour, but he said that he would try to serve another term, that he would do this, he would do that. He is literally treating this presidency like he's the king, and I guess Elon Musk is thus the court jester at his side, or the White House IT guy. But the point is that he's treating this like a king, and you serve on the Judiciary Committee. You know, you are a student of history. You're also a scholar in terms of understanding this government and how it works. And I think one of the things that's most unsettling for people that they just don't understand is how you could have a president in place that doesn't respect that democracy. I remember when we all gathered for the inauguration, and I had 4 minutes because of my job with the Rules Committee to address those gathered in that rotunda. And I noted that our democracy can be a hot mess right now, but it's still the best form of government that we've got, that our democracy is truly our shelter in the storm. It's our shelter in the storm, to quote a great songwriter from the state of Minnesota. That the reason that we don't have, I know you may have a few songwriters from there, if the Senator could yield for one question, who is your best songwriter and singer from the state of New Jersey, just to make clear who is.
Oh, is that your question?
Will you yield for a question from me?
I will.
Yes.
I will answer that question by avoiding it, because in New Jersey there are so many great patron saints, from the great Bon Jovi to the great Bruce Springsteen to the incredible Queen Latifah, the chairman of the board from New Jersey, the great Frank Sinatra. So I'm not going to pick. We have so many great singers, rappers like Redman. We are just a thriving state of Count Basie. There's just too many. I would not force you to do that. Of course, it's Prince, I think, from your state.
Bob Dylan. But that aside, I am very impressed, Senator Booker, that after 12 hours now, 13 hours, that you still are able to make sure that you mention every songwriter. But that aside, Bob Dylan once had that great line, "Shelter in the storm." Our democracy is shelter in the storm. And then I noted that day that in some countries, presidential inaugurations, they're held in gilded palaces, not in the United States of America. In the United States of America, it's held in the People's House. That's what you're doing right now, Senator Booker, because the People's House is where the action should be. That's Article 1. And the Constitution specifically says here, we have equal branches of government. And the final thing is that the power in that rotunda that day, and this is where we get into Donald Trump thinking he's king, the power of that rotunda didn't come from the people in there, it came from outside, came from the people. So that's why you see the people standing up right now, our constituents, going to these town halls, standing up, breaking the phone lines in the U.S. Senate, sending in the emails with their stories that we are able, that you've heard the senators and you have read on the Senate floor about things that have happened to your constituents. So that's the power from the outside. So the question that I ask of you is just tell me what you think people can do when you've got a president in there that, he thinks he is king And he thinks that a democracy is just something that he can just shove aside and say whatever he wants and break whatever rule that people depend on, that they depend on to be able to vote, to be able to participate and have their case made. Tell me what you think. What's the answer to that?
Thank you, Senator. I'll answer that. And I see Ron Wyden has come to the floor, who's, for both Amy and I, one of the chair people or at this point, ranking members of one of the great committees. To Amy Klobuchar's question, I read a lot of angry letters. People who were demanding of me to do something to stop them, do something different. Stand up, speak up, Senator. I'm afraid. Stand up, speak up, Senator. I'm so angry. Stand up, speak up, Senator. The services for my disabled child are threatened. Stand up, speak up. So it's one of the reasons why I'm doing this, why my staff and I talked about this for so many days, to do something to let our constituents know, to elevate their voices on the floor, to read their letters, to read their statements, not just New Jerseyans, but like you, the hundreds and hundreds of people that are calling us from other states. But I am most moved by the letters who tell me about their pain or their challenges or their fears, but they end that question with your question. But I am here to help. Tell me how I can help. I am here to help. Tell me I can help. And you said it, Senator. I read the letter of John McCain last night. His letter explaining his vote. It was so beautiful. It was tough like he was. It was hard on the whole body. But he called to principles. Senator Schumer was here when I read it. It was eerie because he was describing what went wrong then, which is the same thing here, that we do need to make our country better. We do need to have a bolder vision for healthcare, a bolder vision for Social Security. We need to make them work for the people, but we're not doing it here in this body. And this man who's not acting like a president, but is trashing our constitutional traditions, is violating our laws as he's getting tied up in court, but ignoring court orders. And when he gets a decision he doesn't like, he trashes the judges so badly that the Supreme Court itself finds that it has to go out and tell him to stop it. What stopped health care from being taken away in the last time wasn't the persuasive powers of anybody in this side of the political aisle in the Senate convincing anybody over there. I would like to think it was my eloquence with Lisa Murkowski. I would like to think it was my high-minded intellect that somehow it was damaged playing too much football, but that somehow I got a right argument to Susan Collins. That wasn't it. I'd like to think it was my ability to stand up to John McCain himself. No, none of that. It was the people. It was the people. You remember the little lobbyists in their wheelchairs rolling up to senators and speaking their heart, telling them of their pain and their fear. It was people coming here and marching, people coming and flooding the calls like they're doing now, people writing letters, people marching, people in their states from all political spectrums coming in and saying, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And so if you're asking me what we can do, I know what we can do, but we've got to, it's a great song. Senator Klobuchar, I had my staff print a bunch of things I sent them. I sent them because I knew they were some of my favorite people from history. There's one here, Webster. There's one by Jefferson. There's the letters from the Birmingham jail, Langston Hughes, something by Harper Lee, Emma Lazarus. But here's one. Here's the answer. In a poem, and forgive me for reading this. I wanted to do it at some point today, and this is perfect. And I see my senator here. He may have a question, but I love this poem. It was written and put to song by a man named James Weldon Johnson. He was an educator, a poet, a diplomat, a civil rights activist. He was born in the great state of Florida. And he said that this is what we have to do. Lift every voice and sing. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound like the rolling sea. We must sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us, sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on, let us march on, let us march on until victory is won. It doesn't ignore the wretchedness of our history. It speaks to the truth and the excitement and the hope about that past and the virtues that our ancestors gave us. He goes on, stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with a steady beat, have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way with the tears, which tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered, out of the gloomy past, till now we stand at last where the white gleam of the bright stars is cast. The last stanza. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the night, keep us forever in the path we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God and true to this native land. What can we do is do like our ancestors did. What can we do? Do like the people who never gave up, who, even when this country that they loved didn't love them back, they kept fighting and kept pushing. And we know that, Senator Klobuchar, because we've witnessed that. In my time in the Senate with you, we've seen the most amazing, shocking moments within a Bergefeld case at the Supreme Court, recognizing the humanity, the dignity, and the equal rights of LGBTQ Americans to have love and marry. We've seen fights in this time that we've been here, where we've seen victories on health care that made such a difference in people's lives. We've seen the fights while we've been here, some of the most painful moments where we've seen the arc of the moral universe bent, not by the people here, not by the people in this body. You think we got suffrage because a bunch of men on the Senate floor said, okay, guys, come on, put your hands in here. Ready, give women the right to vote on 3. Ready, break. That's not how it happened. It's not how it happened. It happened because the power of the people is greater than the people in power. You think we got civil rights because one day Strom Thurmond, after filibustering for 24 hours, you think we got civil rights because he came to the floor one day and said, I've seen the light. Let those Negro people have the right to vote. No, we got civil rights because people marched for it, sweat for it, and John Lewis bled for it. And so I'm scared too. But fear is a necessary precondition to courage. I am angry too. But my mom told me, never let your anger consume you. Channel it, fuel it, so it can help your love be greater and stronger. Amy Klobuchar, that's what this moment needs. And our job in this body is to be truth tellers. Our job, just as you said so brilliantly, is to elevate the voices of the people of the country, because you're right, Amy Klobuchar, this is the people's house. It's Article 1 of the Constitution, and it's under assault. Article 1 is under assault. Our spending powers, our budgetary powers, the power to establish agencies like the Department of Education and USAID, it's under assault by a president that doesn't respect this document. And how do we stop them? I'm sorry to say we hold powerful positions. We are elected by great states, but we're in the minority right now, and you spelled it out at the beginning of your questions to me. It will take 3 people of conscience on that side. It will take 4 here. I'm going back to my book because there's somebody that you know. I don't know if my staff put it in at the last moment. Yes, they did. Margaret Chase Stevens, who you know. Margaret Chase Smith, excuse me. A U.S. Senator from Maine, a Republican. When a demagogue had rose in the land exploiting people's fear, deporting Jews who were not citizens of this country because they were accusing them of being communists, at a time that this body was being twisted and contorted to the will of a demagogue, where nobody had the courage to stand up. It was a woman from the Republican Party that stood, I don't know, somewhere in this body. Her feet might have been tired. Her heart might have been hurt. She might have been afraid of the consequences to stand up to people preaching the Red Scare. But this woman in this body, rare thing in those years, this woman in this body who are founders, those imperfect geniuses that wrote this Constitution, the woman in this body who wasn't imagined by our founders, thank God they called upon us to make a more perfect union. And generations of activists finally made it real that women could serve in this body. She had the courage, the audacity to call her own party to task. I read her words. She said, "I don't believe that the Republican Party is any sense a party of fear, but I do believe that the Republican Party has made an alliance with the four horsemen of fear. The fear of communists, the fear of labor unions, the fear of the future, the fear of progress. I think it's high time that we remembered that we have sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution," she continues. "I think it's time that we remembered that the Constitution, as amended, speaks not only of the freedom of speech, but also the freedom of trial by jury." This great senator, this great Republican said, whether it is criminal prosecutions in a court or character prosecution in the Senate, there is little political distinction when the life of a person has been ruined. Those of us who shout the loudest about Americanism in making character assassinations all too frequently, those who, by our own words and acts, ignore some of the basic principles of what it means to be an American. The right to criticize without thinking the president is going to drag you from the Oval Office for criticizing him. The right to hold unpopular beliefs. That if you have beliefs that I find contemptible, it doesn't mean that I can disappear you from a city street. She goes on, the right to protest, that just for assembling and speaking up, that's not a right to cut hundreds of millions of dollars to that university's science funding. The right to independent thought. The exercise of these rights should not cost one single American citizen his reputation or his right to a livelihood, nor should he be in danger of losing his reputation or livelihood merely because he happens to know someone who holds unpopular beliefs, like a law firm that represents suing the president and now has their very firm, their very livelihoods, the legal secretaries and others, come after them. Margaret Chase Smith goes on to call her party to be a woman of conscience, to stand up and say, I quote, "The American people are sick and tired of being afraid to speak their minds, lest they be politically smeared as communists or fascists by their opponents. Freedom of speech," she says, "is not what it used to be in America. It has been so abused by some that it is not exercised by others. So, dear God, if I stand up in this body and say it is wrong to put Pete Hegseth in the cabinet as Secretary of Defense because he's unqualified, look at a signal chat to see how unqualified he is." Margaret Chase Smith continues, "As a Republicans, I say to my colleagues on this side of the aisle that the Republican Party faces challenges today that is not unlike the challenges it faced by Lincoln back in the day. The Republican Party so successfully met that challenge that it emerged from the Civil War as the champion of a united nation. In addition to being the party which unrelentingly fought loose spending and loose programs. I doubt if the Republican Party could do so simply because I do not believe the American people will uphold any political party that puts political exploitation above the national interests. Surely we Republicans are not so desperate for victory. I do not want to see the Republican Party win that way. While it might be a fleeting victory for the Republican Party, it would be a more lasting defeat for the American people," she says. "Surely it would ultimately be suicide for the Republican Party and the two-party system itself that has protected American leaders' liberties from the dictatorship of a one-party system. You ask me, Amy Klobuchar, what do we need to do? We need to call to the conscience of our comrades in the People's Branch and say, how could you go along with a reconciliation that will put trillions of dollars of debt on our children and our children's children? How could you go along with cutting $800 billion from Medicaid only to give tax cuts to the wealthiest, disproportionately go to the wealthiest? How can you in good conscience, if you're a fiscal hawk, if you're a Christian conservative, how could you hurt the weak to benefit the rich and powerful? That is the answer to your question. The people of the United States of America, all of us, have to stand up and say, no, not on my watch. I'm a Republican, I'm a veteran, I'm a police officer, I'm a firefighter, I'm a teacher. Not in America. We won't allow this. We won't allow this. We won't allow this.
Will the senator yield, the senator from New Jersey yield for question?
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I thank my colleague, and I have been listening to this, and a Herculean presentation for hours and hours, and your remarks reflect the urgency of our times, Senator Booker, and I thank you for it. Let me frame the question this way. I hold open to all town hall meetings in every county in my state each year. I've had more than 1,100 of them, and since Donald Trump took office, what we have seen in these town hall meetings is fear and terror, and I might add, record turnouts. You know, I was in a small town in Central Oregon recently, Sisters. We had almost 1,400, people here. And what people asked about, and you've touched on this morning, is, of course, Medicaid and Social Security, because these are programs involving health care and retirement that are really the connective tissue between the government and our people. And these programs make it possible for people to pay for essentials. They're not going to fancy places. They're buying groceries, they're paying rent, they're buying medicine. We had one separate town hall meeting, I say to my colleague, just with federal employees whose goal is to get out in the woods and help prevent fire in Oregon. I organized this meeting. They, too, are terrified. They've dedicated their lives to trying to help. Now, we serve the American people. And I'm telling you, I've seen service in action over the last few hours with your reflecting the urgency of our times. Our salaries are paid for by taxpayers, and I'm particularly troubled by the fact that we're getting all these reports that many senators are saying, I'm not going to do town hall meetings. They're on the other side of the aisle. As I said, I've had 1,100 of them, 10 of them so far this year. Seems to me that's refusing to answer to constituents. And you've been here all night, and you're setting a very clear example about what it means to push back against authoritarianism. So just like I have town hall meetings, my question to my friend from New Jersey is, what are you hearing from home? Pretty straightforward question, but it sure as heck is what the times are all about, because people are saying, what are you doing back there? What's important to you? And I talk about town meetings. I had a town hall, I say to my friend during the speech that was made on the floor of the House. I had 30,000 people participating. That's a lot for my small state. So I know what I'm doing, and I think the American people would like to hear a bit about what my colleague is hearing from his state and why it's so important that he's out here mopping his brow today, trying to stay on his feet, making the case for the urgency of our time. What are you hearing?
Thank you, Senator. I'm hearing a lot of fear, a lot of anger. I'm hearing head of hospitals say that this is outrageous, the threats to our hospitals in New Jersey. I'm hearing heads of critical health services tell me what the Medicaid cuts will mean to their organizations. I'm hearing from Catholic priests that are doing extraordinary things in service of their communities. I'm hearing from citizens who are veterans, who got fired from their jobs. I'm hearing from people, as I read letters from people who work in the Social Security agency, and what the chaos that's been created and the lack of the deteriorating service to seniors. I've heard from seniors who are terrified about what's being done to Social Security and how it might affect their lives. I'm hearing demands from our constituents, people demanding, Senator, that we do something about the outrages they're seeing. And I think that when I hear New Jerseyans, by larger and larger numbers, and I'll be back in my state, I know we are planning meetings and a town hall and a lot more this weekend. But I have to say, now more than ever, we need more of it. We need more of it. And one of the reasons I'm here is because I want to elevate those voices of my constituents. I want to tell the stories that my constituents are writing in about, and lift their voices and tell them that they're seen, they're heard. I've been going through section by section, as you pointed out, Social Security, section on health care, section on education and the Department of Education and the work that it does. I've been going point by point through. This is the agenda. I didn't know how much of I can get through. But we laid it out. We have binders for each one of these issues. Immigration, we went through. We have housing, the environment, farmers and food, veterans, the corruption that's been normalized by this president, the rule of law, public safety, all of the ways that we know that there is a crisis in our country, and we as a nation need to be more attuned to it and doing more to meet this crisis, to rise up and defend our country, defend our well-being. And all while things are happening that you know. You're the chairman of the Finance Committee, and you have these insights. We've talked about them, about what's about to happen in this reconciliation process. I mean, that's one of the most stunning things that's almost immediate on this floor. I think we're going to see about the tariffs tomorrow and see how far the president will go, but we do know whatever it is, it's going to affect prices that are going to continue to go up for Americans, as inflation has continued to go up for Americans, as the stock markets continue to go down, as people's 401ks have lost so much money, the uncertainty I'm hearing from businesses in New Jersey, the chaos that they feel about the economy, the consumer confidence in this country has gone way down. If you ask the question, are you better off than you were 71 days ago? Not many Americans would say that they're better off. Their costs are higher, their groceries are higher. They're soon to see everything from car prices to food go higher. Their retirement security is under attack. Their health care is under attack. They're losing their Department of Education. They're less safe from infectious diseases abroad. There's so many things that we have to talk to and try to stop. And you're our leader on the Finance Committee, and you know that the tax thing they're trying to run through this now, I'm trying to get my head wrapped around these wacky parliamentary things that even the podcasts I listen to in the morning to inform me say they even spoke about this years and years ago, but they said, oh, this is too crazy, we can't do this. To try to tell the American people somehow that the trillions of dollars of tax cuts that we're going to give disproportionately to the wealthiest people of all, oh, there's nothing to see here that has a zero impact on the budget, so we can do it through reconciliation. That is the biggest hocus-pocus, manufactured artifice that I've ever seen to obscure the truth in America. That what the Republicans are trying to do is cut massively into health care for Americans in order to give tax cuts to the wealthiest, disproportionately to the wealthiest who don't need it, and to drive up the deficits, making our children and our children's children have a more dangerous economy and higher debt payments to make, debt payments that will skyrocket higher than any expense the government makes. We are literally about to see something go through reconciliation that threatens to sacrifice our children's future so that the richest of the rich can get richer. And so I know there's a lot of people who are angry, who are worried, who are feeling overwhelmed, who are struggling to make ends meet, but I know of only one way to do this, and I'm trying to do it myself, is to do things differently, to stand up, to speak up, to not act like this is just normal in our country. There's not a president from Eisenhower to Reagan to Bush on the Republican side that could ever imagine a day where in a UN vote we side with Russia and China against the Western democracies that we saved in World War II, that we stormed beaches of Normandy for, that we did the Berlin airlift for, that we did the Marshall Plan for. We designed the world order, and now we're turning our back on it. We designed the rules-based world order, and we're turning our back on those organizations. From trashing NATO to getting out of the World Health Organization to getting out of the group of countries coming together to deal with climate change. We're not leading the planet Earth anymore. Our allies are saying openly they can't trust us. The quotes are unbelievable by our allies. Generations of Americans all know one thing: Russia is our adversary. This principle was reinforced after Russia's brutal, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. The American public knows a lot about Putin and his cronies and what they've done to the brave people of Ukraine. Russia has abducted over 19,000 children, taking them from their families and homeland. Russia has targeted civilians, bombing hospitals and schools, including a strike on a children's hospital during the supposed ceasefire negotiations just a few weeks ago. Russian forces have raped and assaulted Ukrainian civilians, and Russia has tortured prisoners of war. One would think, given all the horrors inflicted by Russia, that the United States would continue to treat Russia as the adversary and the pariah that other Western democracies treat it. But that's not what Trump has done. He's done the opposite. On the third anniversary of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, the Trump administration joined Russia and North Korea in voting against a UN resolution condemning the invasion that has killed over 12,000 Ukrainian civilians and injured 30,000. Imagine that. I had the foreign minister of a great ally in NATO in my office looking at me and saying, basically, what the heck? My friend Chris Murphy on the floor, we sit close to each other. He's further up the dais than me in foreign relations, and this stuff is insanity. Here's NBC News. President Donald Trump has said Ukraine, not Russia, started the war. He called Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky not Vladimir Putin. He called Zelensky a dictator. Meanwhile, Trump's administration is standing down on a suite of tough anti-Kremlin policies. In just over a month, Trump has executed a startling realignment of American foreign policy, effectively throwing U.S. support behind Moscow and rejecting the tight alliance with Kiev, cultivated by former President Joe Biden. The extraordinary pivot has upended decades of hawkish foreign policy towards Russia that provided a rare area of bipartisan consensus in an increasingly divided nation. Trump's recent moves have drawn international attention, unsettling U.S. alliances, and thrilling conservative populists who favor a turn away from Zelensky. The new posture was put in stark relief on Friday during a tense Oval Office meeting. We all remember this. Between Trump and Zelensky, the leaders clashed in front of the press, raising questions about the future of American support for Kyiv. Alliances and partners around the world are our biggest strength against any U.S. adversary or competitor, from China to Russia to Iran to North Korea. We are the strongest nation on the planet Earth but our strength is multiplied and magnified when we stand in alliance with those nations that share our values and are bonded to us and are committed to us. In fact, the only time Article 5 in the United Nations, that article that says that if one person in NATO is attacked, everyone is attacked, and they all join together, that one time it happened was 9/11, when our NATO allies stood up with America. And so look at NATO. It's been the bedrock of the international order for 80 years. It was created in 1949 by 12 countries, including the United States, to provide collective security, and in many ways to provide collective security against the Soviet Union. Since then, 20 more countries have joined NATO through 10 rounds of enlargement, bringing the total number of NATO countries to 32. The most recent additions were Sweden in 2024 and Finland in 2023, who applied to join NATO in 2022 after Russia invaded Ukraine, because those countries are realizing that the authoritarian dictator that Putin is, who threatens his smaller neighbors, those other nations have realized they should be standing with NATO. That we have a principle of collective defense, as I said, enshrined in Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. Collective defense means an attack on one ally is considered an attack against all allies. A strong NATO has made America safer and stronger and more prosperous. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle have recognized this. I've been in this body for 12 years. I've been told by people who I've learned from about foreign policy when I came here as a mayor and leaned on people like Chris Coons and leaned on people like Chris Murphy, leaned on people like John McCain, leaned on people like Lindsey Graham, leaned on people like Senator Rubio. He helped pass a law that enshrined congressional action before the president can withdraw from NATO. That law passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. 87 senators voted yes. Senator Rubio, now Secretary of State, said, and I quote, "NATO serves as an essential military alliance that protects shared national interests and enhances America's international presence. Any decision to leave the alliance should be rigorously debated and considered by the U.S. Congress with the input of the American people." 2 weeks ago, though, on March 19th in 2025, in response to news that the Pentagon may give up the role of supreme allied commander in Europe, a position held by an American general since the NATO alliance was formed in 1949, Republican Senator Wicker and Representative Rogers signaled their oppositions in an extraordinarily joint statement warning to Donald Trump that change would, quote, risk undermining American deterrence around the globe. I want to read some of the comments of NATO partners about the damage that has been done in just the last 71 days of Trump's leadership in upending the world order that has helped to keep America strong and stronger and safer and more prosperous. The EU's top diplomat said the free world needs a new leader. Think about that. Think about that. The EU's top diplomat has said in response to Donald Trump that now the free world needs a new leader. Every president of my lifetime was seen as the leader of the free world, and now the rest of the free world, its top diplomat is saying it's time for that to change. The new German chancellor said, "My absolute priority will be to strengthen Europe as quickly as possible so that step by step we can really achieve independence from the USA." He went on to say, "I never thought I would have to say something like this on a television program, but after Donald Trump's statements, it is clear that the Americans, at least this part of the Americans, this administration, are largely indifferent to the fate of Europe. Our ancestors saved Europe. Our ancestors stormed beaches in Normandy, paratrooped into Europe, liberated concentration camps. Our ancestors sacrificed blood and treasure for Europe. It turned Germany from one of history's worst despotic states into a global economic power, and a democracy. We were there at the Berlin airlift. We were there for the Marshall Plan. And now Europe is saying it is clear that the Americas, at least that part of the Americas, this administration are largely indifferent to the fate of Europe. That is not true. That is not true. And as long as I have breath in my body and blood in my veins, I will join with the other people on both sides of the aisle. God bless you, Roger Wicker, for standing with the understanding that America is the strongest nation in the world, but our strength is multiplied and magnified when we stand with our allies from Germany to Japan, from Australia to Iceland, that when our country stands up, we don't bully our neighbors like Canada, we don't threaten our allies like Iceland, like Greenland, we don't threaten smaller, weaker nations like Panama, we don't upend the world order. Donald Trump does not speak for me. He does not speak for the traditions of this body. He doesn't speak for the people that are buried, Americans that are buried in fields in Germany and in France and all over Europe. Here is former Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's speech at NATO and the Atlantic Council. On April 4th, 1949, 12 democracies came together in the wake of 2 world wars and the dawn of a new Cold War, and they all remembered, as President Truman put it then, the sickening blow of unprovoked aggression. That's what Truman said. They were coming together against the sickening blow of unprovoked aggression. You hear that, Putin? And so they vowed to stand together for their collective defense and to safeguard freedom and democracy across Europe and North America. They made a solemn commitment declaring that an armed attack against one ally would be considered an attack against all. Now, that commitment was enshrined in Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. It was the foundation of NATO, and it still is. And on that bedrock, we have built the strongest and most successful defense alliance in all of human history, and I'll say one of the most prosperous blocks of democratic countries. Throughout the Cold War, NATO deterred Soviet aggression against Western Europe and prevented a Third World War. In the 1990s, NATO used air power to stop ethnic cleansing in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Kosovo. And the day after September 11th, 2001, when al-Qaeda terrorists attacked our country, including slamming a plane into the Pentagon not far from here, NATO invoked Article 5 for the first and only time in history.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor. I yield to one of my best friends in the Senate. I yield to one of the smartest guys I know. I yield to the guy who handed me the chairmanship of the committee that oversaw world public health and Africa, and still reminds me that he knows more Swahili than I'll ever know. I yield to the guy who, when he speaks up in the Senate, people on both sides of the aisle listen. I yield to my friend who has real friendships, who when I came to and said, we are seeing the worst famines on the planet Earth, that Joe Biden didn't put enough money into the world feeding programs, he went to another appropriator over there, another friend of ours, Lindsey Graham, and together we got billions of dollars of more that saved hundreds of thousands of lives. You are a prince of a man. You are my friend. You are somebody that is a hero who folks don't know their name in the countries that you have affected with your strength on foreign policy. Dear God, my friend, I yield the floor for a question while retaining the floor.
I ask my friend...
Excuse me, I'm going to say that correctly. I yield for a question while retaining the floor. I do not yield the floor.
I ask my friend and colleague from New Jersey if he is familiar with Psalm 30, verse 5.
Not at this moment.
I offer to repeat it because I think it speaks to this moment. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Now, this is a holy month It is the month of Lent. It is the month of Ramadan. It is the period of reflection preceding Passover. And my question to my colleague is rooted in a scripture in the Torah, in the Psalms, forgive me, known to both of us, one widely engaged in these days. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. This is a reminder both of the possibility of redemption, of the urgency of hope, and of your night-long sacrifice on this floor. Let me ask, if I might, two more questions of my friend and colleague. To my colleague from New Jersey, are you familiar with a front-page story on the Washington Post entitled, "Trump's USAID Cuts Cripple American Response to Myanmar Earthquake," an article running today in the Washington Post?
I have not read the paper to this day, but I
had suspected that might be the case, given that my colleague from New Jersey has dedicated his night to standing tall and fighting hard to make sure that the people of the United States know what is going on. And I'll share with you just for a moment that it hurt my heart to watch the national evening news last night and see a Chinese humanitarian emergency response team celebrated as they pulled survivors out of the earthquake rubble in Myanmar. It did not hurt my heart that there are Chinese nationals providing emergency relief, but it hurt my heart that exactly those people who are the very best in the world at responding to humanitarian crises, exactly those people had just received termination letters, and their work with USAID had just been suspended. Normally, in every humanitarian crisis I've known in my lifetime, the first in are the men and women of USAID and the U.S. Armed Forces. Whether a tsunami, a tornado, wildfires, or an earthquake, we had world-leading humanitarian response capabilities. And I think it is a tragedy that we have not. I think it is a tragedy, and it is reflected in both this article that I've asked my colleague about and in the response of the world, that we have created an enormous opening for the PRC to come in and do what we previously did so well. Let me ask another question, if I might, of my colleague. Are you familiar with what has just happened to food banks all over our nation in terms of an announcement about impending deliveries of badly needed surplus food? This, I suspect, will be the focus of your future comments on agriculture, but I mention it as something that has impacted my state, and I suspect yours as well.
Well, first of all, I want to say disciplined. When you ask me a question, to yield for a question, I want to say I yield for a question while retaining the floor. And I want to say to the colleague, I'm familiar with some of this, but if as a part of a question to me and not anything resembling a colloquy, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor if you have another question.
To my colleague, are you familiar with an article, USDA halts millions of dollars worth of deliveries to food banks?
I'm pretty sure I am. I am.
I will simply then ask my colleague a question.
Therefore, if you were going to ask me a question, I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
To my colleague, I ask the question, are you familiar with the cuts that have been imposed to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, suspending hundreds of millions of meals to Americans in need, and the justification for that being offered?
I am familiar. I've mentioned it earlier in this last 15 hours. So thank you.
Last question.
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
To my colleague from New Jersey, I ask the question, are you familiar with when, whether, and why NATO has invoked Article 5 and how the service and the sacrifice that followed reinforces exactly the point I believe my colleague was beginning to speak to, which is the common cause and the common purpose shown by all of our NATO allies in America's greatest moment of need in recent decades after the attacks of 9/11.
I am very familiar with that. It haunts me that when America was in crisis, I live 11 miles from ground zero.
And to my colleague, are you aware which of our European NATO allies lost per capita the highest number of their soldiers in combat, serving alongside American service members? A nation I visited, a nation whose service members I visited, a nation that is today aggrieved by comments made recently. Are you familiar with our trusted ally, Denmark?
Yes, I am. That country that has shed more blood than any of our allies, side by side, fighting with America, is Canada. Is Canada.
Denmark.
Oh, it's Denmark.
Denmark lost per capita, I believe. Excuse me. Let me simply ask of my colleague one more question.
Thank you very much. I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Is my colleague aware that broadly distributed across our NATO allies is service and sacrifice, including the loss of their troops in combat, and that every single loss in combat was a loss of great service and sacrifice by our NATO allies?
Yes, I am familiar, and I'm grateful for you making those points as we threaten Greenland and Denmark and try to bully them in a way that, with rhetoric that fashions more after the behavior of Vladimir Putin's threatening before the Ukrainian invasion, as opposed to what allies do, who are grateful for shared sacrifice, who are grateful for shared honor, who are grateful for shared prosperity. What is happening right now, to me, is shameful. How we're treating our allies is unacceptable, and the tariffs that will be imposed will indeed hurt Canada and other NATO allies, but they will hurt us in the long run more, not only in the immediacy of the driving up of prices for Americans. What the president is doing as he turns his back on Republican traditions and American and Democratic traditions, it's going to hurt us more as a nation in the long run, as other countries look to other places for leadership of the free world.
Will my colleague yield for another question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Is my colleague familiar with the testimony of General Jim Mattis, a decorated 4-star Marine Corps general who served as Secretary of Defense in the previous Trump administration, who testified about what the consequences would be if we were to defund development and diplomacy?
I hope that the colleague of mine, who again has been a mentor, a friend on all things foreign policy, my belief is that he's referring to when General Mattis sat before the United States Senate and said very pointedly, if you cut the foreign aid, if you cut organizations like USAID, if you cut the programs of the State Department, then buy me more bullets.
Will my colleague yield for a final question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Does my colleague have an opinion about whether it strengthens or harms America in our national security to have an earned reputation as a nation of compassion, a nation that comes to the aid of those suffering through humanitarian disasters, a nation of compassion that provides health care and access for retirement in decency, a nation that cares for the least of these on the margins of the world and that has a just and inclusive society at home? Does my colleague have an opinion about whether it strengthens or weakens our nation at home and abroad to earn a reputation for compassion and reliability, or instead to deserve a reputation for unreliability and cruelty?
So this is the powerful thing about my friend, who I went with on my first trip to the continent of Africa as a senator. And I remember flying in to Zimbabwe. The leader of that country had passed away. And you always correct me on my pronunciation, so I'm going to try my best. Mnangagwa.
Mnangagwa, yes.
Mnangagwa, thank you, sir.
Mnangagwa.
The alligator, it was his reputation, had taken over as his leadership. And we, this bipartisan, merry group of senators, were going there to sit in a unified, bipartisan way and say to this new leader, you need to honor democratic principles. You need to honor free and fair elections. that we want to be your partner, we want to be your friend, but it's time for a new, peaceful, democratic Zimbabwe. And as we landed, I don't know if you remember, he was landing too in the airport, and he was coming from China. He was coming from China, who has different values than we have. In fact, you and I both see now all over the continent of Africa a competition. We come with USAID. We come with PEPFAR. We come with a program called AGOA, helping with economic development. We come with scientists that stand in the breach against the worst infectious diseases. One of the most courageous things I saw Chris Coons do in my life was when the Ebola scare was happening about 8 years ago, and was starting to show up on our shores. You did something that people were afraid to do. You went to Africa to visit with the people from our country that are there fighting Ebola. You had to come in quarantine when you came back to make sure you didn't have it. It was amazing because you were going there to say to the world, I, Chris Coons, Senator for Delaware, here, but America is here. America knows that an infectious disease anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. America knows that when it comes to the globe, Martin Luther King was right in his spiritual proclamation in the letters from the Birmingham jail that we are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a common garment of destiny, that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I have been to where you've been, from Kenya and Tanzania, to traveling with you to Ouagadougou. You used to make me smile when I used to say the capital of Burkina Faso. Ouagadougou, my friend. There's a word I learned from a language, the Bantu language. It basically roughly translates into this: I am because we are. I am because we are. America has learned the power of soft power. General Mattis knew much cheaper investment, much more success. String of successes that we've had in the last 25 years have been with our soft power, not with our 20-year wars in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. General Mattis knew that. He gave wisdom. He said, do not cut the State Department. Do not cut USAID. They are making an invaluable contribution to fighting terrorism, to fighting instability, to spreading democracy, to fighting infectious diseases, where we go and stand. But now we're shrinking, we're retreating, we're pulling back, we're cutting aid. And when crises are happening like we're seeing in Myanmar right now, we don't even have the personnel to be there to help people. But you know who does? China. And they show up and they leverage influence. You and I know this in the continent of Africa. They're here, take our money, be in debt to us now, and we have control. By the way, we want a military port here, like they have right next to us in Djibouti. The Chinese are playing a long game, and Trump is playing into their hands and weakening our nation, not just against infectious diseases, not just against the global fight against climate change, not just against the economic opportunities that we're missing out on in the continent of Africa. And guess what? If you don't know this, by 2050, 1 out of every 4 people on the planet Earth will live on the continent of Africa. 1 of every 3 working-age people on the planet Earth will be on the continent of Africa. China's playing the long game. Not only critical rare earth minerals, but the economic power of the most populous continent on the planet. And what are we doing with Trump? We're doing Michael Jackson. We're moonwalking away from that continent, saying, China, go ahead. I love you, Chris Coons. I am the ranking member of this subcommittee inspired by you, Chris Coons. And the work that you and me and Lindsey Graham and John McCain did over the last 10 years is being swept away as our allies are saying frightening things that they have to look elsewhere for leadership and not to the people that saved the free world. It is a shame that we're doing to my grandparents' generation. with my grandmother with her war bonds and her victory garden, and my grandfather building bombers at the Willow Run bomber plant in Michigan. All the country came together and sacrificed for the war effort. We saved Europe. We bled and died on that European continent. There are, and you've seen them, these fields of crosses, and you see some Stars of David, and you see some Muslim graves. You see it all. Our American boys died. And yet we still invested in that continent. We still invested with the Marshall Plan. We still invested with the Berlin Airlift. We still stood up to communism. And a great Republican president stood up in front of a Russian autocratic leader and said, Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And what is Trump going to be remembered for? I really love Vladimir Putin. Zelensky's a dictator. You're my friend. You and I both visit VA halls. And occasionally we meet a World War II veteran. In my state, there are some incredible men that still wear their hat. And if they can, they stand with pride. They are called the greatest generation. And what are we doing to their legacy? What are we doing to their legacy, Chris Coons? I'm going to keep talking unless somebody wants to say, will the senator yield for a question?
Will the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
First of all, thank you so much for what you are doing, Senator Booker. You are drawing our nation's attention to what Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Doge are seeking to do to our country, especially the most vulnerable in our society. And you, Senator Booker, you have been a champion for the poor, for the sick, for the disabled, for those most in need throughout your entire life. That is who you are. You are absolutely a champion for those who need help the most. So as we look at what Donald Trump is proposing, to destroy the Department of Education, just to level it, knowing that Title I money goes to the poorest children in Newark, in Boston, so that they can have as close to an equal footing as is possible so that they too can compete to ensure they enjoy the American dream. To gut Medicaid, knowing that there's 338,000 people just in Massachusetts alone who are on disabilities, who need Medicaid in order to deal with those afflictions which their families need a little bit of help to deal with. To begin a process of saying that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme.
Yes.
And knowing that ultimately they need the billions of dollars for the tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. And they have to get it out of education. They have to get it out of Medicaid. They have to get it out of veterans benefits. They have to get it out of Social Security. We know what their plot is. The plot is to get $2 trillion out of the programs that affect ordinary people in order to have tax breaks for the wealthiest people in our nation. And most of it will come out of health care. It'll come out of Medicaid, ultimately out of Medicare, out of the Affordable Care Act, out of veterans benefits, health care for every family, for the wealthiest in our society who don't need a tax break. The one thing they don't need right now is a tax break, especially when Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Jeff Zuckerberg now control more wealth than the bottom 50% of our nation combined. Do they really need a tax break? I mean, I know the president put him right behind him at his inauguration, but, oh my God, the cabinet sits behind billionaires? The founding fathers are spinning in their graves, thinking about how they've inverted what is supposed to be the way in which our government, our country works. So I thank you for your incredible leadership. You are putting the spotlight on what is going wrong in this country right now, this oligarchy seeking to take over our nation. So I thank the senator for what he is doing. It is just so consistent with his whole life, what he stands for on the floor of the Senate today, a conscience for the nation. So can the senator tell the Senate today, the nation, what this could mean if we continue down this path of Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Doge for those families who need help the most in our society?
I so appreciate the senator, and I want to tell folks, when I wrote my book, I thought I knew this man here, but I did a lot about environmental justice in my book. I did about a lot of these toxic chemicals out there that are threatening our people. And I came to the Senate one day, so humbled, because I told him I knew you as my colleague. We both got here around the same time. But I had no idea of the kind of things you did in the United States House of Representatives, how many bills that made a difference for people's lives in Boston and in Newark and Camden and Passaic. You are one of the people that, after a few years here, I discovered in 2015, writing my book, how amazing your career is. And now, having served in the Senate about the same amount of time, I am so grateful for you. And you have been so consistent in why you came here, not forgetting the people you've been fighting for your whole career. And so your question is right aligned with that point. It was said earlier about this humanity's biggest fight, humanity's biggest consistent theme, us versus them or just us. I don't like when we pit one group in this country against another group. It's not us versus the billionaires or us versus the Republicans. It's understanding what is best for we the people. How can we create a more perfect union? And I will tell you this right now. We are a union in trouble compared to our global peers. We have higher disease rates, higher diabetes rates, higher cancer rates, higher maternal mortality rates, higher premature birth rates, higher infant mortality rates. There are so many things going on in this country that should not go on. But yet we are a nation of utter abundance. We are a nation of incredible wealth and resources. And we've proven in our past to be a nation of incredible vision. And that's why I don't understand why we are playing so small, why we have a president that is playing so small. It's not coming here like presidents of the past and saying, we together, from Reagan to Clinton to Obama, there's a big challenge, America. We together are going to get into the room and do sausage making, Republicans and Democrats, and we're going to find a way to write great legislation. Whatever you want to say about Joe Biden, he was a big president because he didn't try to do things by executive fiat, or as a quote of Donald Trump's I put here, the primacy of the executive, ignoring our Constitution. You know how many bipartisan bills were hammered out here? I see another dear friend of mine, Mark Warner. You know how many bipartisan bills Mark Warner was at the table for? My senior senator who's chairman of Intelligence. We did bipartisan Infrastructure Act when Trump in his first term had Infrastructure Week every other week. We did a chips and science bill. He's trying to claw back the money, but we together, I still remember that skiff, that classified skiff where the whole Senate was there and our national security team and Gina Raimondo put forward the crisis in our country, the vulnerabilities, and we came out of that room, we got into our rooms, and we hammered out a great chips and science bill. Decades went by in this body with doing nothing on gun violence. Decades, and courageous people on the Republican side, friends of mine that surprised me, that stood up like Senator Cornyn and said, we're going to do something. I've got my lines, you've got your lines, but let's find the space in the middle. And we did programs, and if you come to New Jersey, the community violence intervention money is lowering murder rates in places like Newark by over 50%, helping to get it done along with our great law enforcement officers. And the incredible thing about that now is Trump is trying to claw back that money, violating the separation of powers, because we decide how we're spending money in America, not the executive. Read the Constitution. And so you and I both know that a big president would come to here and say, let's do some legislation. But John McCain, and I read it in the middle of the night, but John McCain, it's really important, John McCain, I won't read it, but I'll tell it, voted against the health care last time, the taking away of health care for millions of Americans, and said that's because of the dysfunction of this body that we don't come together and do something bigger and bolder to provide better health care, to bring the ideas from both sides and expand the opportunities for Americans and replace the imperfections of the Affordable Care Act with smarter and better things. Not Donald Trump. He's repeating why the mistakes, but not with the ACA, which affects tens of millions of Americans, with Medicaid, that affects 70 to 100 million Americans. Why? You ask why? Well, we know why. There's two things that this will achieve. Two things. One, as you said it, it is because he wants to not just renew the Trump tax cuts, but expand them that have disproportionate benefits to the wealthiest. And I wish the wealthiest in the country, names that we know, people like Elon Musk would say, I don't want a tax cut. I wish he would say the truth. I don't need a tax cut. But no, that's one of the reasons. He wants to renew a program that gave disproportionate money, but that's not the only reason. There's a cruelty in what he's doing. It's so offensive. He seems to have no respect for people with disabilities. He made fun of a journalist with a disability once. He seems to have no respect for people who are working hard and struggling but still can't make ends meet. No respect for people that are afraid of his language, of his threats. They think that what he's doing to Social Security might mean they don't have it, that what he's saying to Medicare and Medicaid are lies because he's got more registered lies than any president of my lifetime. They don't think they can trust this president not to hurt them because he already is. And so I was told by my parents what defines you as a person is not what happens to you, but how you choose to respond. What happens to us as a nation is not what happens to us. They can bomb us from Pearl Harbor to attack us at 9/11. The American character was defined by how we responded to those crises. And yes, there have been major political crises before, but we responded by bending the arc of our nation more towards justice, taking care of more and more people, saying that we belong to each other in America. It is we the people. It is we the people. I see the standing of my friend, Mark Warner. I don't know if he has a question, but I know what I'm told to say if he asks me to yield for a question.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, Mr. President, let me join my friend and colleague from Massachusetts. One, to celebrate the senator from New Jersey's endurance, his willingness to continue to make this case in as clear terms as possible. Not having been here last night at 6:30, I do wonder when he started this speechathon at 6:30 whether the bob and the weave and the move was quite as strong, or was he firmly attached to the podium. The fact that you are going on more than 12 hours now and look like you've got hours ahead and hours before you sleep, and knowing that there are other members who've got a question, including the majority leader. I just want to be brief with mine. You've talked a lot with great passion about the damage done domestically. As chairman of the Intelligence Committee, now vice chairman, I have been aghast at the sloppiness of this administration time after time after time in terms of their treatment of classified information. First 2 weeks of the administration, strangely, a couple hundred CIA agents' identities were revealed on a non-classified chain. These probationary employees, means new employees, the American government had spent a couple $100,000 on each of them. You got to get a security clearance. You got to get them trained. Unfortunately, these folks can't deploy abroad. They can't deploy undercover because their names were carelessly put on an unsecured channel. If you say, well, that was just a one-off. Well, what about a week or so later, the Doge boys, they print a whole list of federal properties that should be for sale. They quickly take it down a few hours later, realizing they once again have screwed up. But in putting up that list, they put on classified dark sites that the American government, again, spends millions of dollars to protect. Or more recently as well, the Doge boys, either ignorantly or maliciously, either one just plain stupid, put out the list of a classified agency, its budget, total head count, again, all classified information. And Senator, one thing I can tell you, and I know you know this as well, if this had happened to a line intelligence officer or a line military officer, there'd be no question. Your butt would be fired. Matter of fact, we got information yesterday there had been a DHS employee who had inadvertently put a journalist on a chat line. Guess what happened? The guy's fired. So when it came to this incident, now called Signalgate, or Signalgate fiasco, where you've got the leading members of this administration debating where and how we should bomb the Houthis, including specific information of who will be hit and when. Senator Booker, I was down in Hampton Roads this week, and these were the communities that surround the Norfolk Naval Station. Norfolk Naval Station is where the Truman, the aircraft carrier, has been deployed from. It is the aircraft carrier that the flights that attacked the Houthis flew off of. I can tell you one thing, Senator Booker. These people were pissed off that there'd been this level of carelessness about their loved ones that if it had gotten in the wrong hands would have cost American lives. So, Senator Booker, as you put down the litanies of all of the challenges that have been raised by this administration, I'll ask you a simple question. Do you agree that this pattern, not one-off, pattern of sloppiness endangers our national security?
Yes, absolutely, yes. I love that you gave that litany, Senator. I have benefited from your leadership on the Intel Committee. You are one of the people that when things go down on the planet Earth, you're one of the small handful of people with the highest security clearance here, before rank-and-file senators do. And we've had so many conversations about threat matrices and what our enemies are doing. You've sent me to the SCIF and say, I can't talk to you about this. Go down in the SCIF and ask for the information and help me to fill out my understanding of national security threats. I am stunned by this president. All that I've read in the SCIFs about what Russia is doing to this country, I am stunned and angry by this president and what he is doing to us by cozying up to Putin and turning his back on our allies. But the sloppiness, the unqualified leaders that he's put in place, it has caused us to be more at risk. And the Signalgate, you said it. If that had happened under any other president, Republican or Democrat, whoever controlled the Senate would have hearings. They would want to know, was this pattern in practice? Did these signal conversations happen before and we only know about this one because it's somehow you pulled in a journalist? Well, that's a violation of the law because they're disappearing messages. We're destroying government documents that the executive branch has a legal obligation. And the classified materials, putting it out there, first saying, oh, there was nothing classified about that, lying, and then they put out the actual, said, okay, if there's nothing classified, they release the whole thing. And to the wisdom of people like you, and again, more wisdom and experience at Intel than me, it's clearly that was sensitive, probably classified, but we should be having hearings and accountability. I keep going back to how this document is being undermined and attacked by this president. And one of the powers and responsibilities that we swore to uphold, every one of us swore to uphold this, was that we are to be a check on the administration. Before I yield to the next question from Senator Schumer, I want to talk about Senator Schumer. I just want to say something, get it off my chest. Senator Murphy, we've passed the 15-hour mark. I want to thank Senator Murphy in particular because he's been with me the whole night. He hasn't left my side. And in some ways, the debt's repaid. We passed 15 hours because we called Chuck Schumer 9 years ago. 9 years ago. I remember exactly where I was standing when three of us were on the phone, and we asked Chuck to help us for you to take the floor right down there and do a filibuster. We didn't know how long it was going to last, but I committed to you that I would be your aide de camp. 15 hours you stood, Chris Murphy, saying that this nation shouldn't do business as usual for the Pulse massacre. And the leader of the Senate 9 years ago said, I support you guys, go ahead. And so one of the first people I called, Senator Schumer, and talked to about this actually was Murphy. And he did full circle for me and has been with me the whole 15 hours. His debt is paid, but I got fuel in the tank, man. And the only reason you stopped wasn't because you couldn't go on anymore. It was because we got a concession from Mitch McConnell. We got a concession to get 2 votes on common sense gun safety that Republicans had put forward, like universal background checks in the past, but we lost that vote. But in both occasions, 9 years apart, once where Murphy was the principal, and now here we had a leader that said, yeah, how can I help? And so I want to thank Senator Schumer before I suspect he might ask me to yield for a question for being a friend, a partner, and one of the first people I turned to with this idea and that encouraged me to go for it, Cory. And so thank you, Chuck Schumer.
Would the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
And I have 2 questions, frankly, one on Medicaid cuts, which we talked about last night, and one on tariffs. But first, let me say before I get to this question, your strength, your fortitude, your clarity has just been nothing short of amazing. And all of America is paying attention to what you're saying. All of America needs to know there's so many problems, the disastrous actions of this administration in terms of how they're helping only the billionaires and hurting average families. You have brought that forth with such clarity. People from one end of America to the other admire you. Our whole caucus is behind you, and we admire your stamina, your strength, your passion, your intelligence. The list of adjectives could go on. My question first relates to the Medicaid cuts. As we talked about last night, I visited three Republican districts, one in Staten Island, one right on the border of 2 Republican districts in Long Island yesterday, to talk about Medicaid cuts. I went to nursing homes, and it was clear that the Medicaid cuts that are proposed in this proposal, $880 billion in the House, would be devastating. On Staten Island, the nursing home we visited, they love it, Silver Lake Nursing Home, would close. 300 people would lose their jobs, hundreds would be thrown out, and most of them said their children can't take care of them. It's their needs are more advanced. And even some who said their children might be able to take care of them didn't have room in the house, etc. So it's affecting, Staten Island's a middle class, voted for Trump. But we made a plea to their congresswoman to not vote for any bill that had these Medicaid cuts and the tax breaks for billionaires. And a lot of the people there it was bipartisan, there were both parties there. We estimated that about 18,000 people total would lose their jobs with these Medicaid cuts, creating a recession on Staten Island. We estimated the harm that would have caused. And so this was devastating. Same thing on Long Island. Again, Republican areas with Republican Congresspeople who hold the balance. If those 3 Congresspeople alone would say, I'm not voting for a bill that cuts Medicaid to give tax breaks for the billionaires, the bill would fail. So, and I know that you in New Jersey and my colleagues in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and elsewhere are doing the same thing, congressmen and senators, and I've talked to Leader Jeffries, and he's doing the same with his folks. So my question to you is very simple. If these people in New Jersey, in New York, across America, are kicked out of nursing homes, of assisted living facilities, of healthcare facilities, what would they do? How could they? And how does the senator, with his passion and everything else, feel when the only reason they're doing this is give tax breaks to the wealthiest of Americans? Would you please answer my question, sir?
Yes, I will, Leader Schumer. I earlier, or late last night rather, I read dozens and dozens and dozens of letters from terrified people. The stories were heartbreaking as people rendered their pride and gave us insights into the more painful aspects of their lives. I got emotional over one about a person talking about being diagnosed with Parkinson's and know that the disease will get more and more debilitating, like I saw with my father, and demand more and more help, and she was paranoid that the burden on her family, that they couldn't afford it. I had this one amazing letter about a person that said they were the sandwich generation, 2 90-something-year-old parents they were taking care of, and 2 adult men, children with disabilities. And for all of these people, like you saw in the nursing homes, Medicaid wasn't a plus or some kind of abundance heaped upon their lives. It helped them keep the fragile financial world they were living in stable. And then not just an $880 billion cut, Senator Schumer, but even just a half of that or a quarter of that would cut services that would pull apart their whole lives, their ability to care for their loved ones, their ability to still work. One person just said, just the transportation we get through Medicaid for my disabled child is the link that holds it all together. And callously and cruelly, they're talking about this, not in any kind of insightful way, not any kind of, well, here's we can make it more efficient and actually help keep, none of that kind of thought or logic of bringing in experts, because we read page after page after page of rural hospital leaders, of urban hospital leaders, and more and more and more. So your question is clearly that it is this crazy scheme right now to expand the Trump tax cuts that overwhelmingly, disproportionately go to the wealthiest of us in America who need not our help, that would still yet expand the deficit by trillions of dollars, which means your children, and I know how proud of a grandfather you are, your grandchildren would have to pay for that debt. They're stealing from your grandchildren so that the wealthiest amongst us could get bigger tax cuts, and at the same time taking away medical coverage from the most vulnerable. What is that? It's not who we are. It's not who we are, America. And as much as people, thousands descended on this to save the ACA, Medicaid affects millions and millions of more people. Wake up. They're coming after a vital program for American expectant mothers, for American children, for American disabled, for the seniors like the ones you visited. No, I have one more thing to get off my chest, sir, and this is a little lighter. You heaped so many kind things on me, I don't know if you realize that never before in the history of America has a man from Brooklyn said so many complimentary things about a man from Newark.
But I would remind my colleague that we are both New York Giants fans.
Who play where in New Jersey? This is not a colloquy. I hold the floor. I do not yield. Brooklyn stole the Nets. It's an injustice from Newark. They stole the Nets. I do not yield the floor for a rebuttal. And the Giants and the Jets play in New Jersey. There's only one football team in New York, and that's the Bills. I do not yield, but I do love and respect. But when I got the floor, I don't have to yield. This is the one time in my life I get the last word with my much more senior, much wiser friend and senator who
My colleague, I do have another question on an unrelated subject.
On a different
on an
subject.
Unrelated subject.
Okay, unrelated.
But I will say,
as long as he gives me that commitment, I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
First, let me say before I ask my question, go Bills. Second, given the 15 hours which you've shown such amazing strength of an all-American athlete who could probably, given what you've shown tonight, be a star on our Giants. But so I will not even try to rebut where the Giants are. But I will ask you this question, second. And just going back to before I get to tariffs, one of the leading hospitals in New York told me if there were only a 20% cut of Medicaid, less deep than they showed, that they would close. They're the only cancer care place in the Bronx, 1.3 million people. And they give great care. They're the only one. They would close. So the devastation of these cuts, the American people should realize, is just enormous from one end of the country to the other. In middle-class communities and upper-middle-class communities like Long Island, middle-class like Staten Island, poor communities like the Bronx. But on tariffs, let me ask a question. So here we are, right on the edge of April 2nd. Today's April Fool's Day, but the tariffs that the president is proposing, unfortunately, are not part of an April Fool's trick. They're real and they're devastating. And my question to my colleague, with these tariffs, which is estimated would cost the American family $6,000 more on average, would raise costs on everything across the board, and would throw devastation into our economy. Look at the stock market. It goes down when Trump's serious about tariffs, and it goes up when he says, well, maybe he's not so serious. And with the chaos that is caused, so businesses, which love certainty, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, large businesses, need certainty. So my questions are these. Does the great senator and great Giants fan from New Jersey agree that prices could go way up, all the way up to as much as $6,000? And does he agree that the chaos from Trump's tariffs is discombobulating the economy in very serious ways? And again, does he agree that the reason that they seem to be doing this, they count the revenues? This guy Navarro seems to have no sense of reality, and yet he seems to be in charge. And they count the revenues to help them get more tax cuts for the wealthy. Almost everything they do, including tariffs, it seems to me, is aimed at getting those tax cuts for the wealthy, which, God bless the wealthy, as I've heard you say last night when we spoke. We're not against people who make a lot of money. God bless them. But they don't need a tax break.
No, they don't.
They should realize the beauty of America helped them become or stay billionaires. The money we invested in education, in roads, in schools, in helping kids get food makes a better workforce. So my question to my colleague on these tariffs, A, does he agree that it could raise the price on an average family thousands of dollars? It's estimated $6,000. Does he agree that the chaos caused by Trump's on again, off again, this country, this much, that much, this product, that product, is hurting the economy and hurting business people do their jobs? And does he agree that it seems the motivation is tax breaks for the wealthiest people?
So
Could you please answer my question?
I will,
yield
Leader
back
Schumer.
to him.
I will. So you and I both know that in 72 days now, it's the next day, the 72 days that Trump has been in office, he has caused havoc on the American economy, especially given the economy he inherited. Inflation is up. Prices are up. Consumer confidence is down. The stock market and people's 401ks and retirement plans are down. He continues to do things to rattle confidence, to raise prices, and to hurt not the billionaires, the people that can afford these things, to hurt average Americans who find housing prices too high and it difficult to make ends meet. Every time, and I've looked at the tariffs throughout history. In fact, one of my friends sent me this really funny clip I hope somebody will put up for me from, I think it was Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where he was talking about tariffs and was like, Bueller. The reality is, or maybe it was another movie, I'm mixing it up. It shows my pop. What's that?
Entitled after
Thank you.
15
Right
hours.
now, but the tariffs haven't worked out for Republican presidents who tried them during the Depression. The evidence is here. Learn from our history.
Does my colleague remember the names of Smoot and Hawley?
Smoot and Hawley. Yes, sir. I definitely remember those names from high school history. God bless you, Mr. Al Gore and Ms. Saru. So yes, what he's going to do tomorrow is going to rattle the markets. What he's going to do tomorrow is raise prices for Americans. What he's going to do tomorrow is lie to folks and say that this is something that China will pay or whomever will pay, when actually it's the American consumers that will pay with higher prices and more economic insecurity. This man, I tell you this quote that Frederick Douglass once said. This I do remember. He said, "The limits of tyranny is prescribed by the endurance of those who are oppressed." How much more will we take of this? How much more will we as America say, cut our Medicaid to give tax cuts to the billionaires? Take the Affordable Care Act and take away tax credits, take away enrollment support. Hey, come after Social Security, cut thousands of people, make customer service get worse, as said the Wall Street Journal. How much more of these indignities will we take as he turns our back on our allies? How much more? How much more of a person that is doing tyrannical things as he takes our Constitution and continues to trash it, as he's running into judge after judge after judge that's trying to stop him, but we've already seen that he wants to ignore judges, or if he gets real rulings he doesn't like, he trashes the judges, and even the Chief Justice appointed by a Republican says to him, no, this is not right, this is not who we are, this is not how we do things in America. How much more can we endure before we, in a collective chorus of conviction in our country, say enough is enough? Enough is enough. You're not going to get away with this.
I thank the gentleman for his fortitude, his strength, and the crystalline brilliance by which he has shown the American people the huge dangers that face them with this Trump, Doge, Musk administration. I yield the floor back to my colleague in New Jersey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts, but I think you have to ask him for a question.
Mr. President, will the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. I am very grateful to the senator from New Jersey for coming to the floor for such an extended period of time to give voice to all of those around this country whose voices evidently are not heard by the Republicans in the United States Congress. And I wanted to ask a question for the 73 million people who are beneficiaries of the Social Security system and for their families, for the people whose grandma is getting Social Security, for the people whose cousin, whose dad died, who is getting Social Security benefits, about what's happening right now between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, our current co-presidents, and what they're trying to do to the Social Security system. So I start this question with just a basic observation. Social Security is not charity. It is not something we give away to those who are less fortunate, and we do this out of the goodness of our hearts. Social Security is a contract that people who work in America pay into the system for all of their working lives, and when the time comes that they retire or something happens to them and they are not able to do that work, that they can count on the Social Security system and the payments that they are legally entitled to. I want to underscore here, legally. Now, if America wanted to change that contract, the place they have to go is right here, to Congress. Yeah. They have to come to the United States Senate, or they have to go to the House of Representatives, and they have to say, we actually want to change benefits for Social Security recipients. And by the way, that has happened dozens and dozens of times in our history up through the late 1980s, where we made adjustments in the Social Security benefits. For example, for the fact that people lived longer, for the fact that people worked longer. And so we made minor adjustments in the system. We also made adjustments to make sure that there were cost of living changes in how much Social Security would pay out. So anyone who wants to change the benefits that people are legally entitled to has to come here to Congress and make that happen. But it appears that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have tried to figure out an end run. And the end run is to say, okay, we can't directly change benefits, but what we can do is we can effectively cut off benefits. Now, how can they do that? Well, one way is fire all the people who help people get their Social Security benefits. And think of it this way. Someone who wants to collect Social Security, let's just say at age 66, they decide, okay, I'm ready. It's time for me to retire. Can't do this anymore. I want to collect my Social Security benefits. And they try to fill out the form. Turns out it gets rejected. There's a number off somewhere in the system. Somebody's got a confusion over what the name is or where somebody worked, or an employer from decades back failed to fill out the right form. So now there's a problem in the system. So what does the person do? Well, first they might try calling. But if you fired the people who answered the phones, that's not going to work. Okay, so what's the next thing you do? You go to your local Social Security office. Oh, but if they've closed the Social Security office near you, that's not going to work. So what do? You go to the Social Security office that you can find. 2 hours away, 3 hours away, 4 hours away. Finally, get to that Social Security office, and when you get there, if they fired most of the people, you may encounter, 2 people working the desk to help straighten out problems, and a line that's 50 people long. By the way, these come from real stories. People are telling what's happening out there. So, by the time the day is over, our example here hasn't even made it to the front of the line. So, doesn't get the question answered, doesn't get the problem resolved. Has to go back home again, has to find somebody who can maybe take him to the Social Security office that's hours away and start this process over and over and over. If this person, let's just say, for example, takes 3 months to get this problem ultimately resolved by the Social Security Administration, they don't get the money. That money is lost. It just simply is gone. They do not get the money they are legally entitled to, and they have no right to go back and collect it, even pointing out that it was Social Security's error. So failure to correct these errors, or to give people an opportunity to correct these errors, is effectively the same as having cut their benefits. And you do that for 1% of the people, drive up your error rate. You do that for 5% of the people. You do that for 10% of the folks who are getting Social Security. And man, those cuts really start to add up. They really start to add up for the people whose benefits are cut. They really start to add up for Donald Trump and for Elon Musk. But let's look at another possibility here, and that is just simply delay. Checks don't go out on time. When checks don't go out on time, then the promise that people relied on, that check would come on the 3rd of the month, that's what they count on for rent, that's what they count on to put groceries on the table, that's what they count on to support themselves, it's gone. So maybe they'll get the check next month. Another billionaire Republican, Howard Lutnick, said, don't worry about it. His mother-in-law would simply count on the fact that they'd straighten the problem out, and maybe next month she would get her payment. I suppose if your son-in-law is a billionaire, you can count on the fact that somebody will make sure your rent gets covered and groceries on the table. But for the 70 million Americans relying on that check coming in every month, not so clear what you're going to do. So what do you do? Do you borrow money to make rent? Do you call on relatives if you've got them? Who do you go to be able to make it to the end of this month, and if the problem persists, to the next month and the next month. Where do you go? That is, in my view, as much a benefit cut as Congress having voted to say we're just going to give a 10% across-the-board cut to everyone who receives Social Security benefits. There are a lot of ways to cut benefits, and breaking your promise to 73 million Americans is a benefit cut. It is not a legal benefit cut, but it is an effective benefit cut. And I admire the senator from New Jersey for being here today to speak out for those Americans who face these kinds of cuts and have no recourse. I admire him for standing up and saying to the Republicans who won't go do town halls, who won't go out and meet with these people and listen to them, listen to their concerns, listen to their fears, listen to their stories about what happens as thousands and thousands more Social Security employees are fired, and correcting problems, straightening out your benefits gets harder and more out of reach for more and more Americans. That is what we face right now. So the question that I want to pose to the senator from New Jersey is this. At a time when Donald Trump and Elon Musk are looking for an indirect way to cut Social Security benefits, and let's just pause here, if I can, to say, why?
Yes.
Why go out of your
Yes.
way to cut Social Security benefits? Come on now. 73 million Americans rely on this. This has been the backbone of America's promise to its own people, that you did the work, you put in the money, and now you're entitled to the benefit on the other side. Why are they doing this? Because they want to reduce the amount of money that is available for Social Security and instead take that money over so that they can advance tax cuts for billionaires and billionaire corporations. They're just trying to grease the skids here for the billionaires to get even richer and ask the 73 million Americans who rely on Social Security to pay for it out of their own hides. So the question I have for the senator from New Jersey is, when Elon Musk and Donald Trump are determined to try to use a backdoor way to cut Social Security benefits, A, are they acting legally? And B, how do we put a stop to this?
Yeah, amen. Amen. You know, Reverend Warnock was here earlier and was preaching and quoting scripture, but you are preaching a gospel of truth, my friend, from a civic gospel that speaks to the cares and the concerns of the American hope and the American dream and the American Constitution, because you and I both know the answer to the question. I have to say, for folks who are watching, she is the great senator from Massachusetts, but she used to be a professor in New Jersey. She was a Rutgers professor. I was listening to her way before I got to the Senate when she was fighting for the CFPB, when she was fighting so people would not be taken advantage, was establishing the first ever agency whose sole purpose is to stand up to big banks, to big corporate powers, and defend people, an institution that got billions and billions of dollars back into the pockets of the American consumer. And what did Donald Trump and Doge do to an institution that we set up in Congress in a bipartisan way? They did something that is against the Constitution and went after to hack it to pieces so that it's no more. But add insult to injury, down here, we just had a vote on overdraft fees that was stunning to me because there was just no defense of it. It was a clear thing. Some of the big banks said, you know what, we don't need those usury fees, it's actually wrong. Some of the big banks just stood up and said, did the right thing. But a handful of others were still taking advantage of people, and this Senate got to vote, which side are you on? And we failed. So your question is right. You detail what is right, how people are getting hurt already, how the benefits of Social Security are already being affected, how rural places, Social Security offices are being closed already. And the question of why, under the guise of efficiency, but you're hurting our elders who deserve dignity in their retirement. It's stunning to me, Senator Warren, stunning to me that we're actually even having this discussion and having this debate when there's been not one congressional hearing about what Elon Musk is doing. The letters I read earlier about Social Security were painful because people wanted to know what was being done with their most confidential and private information. I want to continue because we were working through national security, and given the time, I want to rush to just read some stories of voices. I wanted to come to the floor and read people's voices, elevate voices. And so here's a voice, a statement from Julia Hurley from Bergen County, New Jersey. Thank you, Julia. I see you. My family's roots are deep in New Jersey, all the way back to my great-grandparents, with my mom's side from Bethesda, Fairlawn, and Upper Saddle River, and my dad's side from Spring Lake and Wall Township. I have north and south roots. My grandfather started a manufacturing company that my cousin still runs, and my other grandfather ran a trucking company based in New Jersey. I was born and raised in Park Ridge and learned from a very young age about the importance of serving and community. Both of my grandfathers served in World War II. What a family. My family was always involved in charity and our churches, and ever since I can remember, I wanted to help people, doing my first fundraiser for homeless people in Bergen County when I was maybe 8 or 9. The passion for service took an international bent after I went abroad for the first time during an exchange trip to Germany with Park Ridge Junior Senior High School in 2001 and fell in love with travel. Shortly after that, September 11th happened. 7 people from my little town were killed in the towers, and we could see the smoke from ground zero from a hill in the next town over. For those of you who don't know, Park Ridge is very close to where I grew up, and my childhood best friend died in the towers. This was when I learned how my little suburban bubble could be impacted by things worlds away. I became obsessed with trying to help and wanting to drive a career that would be in service to my country and people elsewhere so that we would be more inclined, so those people would be more inclined to work with us than against us. I went on to study diplomacy and international relations at Seton Hall University, graduating magna cum laude and determined to work for the State Department at some point. My 15-year winding career path after that took me into the advocacy space and onto humanitarian and peace-building work in Gaza with the UN, as well as in Tunisia and Egypt. In 2022, after a year as a policy advisor with the International Committee of the Red Cross, I was recruited to join USAID. And I couldn't have been more excited. This was a dream job, an opportunity to serve my country and impact policy in a real way, sharing what I had learned from working abroad and at home to shape U.S. foreign policy and efforts to advance development and humanitarian assistance on the ground. I was eventually promoted to a senior policy advisor role in USAID's Office of Policy, where I was developing policy that was shaping the way USAID worked, trying to break down silos across the agency to be more effective and efficient in our response to some of the toughest crises in the world. I got the opportunity to not only prepare talking points for high-level events and for our leadership, but even brief the administrator a couple times. That all came crashing down around January 28th as my colleagues began being terminated and furloughed. I went into the Trump administration like any other bureaucrat, ready to engage and help because I want every administration to succeed and lean on us as experts to help advance American policy. I worked with our team, and I briefed our political appointee director, who started on Inauguration Day, and hoped to see what I could do to continue building on the reform work I had been doing for a year at that point. Instead, everything quickly unraveled. Elon Musk called USAID a criminal organization that should die, he said. And the President of the United States deemed us radical left lunatics. I was terrified, afraid of what people might do when two of the most powerful men in the world were saying things like that. Our jobs were then in question, and the USAID offices were quickly closed, with our belongings still in them. We were left not knowing what our fate would be for weeks. As DOGE dismantled USAID, I watched in horror as the program shut down. The people we served suffered. And friends and colleagues from the agency and our partner organizations lost their livelihoods and their mission-driven careers. On March 14th, I was finally terminated. I've been heartbroken since, shifting between deep depressions and rage. Because of the sledgehammer approach that DOGE took, the entire foreign assistant architecture was broken. Organizations I would have gone on to work for are going bankrupt, cutting staff, and definitely not hiring. I spent 15 years building up this career that I loved beyond words. Every time I would leave my late father while he was dying in a hospital in 2012, he would tell me to go save the world. This wasn't just a career. It was a calling to serve. I have no idea what I will do next. In some ways, I feel lucky because I got married last May. God bless you. And I'm on my husband's health insurance, thank God. But he also works for the government, and he could be riffed with a moment's notice. I also have a supportive family who will help me if it really gets bad. But the uncertainty has probably been one of the most painful parts of all of this. Not knowing what will come next and just fearing it will be worse than the day before. All we wanted to do was serve. I want to say thank you to Julia Hurley from Bergen County, my home county in New Jersey. Thank you for your voice. Thank you for laying your pain plain and your anger, making it real in my heart as I know it's in yours. I stand for you today. Personal statement from Catherine Baker from Neptune, New Jersey. I have been furloughed from my job at USAID implementing partner since February 14th, 2025. I have 13 years experience supporting USAID contractors in business development and recruitment efforts, mostly in conflict and post-conflict settings. The following is how I got here today. I was born in Neptune and raised there until I went to college. My father is a lifelong Neptune resident whose Jersey roots date all the way back to the early 1700s. Wow. When my Scottish ancestors came here in search of religious freedom and economic opportunity to help build much of what is Gloucester and Mercer counties. My mother is an immigrant born in Coro, Venezuela, to refugees escaping fascism bombs and economic ruin in Spain and Sicily. Every summer, my mom and I traveled to Venezuela to see her mother, my aunts and uncles, and countless cousins. Coro, the capital of Venezuela's state, responsible for most of oil refining, sits on the Caribbean coast and is about 15 minutes plane ride from Aruba, surrounded by sand dunes. Our family friends lived in homes with dirt floors, corrugated aluminum roofs, and a hose out back you would use to shower while fending off the chickens that roamed freely. Coro is a city in constant drought. We would get water every other day, and you'd use a trash bin filled with water and a ladle to shower on your non-water days. Coro, as you could imagine, couldn't be more different from Neptune, New Jersey. I went to St. James Elementary and Red Bank Catholic High School in Red Bank from kindergarten through 12th grade. If 13 years of Catholic school teaches you anything, it's the importance of taking care of one another, especially those that are suffering from poverty, famine, and disease. I remember being given small cartons when we were tasked with filling with spare change so that we could ship them off to some faraway place where we were told stories of children just like us who were facing unimaginable hardships. I was so moved by the notion that a child, not so different from myself, didn't have enough to eat or had lost their parents in a conflict I couldn't begin to understand. My senior year at RBC, I took a class called Globalization and Social Justice. The class was taught by a longtime family friend, Mary Logan, herself a former nun. Miss Logan taught us about the Rwandan genocide and had us watch Hotel Rwanda as a class. She made sure we knew the reasons why this happened, understood how dehumanization and hatred can lead to mass torture and executions, and critiqued the international response to the genocide that led to nearly 1 million deaths in 100 days. That year, Miss Logan took us to Keene University to see Nick Kristof speak about Darfur and made sure we knew the signs of genocide when we saw it. How can we let this happen again, we asked her. I wore my Save Darfur green rubber bracelet and t-shirt everywhere I went. What could I, a kid living at the Jersey Shore, do to help? During this period of enlightenment led by Miss Logan, the Mary Knoll missionaries funded school in Kibera, Kenya, that we were supporting was threatened by electoral violence in December of 2007. We received letters from the nuns there. We were Miss Logan's personal friends. We received letters from nuns there who were Miss Logan's personal friends about how the fires nearly reached the school and the children who were already living in Africa's largest slum stood poised to lose the little they had, including their lives. Upon returning from Christmas break, Mary Knoll Affiliates Club sprang into action. We raised awareness and funds and proudly sent money from bake sales and door knocking to our friends in Kenya. We received media attention from WCBS in New York, and our story got picked up by other channels and newspapers. I was amazed that my efforts in Monmouth County were having such meaningful and real impact on a crisis happening thousands of miles away. I was passionate about this work. I was seemingly good at it, or as good as an 18-year-old could be. Could I actually turn this into a career? Could I help even more people across the world? I'd like to think I did that. I'd like to think I did that. And I'm crying as I write this because I wonder if I ever will do it again. The past 10 years, I've focused on conflict prevention, stabilization, preventing, countering violent extremism, and citizen security in conflict or post-conflict areas. Not only did I conduct desk research and analyze problem sets from behind a desk, but I got to travel to those countries and meet with local governments, civil society organizations, and advocacy groups to hear from them about the issues and discuss solutions. I spoke with survivors of the devastating 2004 tsunami in Sri Lanka and Tamils whose fathers and brothers disappeared during the Civil War and are likely burned in unmarked graves somewhere on the island. I worked closely with a woman my age whose family fled Kosovo to the United States during the war when we were about 9 years old and returned as soon as she could to her home country to promote continued peace between Albanians and Serbs. My recent trips to Kosovo were so illuminating, not because of the pain or struggle of these people, but because of the respect and admiration and gratitude they had towards the United States of America. Anyone who has been to Pristina knows of the Bill Clinton and Bob Dole statues. I didn't know about that. As well as the Hillary Boutique. A few years ago, when I was negotiating an employment offer with a Ghanaian candidate for a USAID-funded Preventing Violent Extremism program, I couldn't meet his salary expectations. He said to me, "That's okay. I will take whatever you can give me. If the United States will make sacrifices for the people of Ghana in support of this program, I'm willing to make a sacrifice too with a pay cut." He proudly accepted the offer. The recognition of these funds could be spent elsewhere was not lost on him. Generosity and kindness are always more greatly appreciated by those who have less. All but one of my company's USAID contracts, which totaled nearly $400 million, were terminated almost overnight by DOGE. Over 80% of our Virginian-based office was laid off or furloughed. I bought my first condo last year, a milestone we all strive for, but too few people my age are able to achieve. I applied to 60 jobs in 1 month, all of which I'm qualified for. I have received 2 interview requests. This after being a sought-after professional in my industry with a strong network cultivated through years of hard work. This has ruined me. My mortgage payment isn't what makes me cry, though. It's our local staff and partners that come to mind every night as I say my prayers. My colleague, a Sudanese refugee living in Kampala, working on a terminated USAID peace-building program from Sudan, texts me every week to ask how I'm doing. He called me to make me smile because he knew I was crying. He now calls me Sad Eyes. And has made it his mission to never see tears fall from these lashes again. I obviously lie to him and say mission accomplished, but it will never be true. Not only is the United States not stronger, not safer, not more prosperous, but the beacon of our democracy grows dim across the globe. Without leadership, other countries hostile to the United States will step in and innocent people will continue dying. When I close my eyes, the specter of very real people from my travels and projects appear, and I hear the echoes of suffering they shared with me. Suffering they were sure to note was alleviated, however temporarily, by the United States of America through USAID. And wherever they could, they would thank me. Whatever they could, they would thank me and America. They would thank me and America for it. Thank you, Catherine Baker from Neptune, New Jersey. And Catherine, I see you. I see you, Catherine. I hear you. I stand for you. But I want to share something with you. One of the most extraordinary trips I've had as a United States Senator was to Chad, to go up to the border of Chad and Sudan and see the horrors. I've been to refugee camps all around the globe, but see the horrors of what was happening again in Sudan. You wore that Save Darfur t-shirt in your earlier days, but the ethnic cleansing is going on right now. I've never seen so many malnourished babies, barely able to hold up their heads, people fleeing tyranny, and they fled across the border to meet Americans because we were there. With less than 1% of the American budget, we were there, standing for our values, our highest ideals, our faith traditions, the understanding that when we are out there making the world safer, responding to crises, not only were people seeing the help they need, but they saw the light and the beacon of this democracy. And it pains me that Chris Coons comes down here and shares the headlines from today's newspaper that in Myanmar, in this horrific earthquake, the agency that used to respond to that tragedy, that human tragedy, doesn't have the resources. America's not there. It's a void. And then Chris Coons says in the article I'm surely to read today or tomorrow, whenever I can't stand anymore, he says, who fills that vacuum? Who showed up but the PRC, China showed up. Less than 1% of our budget, and people like the folks I read whose whole life, all they wanted to do was to be the light of the American torch of freedom and hope to the world, and they had the rug pulled out from under them. But here's what's worse, because we've had, Chris Murphy, we've had meetings with some of the people behind the scenes that are savagely cutting, and the stories are horrible. People in dangerous places that we sent there having their emails cut, having their phones turned off, pregnant women who don't know how they're going to get out of those areas. And James Mattis, as we discussed, said, if you cut these kind of programs, buy me more bullets, because there'll be more instability. There'll be more political democracies being overthrown. There'll be more terrorism. There'll be more violence. And we are old enough as a nation in 250 years to know that if we don't meet these terrors abroad, they will visit us at home. As Chuck Schumer said, I was there watching the towers come down. And in the Sahel, before I do this in Africa, that's the threat. In Togo, in Ghana, in Benin, the northern parts of the country, they're fighting terrorism. Oh, God, yes, I will. I yield for a question while retaining the floor. Chris Murphy.
We have a few more colleagues who are going to join us before the top of the hour. But I just wanted you to round this out and ask you the question this way. Often when we talk about the withdrawal of USAID from the world, the withdrawal of the United States from international bodies like the WHO, the beneficiary is China. But I think you were hinting, as you talked about the African continent, that the threat is much broader than that, because USAID is not just doing counter-China programming, it's also doing counter-extremism programming. In Lebanon, for instance, it's doing the primary work to push back against Hezbollah's political influence there. It's doing work to counter Russian influence around its periphery. And so isn't it the case, Senator Booker, that as USAID is pulled off the playing field, for reasons we still don't understand, that it is all of our adversaries, state adversaries and non-state adversaries, who are tragically celebrating at this opening that we have given them to gain additional influence?
Senator Murphy, that is correct. You've been one of the most articulate voices for this decision. I shouldn't even call it decision, this reckless trashing of USAID, this vilification of the proud men and women that stand in Ebola outbreak, that stand against terrorism, that stand against hardships and ethnic cleansing, that stand against malnutrition. You're so good at pointing out that those are American interests, and that not to do that makes this a more dangerous and unsafe world. A world where countries like ours want to lob missiles into Yemen, post facto of crises. So I hear you, Chris Murphy, and I answer your question with a simple understanding that what you're saying is right, and I'm going to tell you that I've got so many other to read, but we are way behind the schedule of where we wanted to be at this point. We're way behind at about 16 hours and 24 minutes. And so to obey my staff, as senators are told to do, I want to move quickly to just the housing issues. Oh, I'm sorry, unless, of course. So I want to move quickly to housing and start really with the theme of affordable housing. Again, we keep returning to the economy and how the Trump administration is making things worse in every area, especially for people struggling. And so let me be clear that for decades, under Democrat and Republican presidents, it's become increasingly difficult for working class Americans to afford a home. In recent years, this nation nationwide housing affordability crisis for so many Americans has nearly reached a breaking point. The crisis now impacts nearly all Americans, shared across all demographics, regardless of partisan identification, race, age, gender, education, or whether you own or rent your home. We in America are in a housing crisis. According to the Center for American Progress, 80% of Americans living in rural communities believe housing affordability is getting worse, while 72% of residents in urban areas feel the same way. In October 2024, the Center for American Progress found no matter your zip code, the goal of home ownership in America is drifting further out of reach all across the country. Over the past 2 decades, housing costs have dramatically outpaced income growth in the United States, increasing the rent burden, heightening barriers to home ownership. The Housing Price Index, a gauge of how selling prices for single-family homes have changed over time, was more than 50% higher in July 2024 than it was in July 2019. According to the Brookings Institution, the U.S. housing market was short 4.9 million housing units in 2023 relative to the mid-2000s. Decades of policy at the federal, state, and local level have all contributed to this reality. Let's not blame some rank partisanship. It's been decades in the making. There are far too homes in the United States, and there are far too homes being built in the United States. The cost of housing keeps rising. Rents continue to skyrocket. Median home prices are on the rise, which makes it harder and harder for families to make ends meet. The vast majority of young Americans are hard-pressed to save for the chance of one day having enough for a down payment to buy a home. Almost half of all renters in America struggle to pay their rent. Almost half of all renters are struggling to pay the rent, devoting more than 1/3 of their income to housing costs. Since the pandemic, rents have jumped more than 12% year over year. Hidden rental fees and other expenses on already cost-burdened tenants continue to mount as landlords assume more and more power and leverage, leaving tenants and prospective homebuyers with nowhere to turn. Last year, NPR methodically walked through the supply shortage that's impacting our country. But before I read this article, I see that my colleague, my friend, extraordinary leader from Maryland is here, and I think he has a question for me first.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, I want to thank my friend, and I want to start by thanking the senator from New Jersey, the senior senator of New Jersey, for shining a spotlight on what is happening in our country at this moment, and specifically what is going to be happening here in the United States Senate later this week or next. And I have a question for the senator, but I want to take some of the threads of what you've been saying as I put this to you, because you are shining a light on the great betrayal. And that is candidate Trump went all over the country saying that he was going to be a president for the forgotten Americans, that he was going to be a president that looked out for working people. And he said he was going to focus on bringing costs down and prices down in the United States of America. And yet, ever since he was sworn in, he has done just the opposite. Prices are going up, including, as the senator was talking about, housing prices. Affordable housing is a crisis in this country. And yet we see Elon Musk and his Doge cronies cutting deeply into affordable housing programs over at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We see also, and tomorrow he calls it Liberation Day, it's actually going to be sales tax increase day. There was testimony that we got in the Banking and Housing Committee that when you increase these tariffs on Canada, as he's proposed to do, not in a targeted way, but in an across-the-board way, according to the National Association of Home Builders, that will increase housing prices for Americans up to 10% more at a time we're already facing an affordable housing crisis. And of course, the folks who benefit the most are those billionaires who are part of his cabinet and others in the hedge fund industry who are going out and buying up a lot of houses, not because they need the house for their family, but because they want to flip it at a big profit, making it even less affordable to the American people. So the housing crisis is one part of what is getting even worse because of the actions of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And it's part of this greater theme of the great betrayal. And later this week, Republicans here in the Senate say they're planning to bring to the floor what we call a budget resolution, which is a framework that will be providing for very big tax cuts for the ultra-rich Americans, tax cuts for big corporations, some of which are offshoring all of their profits. Senator Wyden and I were on the floor just last week talking about how Pfizer has half of its sales revenues here in the United States, but books none of its profits here, and therefore by this scheme called round tripping, where you sort of push your money around the world, they lower their taxes, which means the American people get shortchanged. So all of this is part of a scheme to provide tax cuts for the very wealthy at everybody else's expense. And the senator from New Jersey has been shining a light on what it means when we say this will come at the expense of other Americans, that this tax cut for the very rich and big corporations will come at the expense of the rest of America. So I want to amplify that as I do a wind-up to the senator. Number one, it's Elon Musk and the Doge operation. Let me be very clear that this is part of the most corrupt bargain we've seen in American history. Elon Musk spent $280 million to help elect Donald Trump president, and Donald Trump has turned the keys to the federal government over to Elon Musk, not for efficiency, but to rig the government in favor of people like Elon Musk. That's why they want to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. This is a bureau that has returned billions of dollars to Americans who were cheated by scam artists. And they are coming in to dismantle the CFPB because they want to be on the side of the scam artists and deny American consumers the benefit of getting their dollars back when they've been cheated. So this has nothing to do with government efficiency. It has to do both with rigging the government for people like Elon Musk and trying to lay the groundwork, claiming lots of cuts that they will then use to pay for, they say, tax cuts for the very rich. So who's being cut by Elon Musk? I don't know, Senator, if you saw the other day in the sort of spin room at the White House, did you catch that where Elon Musk and some of his folks were explaining the work they did? They said, we're really doing this with a scalpel. Well, the reason that's especially interesting is it was just weeks earlier that Elon Musk brandished a chainsaw.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
At CPAC, which is actually, they met over here in my state of Maryland. That's what they're doing. They're taking a chainsaw, and they're taking a chainsaw to departments that help our veterans. These are people who care for our veterans, and our veterans are being especially hard hit, including when they did these firings, arbitrary firings, right, of probationary employees. And veterans were saying, why are we being hit so hard? And the White House spokesperson said, and I'm quoting, perhaps they're not fit to have a job at the moment. That was the response from one of the White House spokespersons, as if individuals who'd served our country in the military were not fit to serve our government as civilians. That's the kind of attitude we've got. We just learned today that the RIFs, the reductions in force letters, were received by folks in the Department of Health and Human Services. So these are people who help with the public health of all Americans. And they do important work at FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, right? They make sure that the foods that we eat and the medicines we take are safe, and that they do what they say they're going to do in the case of medicines. They do work at NIH, the National Institutes of Health, to develop cures and treatments for diseases that hit every American family, and they're cutting there. They're cutting in these places not for government efficiency, but to create what they believe is the space for tax cuts for the very rich. We talked about what they're doing over the Department of Health, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. At the Social Security Administration, which, by the way, has its headquarters in my state of Maryland, we have thousands of workers who are there to deliver hard-earned benefits to the American people. And the reality is that the Social Security Administration operates incredibly efficiently. You know, the former Commissioner for Social Security, Martin O'Malley, reminds us that Allstate Insurance Company operates at an 11% overhead. Liberty Mutual operates at a 23% overhead. The Social Security Administration, 0.5% overhead. The Social Security Administration workforce is now at a very low level in terms of personnel compared to what it was years ago, and yet they're serving a record number of Americans, 73 million Americans, and they've never missed a payment. Never missed a payment. So this talk about going after Social Security and they're going to somehow make it more efficient, and of course Elon Musk called it a Ponzi scheme, when the senator and I know it's not a Ponzi scheme, it's a promise to the American people. So first they discontinued telephone service, as if all the seniors could somehow just connect, you know, with by Wi-Fi or whatever it may be. A lot of people, of course, rely on telephones, so they cut that. They said, well, if you have trouble, go to one of the local regional Social Security offices. Well, they're cutting regional Social Security offices, lots of them. And then when you go there and you don't find many people there, well, you know, whoops, we just cut 7,000 people from Social Security. So a benefit isn't meaningless if you can't actually access the benefit. And what they're doing is making it harder for Americans to get those benefits. So when we hear about the Musk Doge operation, make no mistake, not about efficiency. It's about trying to put together some kind of savings that they then want to use to at least partially pay for tax cuts for the very rich. Another way they're doing that, we've heard a lot about that, and the senator's spoken about it, is cutting Medicaid and food nutrition programs. In fact, I think we recall a number of weeks ago, we had a couple of amendments here on the floor of the Senate saying, okay, if you're going to do these tax cuts, at least don't cut Medicaid or Medicare or food and nutrition programs. Every Republican senator voted against those amendments. In other words, not to protect those programs, meaning they're fair game for big cuts to pay for tax cuts for the very wealthy. So that's another area where they're very focused, which is cutting important programs that benefit millions and millions of Americans. There's another way they're doing it, and Senator from New Jersey, and again, thank you for shining a light on all this, has talked about it, which is these across-the-board tariffs, right? So I think all of us know that strategically targeted tariffs, they can be useful at certain points in time to protect strategic American industries. I'm for those. But across-the-board tariffs, and across-the-board tariffs on a friend and ally like Canada or Mexico, all that is a tax increase on the American people. Let's be clear. So these are the areas where Donald Trump, having said that he was going to be there for working people is doing the opposite, right? These across-the-board tariff cuts are going to increase costs and prices for the American people. Cutting Medicaid and food nutrition programs is going to hurt the very people that Donald Trump on the campaign trail said he was fighting for. And the DOJ Musk operation is taking a chainsaw to important services and important consumer protections that benefit all Americans in order to claim that they're providing some savings for tax cuts for the rich. So it wasn't that long ago that just down the hall here, Donald Trump was sworn in as president. And I remember what he said. He said, this is going to be a golden age for America. And who was sitting right behind him? Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, and other billionaires in the Trump cabinet, including one who just said not that long ago that Americans on Social Security wouldn't miss one of their Social Security checks. Only the fraudsters would notice that. Say that to the 73 million people who get Social Security. But that's the attitude of the billionaires in this Trump cabinet, the people he's really looking out for. And so when he says a golden age for America, that's who he means. He means Elon Musk and the billionaires, Elon Musk who's rigging the government for the billionaires, and all the others in the cabinet who don't think Americans would miss a Social Security payment that they earned. So my question to you, and I want to, again, thank the senator from New Jersey. I know it's been a long day's journey into the night. But it's important that we address these issues in the courts, and the courts are upholding the rule of law, that we address these issues and fight them in Congress, and that we do so in communities across the country, and people need to understand what's happening. So the core issue here, is it not, my friend, that Donald Trump really is betraying the people he said he was going to fight for. And at the end of the day, and we're going to see that later this week in the Senate, the goal is to provide these big tax breaks to wealthy people at the expense of everybody else in America. That is the big betrayal. So if you could just zero in once again on the central narrative that we're seeing play out during the Trump administration.
Well, you're putting it right. Donald Trump made commitments to America. We have quotes of him at rally after rally. I'm going to bring your, he said, oh, grocery, that's a really great word, I think he said. I'm going to bring down grocery prices. Well, grocery prices are up dramatically. The American dream, and many of us see that as owning a home. Well, you said it. Home prices are already up, but with these tariffs, they could go upwards of 10% more. You can be sure that Canadian lumber coming down here is going to be expensive. You can see Donald Trump making it more difficult to access health care, and this massive reconciliation is going to be a direct attack on working class health care, on health care of expectant mothers, on health care of Americans with disabilities, on health care of the majority of seniors in nursing homes. I'm about to go, my next chapter is all going to be about how Trump is rolling back common sense protections for clean air and water. And Elizabeth Warren said it very powerfully. He's reducing services, which is a service cut to people with Social Security. In so many ways, Americans should see these crises looming, these attacks, but ask yourself one economic question. With the stock market, who just had its worst quarter in years,